Hello. Today's the day. The end of the challenge. Can't wait for getting Grand Cathay to #1. Alright, now Demons of Chaos isn't actually the worst faction. Such is the clickbait. But they were definitely the lowest win rate. Bottom of the barrel win rate. Now, I did have a discussion with someone earlier that maybe I'm coming off a little too harsh about the faction. And there's a few things that are true with the Demons of Chaos. They skew hard. What are they good against? What are they like really good against? I think they do pretty well against any faction. They can Lord Snipe with Blue Fire. They have some really strong air control. And yeah, like they kind of wreck undead. They got some bloodletters to beat Cathay and stuff. They can beat dark elves. They're probably good versus ogres. So you're a faction that's really good at that. I do think there's a little bit too much overlap with Tzeentch. So like, for every faction that Demons of Chaos is good at, Tzeentch is probably just as good, if not better. So like, yeah, Demons of Chaos can beat ogres. So can Tzeentch. They can beat dark elves. So can Tzeentch, right? I think Tzeentch has a pretty good matchup into dark elves because of their blues and pinks being so strong against them. Same with vampire counts and so on. There's a few matchups where maybe Demons of Chaos are slightly better because they can run Seekers. But I feel like Tzeentch is kind of just better. But being compared to Tzeentch is not the worst. Tzeentch is also relatively low in rate though. I think Turin actually said they deserve to be there. I don't think Tzeentch deserves to be super low. But Demons of Chaos definitely have teeth. They indeed are not Skaven. Round 1. Yeah, they're not exactly Skaven. But I feel like there's just way too much overlap with Tzeentch. Oh, we're up against Seapod. Nice. I did declare my faction. No, I didn't. We're up against ogres. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You can see how we do here. They should be pretty good versus ogres. Oh, Slaanesh got to 56%? Dang. I might need to do 2 tournaments today. Maybe. We'll see. I want today to be the last day though. I want today to be the end of my suffering. All right. Let's take a look. Catching up with messages. All right. Gotta clickbait in this economy. You really do. Is today really the day? No, today's the day. I'm gonna play tournaments until I get there. But in theory, as long as I don't bomb this tournament, today should be the day. We are 1% off of becoming the #1 faction on Total Tavern. How much to get Skaven to #1? Too many games. Way too many games. Haunted Vale. Here we go. Pretty wide open map. So what? I'm against Ogies. Ogies are pretty chill. Yeah, top faction's only at 56%. Used to be way worse. Slaanesh was getting close to 70% at one point before the nerfs. Alright, so how does one defeat the Ogre Kingdoms? I think I have a build, actually. It would be nice to see Skaven have a better win rate. I think a lot of factions could have a better win rate. You want to see them all do well. But I can't do it for all of them. Much as I may wish to. So... yeah. How do we beat the ogres? I think this build's probably fine. Haunted Vale's kind of a sketchy map. Do I want no, one person said that Heart Seekers are good. Anyone here think Heart Seekers will do? Yeah, what if I just run into the Main Eater build though? What if I just get Main Eatered? We know the Rush build doesn't really work. This one though is probably a little bit better. I think yeah, this should be relatively fine. But yeah, I was chatting it up with the Demons of Chaos Enjoyer. And apparently Heart Seekers are not bad, which is why they're in the thumbnail. I'm gonna experiment with them a little bit. Carafter, you're more for faction variety streams. Yeah, this isn't something that I want to do all the time. I think it's fun to do every once in a while though. Like me getting Bretonia to be a top tier faction. I feel like it's fun to have like that goal. I honestly had a great time. But I'm not doing it again. I would need significantly more donations. I would we would do a tiered process, all right? Maybe I'll move a faction up like 1 or 2%. You know, bring them up a smidge. But when we're talking like 60 wins to get a faction to #1, I don't feel like playing another 60 games of one faction. Still looking for interesting campaign challenges. Not that actively looking. If you want to get me to try something out though, my ears are open. But as it stands, I still have to edit the first campaign challenge. We're kind of miles away. All right. So we're ready. We got Sipa. And the idea here is I have Pink Fire to bully his Noblar pigback riders, and blue fire to bully anything that's large. Maybe we Lord Snipe. Why don't you run Heart Seekers? I don't run them because they die way faster than Fiends, man. I feel like Fiends are way better than them. Fiends will do less damage. But like most people just wanna... Yeah, look at this. He has Buna. There's no reason. Like, I don't really want to bring Heart Seekers against that. That just sounds like suck. Thankfully for me, this guy's fairly snipeable. If we can get a snipe on his caster, I'm happy. Oh my gosh, those are Boglars. Hello, value. That's why we run Pinkfire. That's a very expensive unit. Almost just down the drain. From the get-go. We're gonna get some pretty decent value here. The fastest Nurglings alive are coming. So they're gonna try and catch those Boglars, actually. Every early pick I can get here is great. Pinkfire will do really well there. And then he does have a lead belcher, but that doesn't really... That doesn't really give me a lot of pause now, does it? So we just want to go hyper aggressive here. Maybe kill off a couple lead belchers. Hopefully rout off a bunch of his boys. And then we should be fine. Mad Lad does have a Buna. So we got to be a little careful about that. As long as I play keep away from his caster there, I'm pretty comfortable. Couple ogre bulls here. Not a big issue. I do have multiple sources of terror coming on in hot. So I'm not particularly worried with how well the Pinkfire is doing too. I feel like we're in a pretty good position. So there's the Buna. We knew that was gonna hit. Is it enough though? Is it enough to kill my guys? God, yeah, I don't know, man. The guy told me that Buna doesn't matter. Oh my gosh, I got so annihilated. I did kind of YOLO them though. Admittedly, it was a misplay on my end. Dude, that Buna hurts though. It hurts real bad. Value trading's kind of going the way of my opponent too. Oh, we got a few guys in the fight right now. Doing pretty well. If I can just full press them here, I think we might still be okay. I'm kind of getting kited though, which I do not very much appreciate. But with the Plague Bearers still doing good, I think we'll be okay. As long as the Plague Bearers keep on keeping on. Actually really don't like where this value trading is going right now. It could be significantly better for me. We're getting hard kited right now, which is not exactly a comfortable position to be in. Let's see here. Yeah, let's just do this. God, losing that Seekers is so bad. I don't know, man. I don't know. All right, let's man, that might have just thrown me the game, I'm not gonna lie. Just straight up just losing a full unit of seekers. Oh my gosh, it's terrible. Now we're gonna get the heart seekers here. There wasn't really much I could do. Now we're still pushing them back. And we're gonna clean up this mess. Far away from all of this business. The plague bearers continue to push. And we will see if the late game cleanup crew is enough. We still have festering stooges, which is nice. Looks like we're gonna get some solid routes here, right?
One of your units has been destroyed.
Even against a couple pigback riders. So don't call, we're not gonna call it quits just yet. A little bit of fire damage. A little bit of keeping my lord alive. All the good stuff. And as long as I don't eat a second Buna to the face, we may have a chance. Gorbad is actually a little exposed too, right? Most of his army's here. If we kill Gorbad, we're good. Dismember on my eternal entourage is a little rough, but not the end of the world. We'll be able to manage. Dude, he's dying to get that spell cast though. Is this gonna kill them?
One of your units has been destroyed.
I don't know, man. Like, if you're watching right now and you recommended Heartseekers, I don't know. Is there any way I can kill this caster before he just absolutely deletes my poor guys? Oh my gosh, bro. He's just zoning everything. Alright, now we're gonna capture 1 point. That's good. I literally can't get close to this guy, though. It feels so bad. It feels extraordinarily bad, man. Because there's no sniping him either, right? Maybe it's on me for not sniping him earlier. I think this wasn't a perfectly played game. I could have done way better. But I think Fiends would have just done me like a million times better here. 1,000,000 times. I think Fiends and Furies are just significantly better. Got random blood vultures over here too. Just bullying me. Can we pull value back though? I do have the capture point, which is nice. And a couple blood vultures are not a problem. See, did he really just get it? He got another dismember and the Buna. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. And it's a lore of death. Like, literally everyone can do this. There's no way. There's no way this is a good idea. Bro, oh my god. This game totally could have been won if I didn't bring these guys. This is the worst. This is the absolute worst feeling ever. Okay, well, they get a partial charge on the lead belchers. What to do? Bro, no, that's so bad. That's so bad. The unit gets dumpstered by magic. Fiends are like 10,000 times better. Oh my god, bro. Alright, I'm just sticking with Fiends for the rest of my life. That's the worst. That's the worst. And it's not like I can snipe this guy. If I spam blue fire, he's just gonna hide in the trees. This is definitely winnable for Demons of Chaos, though. If I didn't throw away 2,600 gold for free into his magic, it would have been a free win. Like, oh my god.
You have been bested. There is only
That's the worst. That's the worst. I'm never trusting anyone who advocates for this unit anymore. Oh my god, bro, that's so bad. That's so bad compared to Fiends. I gave him a shot. I gave him a shot. I think against anyone who uses the right magic, there's no way. Change the title. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, that's just hot garbage. I think if I just spam Furies and Fiends, we're totally fine. I had to give it a shot though, right? Demons of Chaos versus Ogre Kingdoms. I think we just totally cut these guys and go for a thing. All right, let me switch it up. Only I bluffed them with Flaming Sword, bro. I've never been more disappointed. Oh man. Let's see where they at. Yeah, this should just be way better. Let's see here. I think like maybe if it's Malkoth, the damage is slow enough, but let me switch it out and then we should be good. Hopefully I can rematch him. It felt like if I had done more Pink Fire Kite, we totally would have been fine. I was definitely just a little overzealous there. Such is the way of the first few games. Oh, Flesh Hounds would actually also be really good. I think we went Pinks, we went Flesh Hounds. Sipa's judging me for the Plague Bearers, but I think the Plague Bearers actually did great that game. They almost all paid for themselves. Are they better than Bloodletters? That's a little bit more questionable, but I think Plague Bearers are totally fine. And then we go for Flesh Hounds, Furies, and Seekers. Or I mean Fiends, all have great spell resist. And then we will go from there. When did Ogres have Lore of Death? Didn't they always have Lore of Death? Leonardo, hello. But yeah, as long as I win this tournament, I think we still get there. Though I have to win every game from here on out. But yeah, I'm going to try out Plague Bearers today. I want to see how they do. They're such a strange unit. They trade really well in melee, but they're very slow, so they get bullied by a lot. Frolickers Bubonic were okay that game. How do I want to do this? But this should definitely be very winnable for Demons of Chaos. I almost want to swap the Frolickers for more blues. The Stooges only felt okay. A little bit of an experimental choice. But yeah, I think we... Well, let's see. I have 1,300 left over. Is there a way to properly spend this? I can get a pink? No. I can get a... Let's see here. For 1,300. Oh, I can just get a Fiend. Oh, beautiful. You take the Noxbringer. I think Noxbringer is way too slow against Ogres. It's also really dodgeable. At the highest level, like if I'm playing against Sipa, I think a Noxbringer is pretty sus. Because as long as you stay on the move, you can just dodge. It would take most of its shots to drain the ammunition of lead belchers. I'd rather just go for a big push. It gives me a little bit more. It really tests my skill and less of my opponent's skill. And then I think if we do that, then we totally win this matchup. Like, I definitely just got like way too overzealous, and then I summoned some cavalry that did nothing. We solve that and we'll be totally fine. This feels significantly better. And then in the reserves, honestly, mass flesh hounds here is pretty good, right? Ogres don't really have anything for flesh hounds. I really don't see a world where Seekers do better than Fiends, though. Unless they specifically bring the wrong type of magic. Like, if they don't bring a counter. But almost everyone I'm going up against is bringing, like, Buna or Malkoths or what have you. But this feels pretty good. I just see that last little bit of oomph. We just need a smidge more oomph, and then I think we're there. Have you tried an SE squad? I have. They don't really do that well. I tried Beast of Nurgle. I tried Lord of Change. Let's see, what's the finishing touch to this build though? Because I feel like we already got our blue, all the blues, so I'm pretty happy there. But it really feels like we're missing out on like just that last little bit of oomph. More Furies? Vanilla Furies? Instead of Coronate Furies? But I've like never tried Vanilla Furies before. They lose out on the Frenzy. Which is pretty bad. Nope. Alright, we gotta do some adminning. We gotta get Daceberg. There's Swiss Point, and then we can move on to the next round. Dude, I'm so upset though with that loss. I really thought, you know what? Maybe the Seekers will do better. Like, obviously running them into Buna is a bad idea. But like, if all it takes to just completely never be able to take Seekers is the fact that they have Buna, I can't. I just can't. I know I'm gonna get messages too that are like, you're not doing it right. You gotta take like the right amount of Seekers. You gotta do X, Y, Z. But there's no way they're better than Fiends. Impossibility that they do better than Fiends. Simply bring a Beast of Nurgle. Alright. Alright, here we go. I think, yeah, I think we want the spell resist on the Furies, so I'm definitely gonna take marked Furies. Nurglings to capture points don't feel super great. You know, Shrieking Skyrays actually, I could see them doing okay against Ogres. Demons of Chaos versus Ogres. Simply don't play Demons of Chaos. The proest of strats. Alright, there we go. This is a much better build. All right. I feel like, what's a kinetic? You feel like if I always bring mass mobility, I'll always win due to my micro. Not exactly. I can definitely beat lower leveled players if with micro, because they tend to put their range units too far away from their protecting units. But like any player worth their salt is going to camp on top of their infantry with whatever skirmishers they have, and then the mobility build kinda doesn't really do much. All right, we're up against Martin. Martinus. Here you go. I'm Demons of Chaos. Please don't be a spooky faction. Oh, Grand Cathay. Okay. Not the end of the world. We beat Grand Cathay before, we can do it again, but he's gonna slowly develop builds against me. I'm hoping we only get one loss today and we get to number 1. Fingers crossed. Just play Slaanesh and lose games until... That's true. We can do a day as the... You can get Demons of Chaos to number 1 by playing the other factions. I'm not one that enjoys losing though. But that's pretty hilarious. Turn said in his tournament that I'd like his greenskin comp. I did. I like the mobility. I like the big single entities. I think it's fun. No Buna for Cathay. Oh, that's true. They only have Longma Riders and Onyx Crowmen. I'm sure Seekers are absolutely not going to throw the game, right? There's no way. There's no way. Although definitely I could... Okay, I could actually see Seekers being not the worst here because... By sheer numbers, you can countercharge the Crowman. All right, so up against Martin. You know what? Against Honest Crowman, if you can severely outnumber them, it's actually not the worst. Maybe I do actually want them here. Maybe we give them one more shot. The last game versus Martin's Cathay was crazy close, yeah. Because the death blob of Longmas and Crowman. It really kind of beat my Seekers. All right, you know what? I'll give him a second chance. On the road to redemption. Maybe we just ain't doing it right, right? There's a non-zero chance that I'm just kind of flubbing. The great thing about Seekers is that they're cheap. So you could take 4 Seekers for the price of 3 Fiends. And if you get the counter charge on the Longbuzz, it doesn't really matter that they're squishy. Because it's just going to kill them. So if I can manage that, then I guess we're probably fine. He bans Lost Temple. Let's play Dust Bowl. Big wide open map. If we see artillery, I should be able to just capture all the points and be fine. This should be, yeah, this should be a pretty fun build. Yeah, he's definitely cooking. He might cut the longmas entirely. But we're gonna give Seekers another shot. I think, obviously, against any faction that can just spam Buna, it's a little bit sketchier. Man, what if I do a cavalry overwhelm, though? What if I, like, spam out a bunch of cav at the start? And we just run them over? Worst case, they just kill one cav unit. You know what? Maybe I'm just not playing it right. Seekers are insanely cheap. The thing is, if I can just get a cheaper lord and actually have some infantry, then you kind of just have like a normal fighty build, right? Let's see, let's see. Yeah, you gotta do XYZ. Oh man, yo. We'll see, we'll see. Big redemption arc. I think I think last game I was just too tilted by my own misplays. We lock in with this game. If I win the next 5 matches, nothing else matters. We should be good. Like the whole one seeker at a time, right? That's just a big misplay. We need that quantity. If Martin doesn't bring infantry, he wins. Watch him bring the balloon build. Is someone mowing the lawn outside? Alright, take 2. Take 2 on the Seekerage. I have more Seekers than he can charge. This is kind of the old school way. Back when Seekers were super OP. You would take 4 of them. And then you'd be happy because... what are they gonna do? Kill one of them? Not a problem. I have a flamethrower. If he has infantry, he's screwed. If he has mobility, he's eating Melkots all game. And maybe getting rampaged. All in all... should be pretty rough. Yeah, that's right. No longmas for you. Final transmutation. Okay, this Lord Magistrate tech. Oh, he has Satang. The guy has Satang. Okay, that actually, you know, Seekers are actually better than Fiends against Satang. That's hilarious. Holy crap, he sucks. He has no penetration. He kills 1. Holy, Seekers are OP. In a world where people think you're taking Fiends, Seekers are freaking hilarious. I'm so sorry, Martin. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, no. The Mad Lad brought Satang. Alright, now we still have to not throw. But in theory here, your boy Satang does not get a lot done. Had I brought Fiends, or if he was sniping my Lord, it would be much worse. We're just gonna go for a nice little nifty infantry push. We want to stall the capture points. This army's not especially scary. I just gotta get in there with the bloodletters and I should be okay. Satang is getting a good amount of damage out. Is he gonna run out of ammo, however? I kind of like that he's shooting these guys because he doesn't get that much value per shot. Yeah, and the flamers are just gonna start working them, right? Got our boys coming in over here. Yeah, honestly, Satang is not that great. If he's just shooting the flamers all day, they're kind of up trading just by chilling here, right? I don't actually have to engage. We can make use of the fact that Grand Cathay has some of the worst recapture potential in the entire game. And just sit back and relax for a little bit. Satang's gonna use most of his ammunition to kill off these flamers. He will kill them though. But already at half ammunition for the price, I don't really know how much I like Satang here. I'm gonna pull away from the crossbows. We don't want them to do much. Unironically though, I'm just gonna resummon these guys so Satang has something to shoot at. And then we're just gonna sit back, get some free value. Satang's still shooting them. I think he's actually misplaying now. Guy has 14 arrows left. Alright, and now we make use of Grand Cathay's greatest weakness. The fact that they can't capture points at all. So just gonna get into position here. Oh, those are Jade Warrior crossbows. Do I really care about them though? And does Satang have enough ammunition to kill my lord? I guess that's a big question. A triple cap here would be great though. Yeah, he's still shooting the Eternal Entourage. Man, having no Seekers has never been more hilarious. Okay, so we're just gonna, yeah, potentially steal the point. Get some dogs in here. He really doesn't have the range, right? To punish me for this. He's gonna throw in a bit of a botched final transmutation if we can dodge it. There we go. Then we pull back. We just say, screw you. Should be worth it. We get a lot of tickets by doing this. And my opponent gets ever fewer tickets. So you know that's gonna be painful. Yeah. He's just not really securing this point, I feel. Satang is down most of his ammunition. I gotta be careful that I don't start down trading viciously here, though. But with the cavalry getting kind of out of position and a little bit of a gap forming, I feel like we should be in a relatively comfortable position. Just gotta make sure we don't get shotgun blasted here. There we go. Let's get that charge off. Yeah, that's gonna get our bloodletters all over that range. We are certainly very good at repositioning here. And I do fancy this little gap that has appeared on that line there. Seekers can get a lot of work done. Want to disengage so that they don't get murdered here. You gotta remember his stuff's on cooldown, right? So we should just be able, yeah, to pull back and enjoy the capture. Now Satang, of course, is still alive. But if we just can hold this for a decent amount of time, I'm pretty happy. Flamer shouldn't be able to get too much work done here. And then, of course, we have our rather devastating charges. Oh, never mind. Okay, let's not lose our lord for nothing. Jeez, they got shotgun blasted. Ouch, 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 ouch. Well, they're dead now. Ahem. Okay, mild misplays aside. This is still actually a pretty decent position for us. Now, it could have been better. Ouch, bro. That's a nasty final transmutation. Yeah, it could have been slightly better. Ever so slightly better. I'm gonna get army wiped. That's very bad. Oh my god, bro. I got shotgun blasted. Oh yeah, that's very bad. I took an absolutely atrocious fight. I took the worst fight ever, man. Oh god, that final transmutation. Bro, that killed everything. All right, now technically I do win on a 1-cap. So if somehow I can hold this 1 capture point, we may still have a chance here. His Lord's routing too, I guess. Never underestimate Grand Cathay's ability to be bad. You never know. Just don't let him retake that point. We're gonna drain the ammunition on Satang. We're gonna kill off this Croman over here. Everything will be totally fine. Everything will be great. Oh my god, he has enough ammo to kill him. Bro, the Lord Death? What am I doing? What am I doing, bro? I got totally army wiped. He's just gonna summon peasant horsemen and steal the point. Oh my god, today is a tragedy. Today's an absolute tragedy. I goobered 10,000 max gooberage. Oh my god, this wasn't the Seeker's fault this time. Oh, those are Jade Lancers too? You're kidding me. Alright, well, I can take some good fights against his cab. He's not going to capture this point anytime soon, so that's going to be quite nice. Okay, got a fairly nice Fury charge over here, right? There we go. So Jade Lance is taking some heat. Oh god, Satang's coming. Big boy Satang's on his way. Let's pull back. Oh my god, bro, I goobered so hard. Today's not the day. Oh my god, bro, I so mega goobered today. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm not gonna lie though. Well, I don't know. Nah, it wasn't the Seekers. I just misplayed. It's just a classic Anticity misplay. I got no excuses. Got my Lord massacred. Took an atrocious fight. Yeah, how much value do you get? Yeah, he got 2,200. He paid for himself. Shooting my Lord. Should have just fed him flamers all game, man. I didn't need to take that fight. I didn't need to get a triple cap or anything. I'm a fool. I'm a fool. Let the Jade Warrior crossbows just have the time of their lives. Oh my god, bro. Bro, is there any way I can scrap this back? Oh, there's no way. There's no way. He can throw units 24/7. I just goofed up like a mad lad. I just goofed. Any way I can pull in here? I have more Seekers, bro. Without the leadership, they just crumble so fast. To get any value? I need a scapegoat. Can I complain about Seekers? Oh, I'm so bad. Yeah, it's super over. He knows he wins on 2-cap. Yeah, it's GG. GG, well played. Dude, I goofed up so hard. I goofed up so hard. Oh my gosh. Seekers were okay. I think it wouldn't have made a big difference between Seekers or Fiends. He actually started with a lot of cavalry. I still don't like the Lord Magistrate. And honestly, if I just brought more Flamers in, we would have won. But I thought Seekers were OP. Not if your Lord is dead. Not if your Lord is dead. Had the Lord lived, they could have been a little bit better. I think the flanking could have been slightly better too, but... Start setting up the next tournament now. I might as well. Bro, this is so bad. That's so bad. Oh my gosh. Is there another tournament later today? No, alright. Oh my god. I've never goofballed so hard in my entire life, man. The throws. The throws times a million. Yeah, at least it teaches us to be a little bit more modest. At least that's the hope. Gonna need another 2 tournaments. If I win the next 2 games, it's 2-2. So it doesn't decrease the win rate by much at all. If I lose the next game though, it's, yeah, we're gonna need another tournament, but odds are unlikely. Oh my god, though. I mega goobered. I goobered so hard. Alright, let's just, oh my gosh. The worst part about Warhammer is you still have to play well. If you throw the game, you throw the game. There's not much to do about it. Oh my god. What a disaster. What a disaster day. Today was supposed to be the day. Tempting fate by saying I'm not gonna lose. It's true. Oh my god, bro. I haven't goobered this hard in a while, man. Oh man. I was like, I could take this fight. Whatever, man. It's just a simple fight. What a fool I was. What an absolute lunatic. Choking it at the final stretch. All right. When am I hosting this? What? 5 o'clock? 4:30? Let's go for 4:30. Oh my god, bro, that feels so terrible. It happens though, it happens. Let's see here. Bracket, let's refresh. Game. Oh, I'm gonna get a buy round, I swear. Game of the heart. They need a Swiss point. Can the Warriors of Chaos use demon units in multiplayer? Not a dumb question, but they can. All right. Especially because they can use them in campaign, right? But yeah, no, for multiplayer, CA made them into 2 distinct factions. Otherwise, they would have so many units. Their rosters would be crazy. I'm announcing the tournament. All right. tournament's hosted. If you want to sign up, it's starting in 3.5 hours. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, no, 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours, yes. Oh my god. Advance the Swiss. I'm gonna get a buy round. Oh, thank god I didn't get buy round. Okay, we're up against Daysburg. Yo, yo. I'm Demons of Chaos. Okay, you know, I might as well continue trying out Seekers, right? I dug this pit. I am going to sit in it now. We might as well finish the test before I never play this faction ever again. Okay, it's greenskins. All right. All right. So we got greenskins. Oh, it feels so bad. It feels so bad not power tripping. I'm vain. I'm vain. Oh my god, he bans Imperial Ambush. Alright, let's play Cave. Greenskins have Buna, feels good, man. Nah, they would never. They would never. They'd never run Buna. Oh my god. Alright. Here, let's go for a let's just go for a solid build. What's a good spell versus greenskins? The Demons of Chaos same time tomorrow? No, I'm winning this today. I set up another tournament. Today is the day, whether I like it or not. Oh my gosh, this bro. So end my suffering, please. Oh my god. Today's the last day I'm gonna hear people talk about Furuncle, man. Because I ain't playing Nurgle either. Oh man. The worst part about playing Demons of Chaos is everyone judges you for playing them too. Everyone has their own opinion about how Demons of Chaos are supposed to be played. I get messages from people 24/7. I got responses from 2 people today on Discord judging me for my Demons of Chaos play. Telling me like they know how to play Demons of Chaos. I want to see them bring them to #1. Am I salty? Yes. Am I actually mad at them? No, it's fine. I appreciate people trying to help. But am I salty? In some ways, yes. It would be better. I would be fine with it if I was winning, man. Oh my god, bro. I've lost all credibility. Oh my gosh. Alright, it's greenskins. Greenskins are not the worst. We're gonna give them a good old 1-2 punch. It'll be great. We'll give them just a solid double sucker punch. Demons of Chaos, pretty good at that. Maybe we'll see some black orcs, who knows. Maybe they'll have some Buna, but worst case, you can only cast Buna like what, 3 times? That's only like 3 out of my 4 Seekers. That's pretty chill. You're still the GOAT? Yeah, don't worry, I'm fine. Let's see here. Let's yeah, let's just do actually, you know what, let's do some of this action. Hell yeah. Now this is a build. Now this is a fun one. So we do this. Greenskins are pretty bad versus Flesh Hound, so that's pretty fun. Then we do a little bit of this. Man, I swear, I am actually gonna go insane if I keep doing this. Gonna do a little bit of this. And then, yeah, greenskin shouldn't really have much versus build. This should be a good one. And to see getting tilted like he's playing League. Man, I think honestly, if I had to psychoanalyze myself, I get way too comfortable when I win games. I get way too comfortable. As much as it's memed on, the overconfidence runs thick through my veins. I don't know how to get rid of it though. I'm aware it exists. But it's like, I've been doing well recently. I don't have to play it too hard. When you're playing Demons of Chaos, especially when apparently you don't know which units are good on the roster, then that's on me. It's on me. We gotta still play our hearts out. So here's the play. Lord sniping. And a solid infantry core. What's not to love? From here on out, for the rest of the day... Nah, I'm still gonna meme. I can't stop myself. We're still memeing. I'm gonna run... I'm running Seekers. Furies, they cook. I kind of have to though, right? I kind of have to just to know for sure. I can't really say that I gave them a fair shot, right? But I don't know. I feel like I can't just look at someone. I can't say that like Seekers are bad, but I've never really played with them a lot, right? The only way I can definitively prove myself and to other people that the unit's kind of jank is to go 0-4 in a tourney using only Seekers. I think that's the only way I can really justify it. But you know, like we're playing with a unit we haven't played around with for a while. So it makes sense that we may lose our first couple games. I know Lord sniping was also brought up. So that's why we're going for blue fire shenanigans this time around. We got some free gobos here that could use a killing. Nice. Seekers are almost useless. Yeah, but I gotta definitively prove it. I gotta definitively prove it. Or I build up enough confidence to just say, you know, I don't have to argue. I don't have to argue with people. But it is honestly something I should check out. In theory, they did not get nerfed that much. Lord Snipe goes pretty hard too. So I do kind of like that. Let's just park him over here. Let's get into position. I think I have to just play the playstyle a little bit more smart. And just not get too overzealous. Okay, actually, the Flesh Hounds didn't do very well on that flank fight. A little disappointing there. Blue fire shotgun, way too close to his lord. That's my B. They did nerf the blue fire shotgunning effect. But yeah, I'm just gonna chill. This is very similar, by the way, to that Cathay game. Man, dude, blue fire is such a weaker sniping tool now. But yeah, it's going to be very similar. We're just sitting back, relaxing, Getting a decent Lord sniping. Maybe I'll get that kind of pseudo Doom Bolt going. Anyone, if he's outside the circle, will that help the blue fire land a hit? I think they all hit trees. He dodged that very well. Well, good on my opponent. In the end, we do still have this capture point. And I don't need to take a dumb play like I did last time. What I will absolutely do, though, is summon in some Changebringers. I think Changebringers will be sick. Dude, this Lord Snipe sucks, though. His normal shot is actually getting a lot of damage, however. It does almost 400 damage. So I guess there's a little bit of that. Who needs blue fire when you can just normal attack him? I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of jokes. It's kind of jokes the damage I dishing out. And there's my little bolt ability. Hey, there we go. All right, we're gonna see him route. Come on, give me that route. Give me that route. And we take a fight here. It'll be sick. Blue fire just doesn't work at close range anymore, right? Oh yeah, dude, it sucks at close range. That's some hot garbage right there. Whatever, man. I'll take a generic Lord sniping him up. That seems like a decent turn of events. There you go. And then if we actually kill him, then they'll permanently get a leadership debuff. I think one more shot will do it. If this shot doesn't do it, I'm hitting him with the blue fire. Woo. There we go. All right, and we're good. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay, that is kind of jokes. Maybe I'm undervaluing this guy as just an annoying Lord Sniper. He's legitimately pretty funny when it comes to this Nibbity snipes. It felt like he was kind of a menace that the greenskins can deal with. Kind of understand why we see Arachnarok spiders when your Lord is not safe almost no matter what. So we're just gonna pull back over here, get a little blue fire, and then just get a hopefully decent cav charge. Cav charging. At least with the Lord sniping capabilities, I think I have been underrating them. I think I haven't been Lord sniping hard enough. Maybe even just using Final Transmutation could do. Oh crap, I lost my chain fingers, it's fine. With Seekers, I honestly don't see a big difference between them and Fiends. Other than the fact that they are a little bit riskier to bring. But maybe as a late game cleanup tool. They're pretty good. Because like with the advantage we have here, right? You can see how much pain and suffering they can dish out. Let's see the Eternal Entourage charging into some Black Orcs. You would want to see them do better than... You'd want to see them do better than Fiends. And right now, they're kind of taking some deeps from the Black Orcs. Yeah, I think Fiends are just better. Because Fiends will always... Fiends will always have the juice, right? Like they're just always going to be able to survive and dish out pain. Lord sniping capabilities are great though. I think this guy just using his normal attack to just spam onto their units is hilarious. And he has a barrier too, so he really just doesn't care about most forms of anti-kite. And blue fire is also helpful versus a lot of single entities, so I quite like this guy. We're gonna try out him a little bit more. And then we'll also just see how the Seekers do. Black Orcs here are kind of dishing out a little bit of pain. I don't think we have much pain and suffering. Also, yeah, going 2-2 is neutral. Because we don't lose in the semifinals, it's not as bad as one might expect. But yeah, the Seekers are doing all right. Let's see here. Let's see this charge into the Orc Boar boys. Getting the charge, they got quite a bit of damage. Is it better than Fiends? I don't know. We killed them pretty fast. Eternal Entourage are farming value. Okay, I think Seekers I would give them. I would rate Seekers as they're a higher bound value trading unit than Fiends. So if you want some of that inconsistent value, right? If you want a unit that might pull things back very hard, but might also die immediately if you're not careful, I think Seekers are the way. I think for the vast majority of people, Fiends are the far better option. But definitely a unit that is not like... Yeah, I would definitely still consider them. If we're being real here. If we're being salty, I don't think I like Seekers at all. I think Fiends are significantly more safe. But hot garbage tier, they are not. And this guy's sick. I like how cheap he is, and I like the Lord Snipe. It's kind of crazy that after so many days we still have stuff to experiment with Chaos Demons. Okay, let's get another Seeker back in action. Are these guys dying to pump wagons? They're actually dying to pump wagons? If not. Oh yeah, Heart Seekers make your Lord a little tankier. They have a... No, they give your Lord more damage. Melee attack on your Lord doesn't really matter that much though, because you're usually second charging. At least in most games that I would consider. I don't think that really does much, unfortunately. Yeah, really, it's just 14 melee attack, 20% more damage. That's pretty lackluster. But yeah, the cheap price on the Seekers is pretty nice. Okay, this is the true test. So if I just raw charge Seekers into Orc Boar Biggins, he gets a buff off. Okay, yeah, it's not even close, right? I guess it is a pretty nice buff. It is Fists of Gore. Get kind of traded evenly. Fiends would have also died though, so let's be real. It's not the cleanest test. Let's not be unfair here. But yeah. 14 melee attack is more than Alberic. I guess that is true. If Demons of Chaos had like a really good snipey Lord, maybe. Maybe with some cool snipey Lord shenanigans, it would get there. But basic blue fire caster I'll consider a lot more often. I do lose out on the terror, which I think is really important. But I save like almost 700 gold worth of value. That's quite a bit. Anyways, greenskins are down. And our path to redemption, it continues. I don't think they're taking this point. Unfortunately, goblins just don't really have a lot that they can do in terms of capture weight. Look at this guy though, 2k value. With just blue fire. He's pretty naked otherwise. That's not bad. Oh, it's true. Fiends have the debuff, so they can help out. That is certainly true. Fiends massively beat Orc Boy Big Guns. It's not even close. Well, he did cast Fists of Gork, so it's harder to tell. What are you guys saying? Seekers are bad? Are you guys saying Seekers are bad? It's not what I've heard. Okay, actually though, okay, maybe they're not bad. I do think Fiends, I think Fiends outclass them though, right? My Seekers this game did okay. On a pretty devastating victory, they did okay. I think similarly okay to Fiends. He didn't have Buna, so that definitely helped us out. If he had Buna, life would have been way worse. And Eternal Entourage did pretty good. I'd say it's okay. Chaos Demons versus greenskins. And we got our first win. Let's go. So now we don't have to worry about the buy round. We can hopefully pull it back. All right. They're not Hellstriders, bro. Nothing is Hellstriders. Except for maybe Knights Errant. Knights Errant are like, I feel like they're close to Hellstriders. Charix feels like they're overrated though, which surprises me. But I do trust Charix. Whole game was carried by Slaanesh. Nah, the Plague Bearers did okay. Plague Bearers and Bloodloaders, they were all right. Nothing crazy, but they were okay. Exalted Demonettes. I've tried Exalted Demonettes. They don't really do well compared to Seekers because cavalry charges will just run them over. It's very easy to bully Exalted Demonettes. Spell casting too. Some normal wind spells can give them a rough time. You love the insights between my salty thoughts and my honest thoughts? I'm happy to hear. Are pinks any good? Against things with no armor. So low armor factions like Vampire Coast, Vampire Counts, pinks will generally pay for themselves. But if they're shooting even at like a Rotting Leviathan all game, it's pretty bad. Basically treat them like a low range archer unit. And you're kind of set. The biggest problem with them though is their price. At 700, they cost as much as like a Lothran Sea Guard. And they don't have nearly the ammunition or punching power that those types of units have. Burning Chariots are okay, but I think they're superseded by Changebringers. Bet on Charix. The only guy to beat me in a best of 9, yeah. If Charix, and he plays better Bretonia than me. So if he says that Knights Errant are overrated, I'm gonna believe him, man. That means Knights of the Realm are probably more cost efficient. In a way that I don't fully understand yet. Charx is the only guy. Unless it's Danican talking about Dark Elves or something. But otherwise, Charx is the only guy that I will just take his word at face value. Without really feeling the need to investigate that much more. He's terrifying, man. Any chance of a Corn Soul Grinder, or is it the worst one? Yeah, Soul Grinder of Corn's the worst one. It has its range attack is too janky, so you basically just ignore it, which means you just look at its melee stats. And its melee stats are like pretty bad. Nurgle Soul Grinder is already close enough melee stat wise. Same with the Zinch Soul Grinder. So you basically have a Nurgle or Zinch Grinder without a ranged attack. But also they're just kind of squishy. 8,000 HP is quite low, sadly. Is the Corn one worse than the Slaanesh one? I think so. Slaanesh one at least has anti-large. So it'll really do a lot of damage. And it has Soporific Musk. Corn Soul Grinder has fire damage. Which is the worst buff. But it does add a 50% damage multiplier to buildings. So I guess there is a mild benefit there. I'm shocked it doesn't have Frenzy. Oh yeah, it has no Frenzy. It just has a really janky range attack. I don't know if it shoots in melee. If it did, that would be sick, but... Anyways, all the Soul Grinders are kind of overpriced in the end. Is Charix a Falcon of today? Not quite. They call Falcon the Dark Lord for a reason. He was almost untouchable by all other players. And myself against Charix, like Charix will lose more than Falcon did. I think the skill level of everyone is higher, of course. But, yeah. I think in terms of skill gap, Falcon was much stronger than many of the other players for his time. Aren't you the Dark Lord? Partially, but we meme a lot here. And we throw a lot. Like, I'm very beatable. But yeah, I think I think like me playing at my best, I'm pretty spooky, right? But like in a lot of best of threes, you know, there's a lot of players that can go 1 and 2 against me in a best of 3. So I'd say like, you know, not quite the same level. Is there a chance that we'll have a miracle? Is there some miracle that would make me get to the top 4 with 2 wins? The odds are extremely unlikely, but you never know. Scrambled Egg Special has more opponent points. Oh my god. Yeah, because he lost to Ezer. Oh, today is a terrible day. But yeah, so the thing about the grand finals, like the Total Tavern grand finals, I go super try hard for those. So I make sure I have good sleep. I make sure that I'm practicing a lot before the tournament. I think the difference between me there and me on like your average Warhammer day is pretty crazy. What's the top dog faction right now? Apparently ogres. But I think we have a few top dogs, like ogres, Slaanesh, Norska. They're all very scary. Oh yeah, we did pull back 1 win for Demons of Chaos. That's good. I accidentally brought them back down to a 54% win rate. And with Sipa playing ogres, he's gonna bring up their win rate. He's screwing us over. But alright. The strongest player in Warhammer history versus the strongest player of today. I think the skill difference. Well, actually, I would say the skill level of players kind of peaked at around Falcon's time. I think it kind of peaked then. So like Falcon's micro is pretty top notch, unless I'm just misremembering. But domination is much more of a tactics game than a micro game. So you have a lot fewer people super hard pushing for the micro side of things. So I could see if it was a land battle, I could totally see Falcon crushing it. Though I'm pretty sure the top land battle players today are terrifying. Yeah, Falcon would meme a lot too. He's quite good at it. He didn't play all the factions though, which does make the job a little bit easier in terms of memeing. But regardless, he was still terrifying. Absolutely. But yeah, usually, you know, like way back in the day, like Warhammer 1, Aerocrastic was one of the top players. But the skill level was still climbing there. So when every once in a while, when he'd come back, he was still like an A-list player. But he was never like the top dog anymore after coming back and playing a bit. Nowadays though, so I had one of the people that I coached come back, and they were pretty good. They were like solid A-list player, I would say. And they came back and they just won a tournament. So I think there's definitely a lot of stagnation going on there in terms of like peak micro, with only really Charix pushing for it, really pushing the bounds of the Cav strats, and mostly the consistency. Dang, that consistency. You think I need 17 more wins? Oh, that has to be off. There's no way. I've increased the percentage by 2% in one tournament day. So, and that's only 6 wins. Considering we're only like 2% off, I don't think 17 wins is the correct number. There could also be some rounding issues, right? You reckon Void Lols is still playing competitively under a different name? If they are, they're not causing the same issues that they used to be. And usually, it's pretty easy to tell. At least people will start talking when you see a Smurf account, because it's very uncommon for a random new player to enter the scene and they just start crushing it, you know? Or they just have the micro of the gods. Usually that takes at least a handful of months to pull off. So if we see like a void lulls return, it's usually like people will start whispering at least, and with no whispers going around, I'm a little skeptical. I feel like they'd also play land battle anyways. To get Demons of Chaos to 57% win rate, the math is 17. Oh, well, yeah, that's to get them to 57. We don't need to get them to 57, man. We just need them to be higher than Ogre Kingdoms. Ogre Kingdoms are on the cusp right now. They're kind of bouncing around. Although, with Sipa playing this tournament, he's probably going to elevate them way too high. And then we actually would need to get to 57. But right now, Ogre Kingdoms, if you do the math, I think they would be at 50... They're actually at like 55.5%. And Total Taverns rounding it up to 56. It's why they were at 55% for a brief second at the end of my last tournament. There's also a non-zero chance that someone plays Ogre Kingdoms. There's a non-zero chance, you know, somebody, some hero, some hero of the chat signs up for the tournament. You know, you want to like get into multiplayer for the first time, and you're like, you know what? I really feel like playing Ogre Kingdoms for some odd reason. You sign up, you get dumpstered because this is your first tournament, and you're like, you know, I had a great time. If some hero wants to go through that experience, I won't say that I will stop you. Watch them just win, because Ogre Kingdoms are just that strong. They just get like 3 wins, 1 loss, and they're like, wow, that was very fun. Please not like this. Round 4. Sorry. About round 3. We got a round 4. And we're up against Daceberg again. Oop. Up again. Alright, well. You know, Daceberg's been playing a lot recently. We're just kind of farming the poor guy. Chinese players came into the Warhammer scene. When I did see them come in, they were good, but they weren't like, at least as I remember, I don't think they were like mind-blowing. But they were definitely pretty good. I think they had some spicy builds. But I don't think they were like crushing it. Unless I'm misremembering. I wasn't like, I remember watching Turin cast a few games, but that's about it. I'll ban what? Rifts at World's Edge, Borderlow Landing. I'll ban Landing. We either play on a Ragnarok Lair or a Rift at World's Edge. The True Bretonian was a beast for a bit, coming from Korea or something. It's currently at 11. 11 wins, assuming that you don't lose any matches and Ogre Kingdoms don't win anymore. Pfft, dang, that's kind of rough. That's kind of spice. Alright, we'll see. Each win on Ogre Kingdoms makes it significantly harder for me, but we'll be close though. We'll be really close. All right, let's test this out. I'm going to be playing around with a unit that I really haven't used much before. So I'm quite interested to see how this one pans out. Here we go. Why are ogres so unpopular? I think it's because they're really strong. And I find that people tend to stray away from these like ultra powerhouse factions. They just don't really yeah, and they don't really have like a huge appeal, I feel. Like a lot of people like Nurgle. But like ogres are like kind of figured out. You basically go the same build every game. And then that's it, right? Like it's not exactly like a fun experimental faction. So, yeah. Wait, they're hard to play? Really? I thought ogres were like the easiest faction ever. You stack your pigback riders on your bulls and then you just rush in. Then again, looking at new players, it is understandable that like even things that I find basic are difficult. Ready, good luck, have fun. All right, so obviously I'm memeing a little bit. But the other unit that was brought up were Heartseekers. So these guys have Soul Scent. They can get upwards of like a lot more, upwards of a lot more armor piercing damage if units nearby are low on leadership. Which is something the greenskins are naturally prone to be having done. So the idea is simple. Rush in with plague bearers and then micro these guys and then just kill everything. Really? Mid-level ogres are not that simple? Really? Alright. If you say so. Yeah, so there's a giant river troll hag. But this is the funny thing. This is the funny thing about Tzeentch shenanigans, right? If Heartseekers do good without magic killing them, what if I just kill the spellcaster? Because Tzeentch magic has a lot of ways to bully spellcasters. They have even ways to silence these guys. Oh crap. They also have ways to rampage your lord into their death. Now, I have a plan. And it's called just sacrifice your Heartseekers now to try and save your lord. He did cast a Spirit Leech on my lord, which is actually, I feel, kind of like a waste of magic. Because he doesn't get a Buna on these guys. Did they seriously take half HP from the Boar Boys?
The enemy has slain our lord.
Alright, it's fine. I don't need the lord. Alright, get in there. I forgot this guy had Rampage. But hey, you can't Rampage my Heartseekers now. Look at him go! Look at him go! They're doing great. Today's a rough day. Today's really not my day. Hey, they're getting buffed though. Boar Boys are trying to make a run for it. But there is no escape. There is no escape to the might of the Heartseekers. They're gonna get a pretty solid charge over there on the Boar Boys. I'll just resummon my lord, it's fine. We can pretty easily outmaneuver these Boar Boys too. Now remember, this is 1400 gold cavalry. They are expensive AF. But it looks like their leadership's slightly better than normal Seekers. At least the holding's slightly better. I guess that's relatively nice. They definitely mulch the Boar Boys pretty bad. Are they at all paying for themselves though? One of them gets the fungi, which is not exactly the prettiest thing in the world. I need to get my lord back ASAP, man. My leadership's about to fall apart. All right, he's back. Plague bearers are doing okay. He summons in the wolf riders for my furies. We'll just fly away and recharge. Dude, these are the worst. These are the worst. Bro. Dude, the Heartseekers were garbage. They were garbage. They're dying to boar boys. Literal, it's just Pigtonia, man. Oh my god, they all died. Alright, now here's the thing. I still have Plague Bearers. I can still scrap back a game, but I would say Heartseekers were, yeah, they were very disappointing. Disappointing on a multitude of levels. That was sad. That was so sad. I don't know if they did anything, man. That Blue Fire also didn't do anything. They like kind of half traded and then that was it. Very disappointing. Thankfully, my Plague Bearers are still pretty chonky. I suspect they'll be able to get a lot of work done. Spirit Leech shouldn't do too much versus my Lord either. And I can still use some Fleshhound Plague to pull it back. Oh, let's not get Rampage again. That would be suicidal. And yeah, I'm just gonna make use of my Plague Bearers here. And maybe just some light Lord sniping action with some Fleshhounds. We know the Fleshhounds are good. Really? He ranges me there? At least he doesn't really have a counterplay, right? He shouldn't be able to counterpunch my poor Lordy here. Plague Bearers are still grinding. They are surprisingly hard to kill, them Plague Bearers. And yeah, Lord's doing great. Fleshhounds died to these Spider Riders. And then, yeah, we'll just cast another little spell over there. But I'm going to be mostly using my mobility here. And infantry advantage to try and pull a lead. Definitely got to stabilize the leadership of my Plague Bearers here. If we do that, I think we may be able to possibly pull back here. I am rather amazed by the holding power of Plague Bearers. 41 melee defense. It's not even that much. But they're just really good at holding the line for infinity. There's a Tormentor Sword. This guy shouldn't do much damage versus my Lord, though. And a Fanatic Volley only clips a Plague Bearers, thankfully, so that's pretty good. You know, I feel like Plague Bearers, if there's one unit that I underrated earlier, it's definitely the Humble Plague Bearer. These guys are kind of clutch. Look at them. My Lord was dead. They're fighting Black Orcs, and they're surviving. If you're not impressed, I don't know what will. I don't know what'll impress you because these guys are kind of clutch. Got to deal with a lot of pump wagons though. Let's yeah, charge them squigs. My mobility front could be a little better. Fury charge will help, certainly. I don't want to get countercharged by the wolf riders here. But as long as we can keep the grind up, I'm happy. There you go. Lord's nice and occupied now. Let's just really make sure these pump wagons don't cause me too many issues. One nasty charge on my Furies and we could be done for here, so we must be extraordinarily careful. He's gonna rampage my Lord, I think. Though I have enough mobility, I think we'll be okay. Second Lord snipe should not be an issue. Oh, geez. Okay, so there's some elite cavalry coming on in now. Gonna need to pull back. Gotta escape with my lord. I should really be using this vanguard point too. All right. We'll hit up the archer boys. Oh, and netted. Yo, can this guy escape? You're scaring me. You're scaring me, a little dude. I'm kind of getting terrified by the fact that you have no mass. It would be really nice if you could move. Oh man, I might lose this game. Now, those are just normal orc boar boys, not a big deal. He's gonna die. He's gonna die to a bum wagon surround. Holy crap, my opponent's a god. Lord Throne number 2. Today's not my day. Today's really not my day today. Bro. Okay, yeah, he has no mass. Rule of thumb, keep him in the air. Heartseekers suck though. I think the Heartseekers were garbage. I can finally say that I played with them and they did nothing. They did actually nothing. For some fairly good engagements, they were terrible. Oh my god, dude, yeah. The Plague Bearers were clutch. Bro, Seekers and Heartseekers though are so bad. Oh my gosh. I played badly too though, throwing my lord in the late game. She well played. Today was a terrible day. Oh my god. Bro, all right. Yeah, no, we're going back to our standard playstyle. Bro, take a look at these guys. I was taking good engagements with them. They didn't even get Bunad. They didn't even get Bunad, man. Holy crap. One of them got Rampage, sure, but it's like really unimpressive compared to Fiends. Because Fiends don't die. Oh my god. Yeah, they got 50. Yeah, because they cost 1,400. Oh my god. Oh man, they're so bad. They're so bad. I think if you're playing Demons of Chaos, just run Fiends. Okay, let's go over the viable units for Demons of Chaos. Get me out of this lobby. I said get me out. Oh my god, bro. I think these are the viable units. So you go for Fiends. You go Plague Bearers, Bloodletters, Blues. I think Changebringers are there. Noxbringer is good. Fleshhound situationally good. All the Fury types. I think that's basically it, right? Noxbringer is just a better Hellforge Bellows. Oh my god, yeah. 1 in 3. Either today is not my day, or Seekers and Seekers and Heartseekers are really bad. Because today was the I've been playing Demons of Chaos a lot recently, and I haven't had it this rough. I've definitely been making more misplays than usual, but like I really felt weaker today. Something's up, man. Something's definitely up. Maybe a combination of both. But I think this is more or less your viable roster as Demons of Chaos. Is there anything else I'm missing here? In terms of like the units that you really want to be spamming, I think it's just this. There's like some niche stuff, yeah. So like you have ROR Nurglings as a niche. Plague Toads are like a weird niche. You have Shrieking Skyrays. They're very niche. Also, your mileage will vary depending on who you're playing against. But yeah. think that's it. I think that's like the whole roster. You do think Seekers and Heart Seekers are good on the Slaanesh roster? Okay, Rogue AI. I don't know what to say, man. Okay, let's phrase it as, are they better than Fiends? Let's phrase it as, are they better than Fiends? Do you feel like they are better than Fiends on the Slaanesh roster? I would highly dispute any argument you make. You want to play a Slaanesh 1v1 while we wait? You want to do a Slaanesh 1v1 where you run Seekers and Heart Seekers and I run Fiends? Maybe in the mirror it'd actually be not bad running the Seekers. Oh crap, I misreported. Oh my god, I accidentally. Oh wait, no, it's reported. We're good. Woo, close call. What about Pink's Flamers' niche? Oh yeah, I guess Pinks and Flamers. I think Exalted Flamer has a weird place. Normal Flamers, less so. I think they're a fun unit, but I think you'd be better off taking these guys. There's like some Hellforge Bellows action. Somewhat matchup dependent. Heartseekers have... Okay, so what matchup? And what can you do with Heartseekers that you can't do with Fiends? Let me actually test. So let's say you're playing against Vampire Coast. Because like I know if you make a mistake that they'll do badly, but I haven't ever played well enough with them in theory. I haven't played well enough with them to be like, oh yeah, I really see how if I played this really well that they do better. But let's see. Because like I feel like Heartseekers are a glass cannon and Fiends are just a cannon, you know. But let's see. Let's see. I'm seeing a lot of hot takes though from a lot of people that aren't getting Demons of Chaos to #1. Not that I'm exactly doing it either, but I feel like I've pushed them further than most people. I want to see people put their money where their mouth is, okay? From here on out, the only proof I will accept is if someone starts winning with Chaos Demons harder than I do. You know, I think that's a safe bet. You know what? Dang, look at that. They actually do a lot of damage versus Rotting Prometheans. They die at the same pace as Fiends, but they actually do kill them. You know, I'll give them that. That's actually not the worst. It's a rather significant damage difference. New Rotting Promethean tech, actually. That's actually not bad. That's actually not bad. If you rear charge them, you don't get Devastating Flanker, right? Every faction without Fiends would take Seekers in a heartbeat. I think they would, but then people would start hard countering them. Alright, so they do more damage than Fiends. At least in that long, grindy type situation. Let's see a rear charge. Hey, you know what? I'll give them that. I might actually unironically use them against crabs. They do take a little bit of damage, but it's basically the same as Fiends. Alright. Maybe I'll sub them in against Coast. That's actually a pretty significant difference. What's the difference that they're making? Just the melee attack? Just that one big push for melee attack? Is it soul sent? Maybe just the higher entity count? Weird. We might need more sign-ups, so we'll see. We'll see. Check-ins are they open? No, check-ins haven't started yet. Usually there's a good number of sign-ups that come in with check-ins. 1-3. I think today might not be the day. Yeah, today might not be the day. I think technically even if I win all my matches in the next tournament, we only get to like top 3 faction maybe. That's not very pretty. Not very pretty at all. Fiends are better early game, Seekers are better late game. Like after they used all their magic. Demons of Chaos versus Vampire Coast. So there is reason to bring in a Seeker. I feel like with Melkoths on the field, it's still a little sketchy. But you can't write off the damage that they do back to Rotting Prometheans. Because they'll actually outduel them in a 1v1 situation without needing to melee attack boost the Fiends. Which is admittedly mildly impressive. Alright, new rule though. New rule though. If you think you can get Demons of Chaos to a higher win rate, I beseech you to play them and to win some tournaments with them. Because honestly, it's been a lonely road. I won my Bretonia tournament run because of Charks. But I don't have anyone actually showing how to play Demons of Chaos, right? Everyone who used to play them isn't playing them anymore. So like Rogue AI, you know, like if you feel like you can do it better, just play them, man. Just play them, because I honestly need to see how it's done. Why is Locus of Conjuration restricted? Because Charin banned it. You'd rather gargle a cactus? Well, you're also not making takes about Demons of Chaos, so fine is fine. Oh yeah, I didn't show the meme of the day. We got a meme of the day. Yeah, there we go. How it feels playing Demons of Chaos. Uncle for Uncle in the background is you guys asking me to Anticity. Are you running Uncle for Uncle yet? No. No, we are not. Alright, how many people have 3 wins? I wasn't even close. Yeah, we don't even have 2 wins. All right, we can advance to top 4 though. Oh my god, what a rough day. Today was a terrible day. But we'll have another tournament. We'll have another tourney. Soon enough. Top 4 up. Ezer at Renataki. At a lovely Batmare at Sipa. Casting the Ezer versus Renet game. Yo yo. Spec slot, please. Alright, let's get there. Challenge is sucking my soul. It really is. After this challenge, I'm going to get Ogre Kingdoms to like a 70% win rate. That's the new goal afterwards. Although Ogre Kingdoms also have a lot of bad matchups. I kind of want to just play a kite faction. Like, I want to play just Wood Elves or something. Just play like a powerhouse faction for a bit, get some tourney wins. Oh. Alright, let's cast Renataki's game. At the very least, if I can win the next tournament. If I can win the next tournament and then win tomorrow, we'll still be fine. Wood Elves to 90%. Skaven next? No, never. I'm not going back, man. I'm doing the variety pack of the best factions. Alright, for now though, let's just enjoy these games. Let's just enjoy the games. Alright. Next win rate to pump his greenskins, right? It's Orktober. I'm going to play all the factions that I've been missing. We're gonna do the Total Tavern Grand Finals practice streak, okay? Because you know it's got to be coming soon. Either that or Turin is waiting for the patch. Maybe he's not feeling up for a Grand Finals, or he's waiting for a release date for 7.0, the great DLC patch. We'll see. We'll see. Regardless, I should definitely get back in shape with my top factions. I actually kind of want to play Vampire Coast. All right, here we go. Oh crap, did I accidentally goof up? Did I accidentally goof up some adminning? It's a little too late to do now, but... Suga. Oh wait, no. All right, there we go. We're good. DLC's coming October 2026. Yeah, when is that DLC announcement coming? CA's taking their sweet time. All right, let's get this win rate off. It's embarrassing, man. It's embarrassing. I don't want to look at it anymore. All right. Call me vain, and you'd be correct. Okay, I'd rather be called vain than leave that up. Oh, it feels so bad. This is what Turin felt when he played Skaven that one time in a tournament. That was one of the only times I really heard Turin suffering. When he played Skaven and he like lost like all his games in a row, and he's like, I'm never playing Skaven again. Is this what pain feels like? Oh my god, it feels extraordinarily bad. I want to puke. I'm Batman. Theoretically, it's coming this month. In theory. Turin was immediately thinking of what other factions he'd play after game one. Oh boy, that's rough. Alright, anyways. I should be able to get Chaos Demons relatively close. I should... if I really lock in, you know, I'm just gonna stop experimenting. We'll go for the final push and then I'll be happy. Huh. Just need to unlock new tech for Skaven. Dude, they've been played so much before. If I discover new tech, that would be pretty crazy. Though Trizic did discover actual new tech for Demons of Chaos, which is kind of hype. Bring back the power couple, yeah. I did so much better running my older builds. Experimenting with these, like, Heart Seekers and such. I'm sure there's situations where they do good. But we can at least say that they don't fit into my playstyle. They're just not really cooking. Maybe if you like spam blues or pinks, but I'm not about to learn a new Demons of Chaos playstyle just for that. Also, Satang is like weirdly hard to deal with as Demons of Chaos. I think if you just Bloodletter Rush Cathay though, you'll probably be fine. But he's really annoying. Just sniping all your lords and such. Time to show them. No, it's okay. I'll let someone else show me, you know? Let's leave it for the next generation to show me how it's done, you know? I invite all of you guys. You know, I always get comments about all the mistakes I'm making. We'll leave it to the audience to prove me wrong. And you know, it's happened before. Charix showed that Bretonia is actually a meta faction. If Charix can do it, I'm sure you guys can too. Now, I'm not gonna say Charix played Skaven. The man played Skaven. Probably the best player in the world. Tried to make him work. And he gave up. But surely, there's something hidden for Skaven, right? Absolutely. Skaven are an exercise for the viewer? No. If Charix can't do it, no one can, alright? The dumpster tier. Skaven are the worst. I haven't seen a single player play them who hasn't said that they're the worst immediately after. Except for maybe Charix, but he's a god. I get that you want to do meta stuff, but maybe Tzeentch, a lot of unexplored stuff. Dude, Tzeentch is just Demons of Chaos. There is unexplored stuff though, especially with the Changeling. But they're just Demons of Chaos. It's a faction with mostly garbage and a few hidden gems that I'm sure people haven't played with. But they're just Demons of Chaos. They got some Lord Snipe. They got some blues and pinks and some pretty average infantry. Yeah, nah, I don't think so, man. I don't think so. Skaven new meta, no rat build. Yo, that'd be hype. Demons of Chaos with even worse cav. Well, they do have the 2 chariot guys, and they do have the Centaurs. Centaurs of Tzeentch are pretty hype. They, I would rank them better than Seekers, worse than Fiends. But they're not the worst. You got the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. They actually have some armored cav, but they have no cheap cavalry, right? Yeah, it's just Demons of Chaos all over again. Stop telling me to play Demons of Chaos. I'm done. Oh, they do have Kairos though. He's hype. Also, if Locus of Conjuration wasn't banned, I would totally be running Final Transmutation spam builds, but Unfortunately, it's probably a little too strong right now. It would probably be quite disgusting if we didn't ban it. Like, 2 final transmutations back to back immediately at the start of the game, overcast, is kind of crazy. It's kind of bonkers. But anyways, let's just enjoy some games. We got some Morngulls. We got some zombie pirates. I just want this challenge to be done, though. I just want it to be over. If Turn hosts a tournament today, if Turn hosts a late night tournament, I'll play it. I'll stream 3 tournaments, man. Dare him. Anyways, only 2 crabs. So this is a mortar build versus the Bretonian archer spam. The win condition in a game between Vampire Coast and Bretonia is in the archers. The infantry don't trade very well into zombies. Nothing really trades well into deckhands. They actually have fairly decent stats, high damage, and ludicrous HP. Along with effectively being unbreakable. They're quite nice. But they will fall to some high DPS. Bretonia, on the other hand, they just want to keep these guys alive. And that means sometimes using cavalry to dive the mortars. That means sometimes dodging like a mad lad. We'll see. The legendary 24-hour stream until the challenge is beaten. Just host a 3rd tournament. Oh my gosh. You're casting? Yeah, we're casting. Don't ask what my score was. What tips could you give to a Lizardman player new to multiplayer? If you're new to multiplayer, my general tip is don't take too much ranged. At most, take 1 or 2 salamanders, and that's it. The rest should be melee stuff. Or basically melee, like pseudo melee, like javelin skinks. That's the most common mistake I see multiplayer people take, is they take too much range and they take too many spells on their heroes and lords. And then they just have nothing to defend their archers and they get run over. I think as soon as you get that down pat, there's a lot more nuances too. But it always starts with the build. If you have a bad build, it's gonna be sus. Now mortars are missing quite a bit, despite having silver chevrons. Still a little sus on that front. I honestly don't know how I feel about the whole silver chevron meta for Vampire Coast. I personally feel like it's kind of a fad, but it's been sticking around for quite some time. But it does mean that you are spending like almost 2,000 gold on this. And the Bretonians are just going to capture the point. A little sus, but given it enough time, I'm sure they will pay for themselves. He's looking for about 900 gold on the mortars, or potentially causing a lot of routes. They do have a leadership debuff, just by being hit by artillery. It's a solid -8, which is pretty spooky. Especially against low leadership peasant bowmen. I don't think they have a knight nearby either. No, they do. Is that the Grail Relique?
Take it back.
No? Where's the knight? Does Raponce count as a knight? Okay, yeah, Raponce counts as a knight. So the leadership's actually doing quite well. Can't say the mortars aren't getting a lot of value, though. And hell, if they kill off all the archers, I guess Vampire Coast can comfortably push, right? Look at that. Big archer destruction. So there's Tide Call. Yeah, chevrons are for accuracy. There's a lot of testing that people did. And when you give mortars a ton of chevrons, they become accurate enough to shoot non-moving targets. Technically dodgeable though, but very hard to do when they're just constantly firing away at you. So I would say it's definitely worth it, right? Makes it so the archers can't fire. But it is technically dodgeable. I think the end point of this meta is you're gonna have extremely high level players just dodging the mortars all game and then capturing 2 points and being happy. But I'm ready to be proven wrong. This is kind of new space here. Big misplay though from Ezer. Our Bretonnian player has decided to sack a Pegasus Knight and a very smart dismount from Renataki. Gets them away from the mortars. Make sure damage is not too high. And they'll just remount and continue to shoot. That's a almost 1,000 gold loss on these Pegasus Knights if they full die here. Which is pretty bad, but at least tickets are slowly being built up. Seeing a little bit of a chevron formation here on these spearmen. Is that intentional? I feel like they might just get tide called, so I lost just itching for it. But none just yet. A little bit of a slow game. Good dog summon though. Renataki's playing this pretty well. And not playing late to the party. Yeah, we lost. Don't ask about it. We're gonna play another tournament. But yeah, you know, we're seeing a little bit of a Pegasus Knight chase off. Will it succeed though? I think the dogs are just barely in range. Dang, look at that. Very high value play from Renataki. I think overall they're playing it well. And it's very likely they'll be able to take out the middle. Bretonnian infantry don't have that much capture weight. At least the more expendable variants. So they're kind of just stuck using men-at-arm polearms for capture weight. And they died to tide call very fast. So I'm a little worried. Sure, the archers are getting some pretty decent poke. But the Vampire Coast value is definitely in the advantage of Coast. Very slow matchup. Some shots are fired. Another peasant bowman. Bites the dust. Kind of surprised we don't see deck gunners though. I feel like deck gunners are just better chevron mortars. I don't think there's a huge counter to them either. But I guess they don't give the same leadership debuff, right? In this build at least. I feel like they're kind of missed. Bretonia's just chilling too. Holding their ground. They're just tanking the shots of the mortars. Not even a lot of dodging really. You can hold spacebar to see who's being targeted. But he's just opting to get a little bit of archer volleys on him. Vampire Coast has now pulled the trigger. At 2,000 gold advantage, their army is actually the same as the Bretonnian army now, in theory. Because the mortars have made back their value. 900 gold there. 700 gold there. So in theory, this fight should be advantage for Vampire Coast. Their army size is the same and they have mortars. But this is a pretty spooky Bretonnian force. There was a little bit of crumbling on some high priority targets. And the Rotting Prometheans don't have a lot to do. But I do sense a rather dramatic lack of armor piercing damage on this Bretonnian roster. They basically only have the champions of Quenelle. Nothing else really, right? They have nothing else other than these guys, and they've already taken a pretty decent amount of damage trying to disengage from the Rotting Prometheans. Silostra is going to be an absolute menace too. Knights Errant have been summoned, and they immediately catch the champions who don't have magic damage, by the way. Looking a little sus on that front. Over on the far side, mortars are still hammering some idle infantry units. And it looks like Ezra's formation is going to be falling apart rather quickly. Middle point gets captured. Seeing some routes, a really rough mosh pit. Massive wind call, tide call. Wind blast and tide call. Getting them mixed up, and there's the terror routing. Looking pretty bad for the forces of Bretonnia. Vampire Coast played it very patiently. And the Bretonnian forces just really don't have tools to kill this without their archers. Also, yes, we went 1 and 3. We went 1 and 3. All right, you know, I should just bring it back up. was getting ready for the next tourney. There, now people don't have to ask anymore. It was a mistake. I should have left it up. But yeah, this is looking pretty bad for Petunia. Lamprey's Revenge is just an absolute menace, right? They ain't dying anytime soon.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Seeing more cavalry getting sacrificed to the mortars, but they've already paid for themselves. And this is certainly an uncomfortable position for the coast. Yeah, today's not our day. Morngulls are here. They're slapping up the men-at-arms. Questing Night Charge is okay, but like, what are you gonna do versus the crabs, man? So there's still a crab here. I guess it is just the one crab left. Did he kill the other one? No, there's the other rotting Promethean. I guess it was a summon over here. Yeah, what's he gonna do? There's a crab unit here. They're never gonna die. There's a crab unit here. There's... I guess he still has the champion to Cornell. He does have a regrowth. Okay. So if he takes an absolutely... Also ambulance. An absolutely exquisite fight here. I guess that would be pretty good. He needs to take a pretty devastating fight. And the cav charge kind of gets blocked by the zombies. Ooh, that's not very good. So the champions are getting buffed by Raponce, by the way. So the stats are pretty ludicrous. Almost Grail Knight stats. The crabs laugh at your stat difference. Lamprey's Revenge. Expert charge defense. Oh, they don't have... They can't be flanked. Okay, good to know. But, yeah. It's not very pretty. Champions again mulch. Vampire Coast maintains the capture point. Petunia has actually brought it up though. Brought it back slightly by killing off the mortars. I would say if it wasn't for the crabs, Petunia actually is kind of pulling it back. So take a look. They have a good amount of infantry, right? To fight off this infantry. They have some archers. They just need something that can kill the crabs. Some Pegasus Knights over here. They can kill off the Morngulls. Maybe the dogs will die. Potentially. Okay, this is the only way I can see them come back. If Petunia summons in like 4 archers with a massive supply pool, or like a unit of Grail Knights, they might be able to shoot up the coast before tickets become an issue. Coast is naturally getting ready for their late game, spamming a bunch of deckhand mobs. But it's kind of close. Are they gonna get it done? Archers getting into position. So there's a little bit of a mini volley on the Lamprey's Revenge. Pegasus Knights. Non-zero chance. Non-zero chance. Coast is going for that triple cap though. The problem with the triple cap is that Petunia kind of needs time for these archers to get value. And time is very much short right now. On a triple cap, they have 3 minutes to capture all the points. That's pretty rough, right? They can do 1 at a time, but on an archer type of build, you really gotta army wipe the coast, and that's not happening anytime soon. I think Vampire Coast wins this pretty handily. I'd be very surprised if Coast loses this. Like, screw the gold damage trading value. They got a Lamprey's Revenge and a Depth Guard on the point. They're all healing. They got the triple cap going. There's like no capture weight here. Even the archers get shut down by dogs. Yeah, this is bad. Yeah, Depth Guard in the middle. I guess they also have to shoot the Depth Guard to death. There's no way. Well played by the Coast player though. Very patient. Willing to sit back, relax, and just bombard some archers into infinity and beyond. But that's gonna be game. I should get some food. I need some sustenance. I'm gonna get some milk. I'ma get some milk. For the respect of the player, will stay in while they stay in, but This is like omega over now for Ezra. This is such a crazy massive undead, right? Pole arms, yeah. Does he have Knights Errant? He could summon 2 Knights Errant and maybe steal the high ground. And then maybe his questing knights steal this point. Yeah, we're gonna do the milk bag, some milk bag action. But like seriously, just look at the army, right? Like if you just look at this, ignoring the points, it's clear that Vampire Coasts have a massive advantage. Which is why I do hope CA fix that at some point. If they show it as gold on battlefield instead of gold damage value. Oh my gosh. That would be a miracle. I swear, it would speed up tournaments so much. Because it would show that the Vampire Coast has like 7,000 gold on battlefield. And Betonia has like 1,000, you know? Maybe 2,000. Like, look at this. This is 1,000, 2,000. 2,500. 3,000. Almost 4,000. 4,500. 5,500. And another death guard. Yeah, it's actually like 7,000 on battlefield to 2,000. It's not even close, man. It's a massacre. Hey, Warrior Head, what's up? Is this a good game to get into? I've never played strategy games before, only StarCraft 2. If you're looking to get into the multiplayer scene, the scene is much smaller than the StarCraft 2 scene. But there is a scene. There's tournaments being hosted basically every day. And if you kind of want to enjoy like a small grassroots scene with some pretty good multiplayer, I would highly recommend.
Unending glory is yours.
It is mostly a single player game though. So if you think the StarCraft 2 developers aren't taking care of StarCraft, the number of multiplayer updates we get for this game is fewer than StarCraft 2. And most of the time the community has to ban units that are out of control. But if that doesn't bother you, it's a fun scene. Sometimes there's prize pools and grand tournaments of like $500. Depends on what you're looking for is what I'd say. But yeah, Vampire Coast did very well this game. Renataki really doing some good work. Cool to see mortars actually being used. Very rare that you see artillery. Good to see. Anyways, I'm gonna get some milk. And then we'll go into the grand finals of today. And we back. All right. Time to watch Seepa bring Ogre Kingdom's win rate way higher. Let's do it. Coming back with the milk. You got 1,800 hours into the 3 games so far. Single player, yeah. Warhammer Total War is totally a single player game. Most multiplayer people go into multiplayer because they kind of have nothing else to do in single player. It's the natural progression. Yeah. Henry Cavill, the actor for Superman. He's a big fan of Warhammer. It's like He actually has a character in game named after him. It's jokes. Why is there so much to do in single player? It's a sandbox game. So like in the same vein of like, I don't know, like Minecraft, let's say, right? When you have a sandbox, you can do whatever you want for tens of thousands of hours. Vampire Coast is favored into ogres. It's true. I think they're playing on proving grounds though, which should be kind of sus for Coast. We'll see. Have the check-ins for my Rage Host tournament opened up? It looks like they have. Hell yeah. We need 3 more signups. If you want to sign up and maybe lose to Demons of Chaos and maybe play ogres too, that would be amazing. It's kind of cheating, I know, but like there's nothing wrong with people just playing ogre kingdoms, right? Then again, there really is a non-zero chance that the more people that play ogres, the higher the win rate goes. So maybe not. But if you're interested in playing in about an hour, the tournament's there. There'll be like a new player tournament, but I'm there. Oh yeah, and then there's mods. Dude, mods expand what you can do in Warhammer so hard. Anyways, this should at least be a fun matchup to watch. Vampire Coast does well into ogres because they have so much infantry that will uptrade into bulls and such. So I would expect them to just main tide it. And ogres will probably have a hard time here. Yeah, you can also play Bretonia into my Demons of Chaos. I think I'm playing that matchup better nowadays, though. Watch me get dumpstered by a rando from the stream playing ogres. It could happen. Non-zero chance, man. But yeah, I'm hoping we can get 8 signups. Right now we're at 4. We should have enough though. Don't feel too stressed about playing if you don't want to. Usually during the last hour of check-ins, you get a few more. So we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, so the big problem here. Ogre Kingdoms don't really have anything that can backline dive Coast. They're probably, I don't know. Are they gonna go for Burning Head maybe? They could try to go Burning Head and spam a bunch of cheap bulls. I feel like Gold's Man-Eaters probably trade well into zombies, but the problem is any amount of shooting will cause a ton of issues, right? What would be really fun to see though is like a Stonehorn. If there's one thing that clears infantry quickly, it's a Stonehorn. Coast will have crabs though, most likely. They're just good against large targets. Blood Vultures, no, they get routed off really easily. Blood Vultures and Saber Tusk Pack both are very route prone. They're really good against human factions that don't leadership bomb. But the minus leadership on undead kind of screw them up. Gorger backline dive. Yo, Gorgers would be actually so sick. Pretty sure they'll die to doggy surrounds, but if they don't, that would actually kind of be hype. Looks like Sipa's just going for your vanilla ogres though. Just a bunch of bulls. Vampire Coast. It's a bunch of spears. Actually, not as many halberds as I thought. I guess they're in the reserve pool. Quite a few bombers too, actually. Interesting. Very interesting. All right. So we'll see how this pans out. In theory, all this will down trade versus the Vampire Coast Infantry. But maybe they don't. Is this a bad matchup for the ogres? We'll see. It's actually, yeah, an infantry rush versus a little bit of ranged. They can't really backline dive the handgunners though, right? Not against Coast. It'd be so risky. You just get routed off by whatever dog or Morngul summon gets brought in. Plus Morngul's cause terror. And important to note, this is a no lead belcher build. Not a lead belcher in sight. And this map, yes indeed, is pretty bad for shooting. Not the end of the world, it's relatively flat and you have 2 lanes here. So Vampire Coast can shoot here and here, and they can posture if they control this point to shoot into the middle. Tree line here matters more for artillery, but generally gun units will do fine. Coast will have a hard time pushing this point though. They'd have to position here and then kind of fire in, but they're gonna get flanked. Unlike here, which is a little harder to flank. A lot of play. This is definitely one of the more interesting terrain heavy maps. And here we go. This is not Norgal. Is it already over? No, it's supposed to be Demons of Chaos again. And it is already over, but I am playing another tournament in about an hour. This random hill. I know this terrain blocker here, line of sight blocker, will make it difficult to shoot. This is like mildly annoying, but not exactly a deal breaker. But here we go, first summons are bound. So we see a couple lead belchers. Did he de-summon his cannon? No. He moved it over here. So, Lead Belcher versus a Carronade is pretty sus for the Lead Belchers. The Vampire Coast, they make their slow approach. Now, how are the Ogres going to play this? Carronades are getting some pretty good shots on the Ogre Bulls. Even small amounts of damage will hurt their leadership a lot. -8. So they're already like 15% of the way there to routing. It's another 15% just from fear and terror. Or just from fear. Terror is like a -13. It's huge. But unfortunately for the Coast player, his cannons are just not really getting a lot of leverage. We see some summons here. We do see a Spirit Leech. I believe that's Overcast. This guy's a little far away. So a little bit of Silostra bullying. And then is he just gonna go for it? In theory, Coast is pretty happy if the Ogre Kingdoms just goes for a rush right now. Couple bulls get caught up from some deckhands. Bombers are chilling. And will their first volley be painful for the bulls? Looks like as it stands, they're not really getting that line of sight. So no shots have actually come out yet. Here's the first one though. Damage is actually pretty good versus bulls. About 20% of their HP goes down. And the Coast kind of don't have the best line of sight for these gunnery mobs. Now, a unit of Morngul's in the back will definitely be an issue. And some of these units are still getting caught up. And if the Ogres don't manage to get into the back line, this can get real bad real fast. So look at that massive bomber volley on the pigbacks. One of them's already routing. Blood Vultures have arrived, but Morngul's are here. You know what I was talking about earlier for terror? Look at these Ogre Bulls. 26 leadership already. Charged by the Morngul's. As soon as their charging wears off, there it goes. -15 leadership. Instant terror out. There it is. Making the flanks very sketchy. Good dismount on the artillery too. Doggies are chasing down the bulls. But the Blood Vultures are actually doing okay. That Ogre Bull, though, really did not pay for itself. And look at this beautiful flat area for Vampire Coast, right? You have the murder zone over here, and then you have the frontline fight over there, defended by this little terrain piece to act as a way to make it harder for them to flank. I think Coast is feeling pretty comfortable right now. They also haven't given up this point, so ticket-wise, they're not doing the worst. But the fighting does continue. Artillery piece might die here, despite the Ogre Bowls being driven off. And the Blood Vulture did okay versus the Gunners. The thing is, it costs about the same, so if they don't kill the Gunner, it's not really worth. Looks like the Gunners might barely live. Doggy charge on the Vultures is pretty brutal. Center line for the Ogre Kingdoms is starting to collapse a little bit. But both sides are kind of suffering. Depth Guard, though, absolutely clutching it out. Full HP, not a fear. Not a single fear in the world. And a weird Eshin Maneater summon. Okay. Maybe he's going to debuff the Depth Guard so they die. We'll keep an eye on him to see what he does. But I'm definitely very worried about this Mourngull spam. So they've already killed off another Blood Vulture, but they traded into the handgun, so I think Sipa's pretty happy for that. Eshin Maneater has arrived. There's a smoke bomb. But he hasn't really done that much yet, right? He's just kind of getting slowed down by doggos. Mourngulls are doing pretty good. Value trading, kind of even though. If these Mourngulls die, or if his Lord gets Spirit Leech to death, which it looks like it's going to be 2 more Spirit Leeches for Silostra, I think that is grounds for a loss potentially. Overcasting, ooh, risky. Overcasting Tide Call on the Pigback Riders. Didn't get a lot of damage on them, but Silostra got that little explosion, and her leadership might go low enough where she crumbles. -2 leadership. Will it stabilize? Damage sustained is -80. Oh my god, Silostra. Though she's not crumbling yet somehow. Because she stabilized it with the charge. Charge onto the Vultures. But I think she will eventually go down. Unless there's a miracle, Silostra's probably going to die here. And she'll have to be resummoned for the Vampire Coast. A little bit of a blunder. Had he not Tide Called, Silostra actually would have lived. But now we have another Depth Guard. We have 2 Mourngulls and 2 Depth Guard. And they do heal in combat, so they're going to be grinding for quite some time. Zombie spam is coming in too. And the double dog. The double dog back cap. Okay. I think this is cool. I wonder if Sipa's going to really easily retake it. But considering his main fight is still pretty sus and he has Depth Guard to deal with, I'm guessing probably not. Come on, Renataki. Lower that Ogre Kingdom's win rate. Eshin Maneater has survived though. He doesn't really do a lot of damage, however, so he can most likely be ignored. And the capture point is here. Yeah, Eshin Maneater is a crazy call. He's got 170 value. How much does he cost? Isn't he like 1200 or something? And he's kind of getting mulched by the handguns. Very questionable indeed. Coast even managed to hold the left point with Mourngulls. Mourngulls on the far side are routing off the trappers. And this is looking really bad for the Ogre Kingdoms. I highly suspect a Silostra resummon too. She's pretty cheap on foot. And the fact that you spent all your Spirit Leeches on her is kind of a plus. As Vampire Coast, you don't really care. She's a 1,000 gold unit. Who in their right mind is going to spend like 50 Winds of Magic on a 1,000 gold unit that you very slowly kill, right? Coast doesn't care about that. And look at that, Silostra's back, good as new. In fact, they're happy about it. They get another Ghost of the Past. Get a whole nother cavalry summon. This is why Foot Silostra is so scary. She's the absolute bait, man. Actual Siren's Call. Loreful Silostra, you'll love to see it. And now Vampire Coast got a triple cap. Ogre Kingdom sweating. Vampire Coast really showing that they got some teeth nowadays. I think I probably underrated them. They are rather spooky against a lot of top tier factions. Their ability to stall perpetually is quite good. Just take more zombies, run a couple depth guard here and there, but mostly a zombie spamming. Look at them scurvy dogs. Keeping away from the saber tusks. They actually have the same speed. Yeah, look at that. Morngulls chilling. There's nothing left, man. Ogre Kingdom's got dumpstered. They went for the big fight, but the backline Morngul defense, very well played from Renataki. They did well. Is there anything ogres can do versus these guys? Yeah, ever since they got back to Terra, Morngulls have been great. Against all these types of factions, as long as they're not dealing with some heavy armor charges, they are an absolute menace. Depth guard though, how are the depth guard doing? Depth guard are a little more lackluster. Yeah, I feel like they get sniped a little too easy. Though their charge actually kept them in. Are they actually healing? Oh, the heal capped. Oh yeah, it's this funny thing. The fewer units you have in a unit, the more effective their healing is, because the damage they take is way lower, but the healing is percentage based, as if they had all their entities. So these depth guard are actually barely taking any damage, and they're just constantly grinding. That's going to help them out a lot here. Will they ever die? They really need their leadership to break for the crumbling to take into effect. But you know, even crumbling is very slow. Yeah, look at that. They're hovering around 450. They're taking like 10 HP a second tops. If anything, these ogres routing might kill the depth guard because they won't heal anymore. But they definitely got one last good hurrah, that's for sure. More spirit leeches on Silostra, dude. She's not gonna die. By the time we get to the end of the game, I think Silostra is gonna be totally fine. We are seeing a little bit of a spread out engagement here. So take a look, see, right? Ogre Kingdoms are much faster than Coast. So by repositioning, they can actually swipe a few points. But they need to hold 2 if they want to win this. And with Saber Tusks going down, it's pretty rough. Knights Errant still got 30 seconds. So that's one more charge on these pigback riders. And Vampire Co's late game too is extremely strong. Oh my god. Barely holds a point too against the Maneater. And here comes the late game. The bane of any close fight. Vampire Co's love it when it's close, because they just spam the cheapest 5 capture weight infantry you've ever seen in your life. And just start flooding points like no one's business. Ogre Kingdoms can't kill this before tickets run out. So this point is going to be hard secured for the next millennia. The best shot they have, I guess, is to manage to take this point back and then somehow get enough of a force to capture this point. You're probably not killing the zombies. It's gonna have to be a capture victory for sure. Silostra though, getting a little low. Does he want her to die again? He might. Renataki might want Silostra to die again just for the resummon. As it stands right now though, they're just stalling. Doggies are doing great. They're chilling. Morngulls are taking ages to shake off too. Crumbling doesn't really matter to them. The hunger is pretty beastly. And because they're on the move, the ogre bulls aren't really doing much. Very few attack animations, as you can see. Just a conga line of suffering. And time is of the essence, man. You're triple capped. You have 1 minute left. Brutality. 1 minute to capture at least 1 point or it's over. Spirit Leech cooldown ain't gonna help either. He's chucked out all his Spirit Leeches on Silostra. He doesn't care. He overcasts another Tide Call. I think Renataki literally wants Silostra to die. It's hilarious. This guy has used all his magic just to get Silostra resummoned. He might have 2k value, but I think Silostra has done a lot more this battle. And no burning head means that these guys are just gonna hunker down. Crumbling, like I said, doesn't matter for undead. And with the Morngul's down, the Vampire Coast take the victory. Congratulations, Renataki. That was a sick coast win. Congrats at Renataki for the sick Vampire Coast win. Dang, that was brutal. It's absolutely brutality for the Ogre Kings. Pigback Riders did nothing. Didn't actually bring in the Lamprey's Revenge either. Could have summoned them, but felt like Morngul's and dogs were better. I like that call. Depth Guard were okay. I think they did their job. Though, honestly, just spamming more zombies probably would have been even scarier, let's be real. Sometimes you have nothing else to summon, though. Overall, pretty spooky. Nice to see. Nice to see the ogres. They do bleed ever so slightly. Now, while we wait, we have about 40 minutes till the next tournament. I am going to go ahead and cast some replays. Casting some replays from here now. So let's see here. We should have a good number. So let's get one from Killian. Let's get one from Unknown. Tingus Pingus. Obese Chicken. Buse. Kinetic. And Pope Patty. Nice. Alrighty. Let's give it a go. That should be enough to make us to get us to the tournament. Should be good. But we'll start off over here. First replay, I believe, is from Killian. 3k value Green Knight. Alright, let's see this. Then we're gonna try hard Demons of Chaos and actually get some wins, hopefully. Hopefully. Number of signups for the upcoming tournament has increased, and we already have 6 check-ins. That's wonderful. Thank you very much, people, for feeding my gaming addiction. You vote as I do Vampire Coast next? Nah. I'm just gonna play factions I want to play for a while. Also, dang it, Killian again. Every single time. He did it again. He went to Treb build. Why are they hiding this Feral Dreadsaurian? Why are you hiding the Dreadsaurian from a bunch of Trebs? This killed all the dragons on Lustria. Also, nice dodge. Seriously though, it killed all the dragons in Lustria and it's hiding from trebuchets. Get in there, buddy! Oh my gosh. Some Grail Knights show up. Green Knight's having the time of his life. He's just dueling the Dreadsaurian. Any chance of campaign stream soon? Probably next week. As soon as I'm done with this challenge, I am very much so itching for that. Interesting that it goes from Azimundi. He doesn't have magic attacks though, so I guess the Green Knight's doing fine. Good job avoiding the Croxagores. This Lizardman player is so passive though. Look at that. Shaftesbury, what are you doing? Pterodon Riders idle on the flank side. The Trebs just battering the Sacred Croxagores. They use half their ammunition. They haven't gotten any value. Maybe a couple of them. A couple of them have gotten value. Okay. And the Green Knight is actually going to rout off the Dreadsaurian. Against all odds, he gets it done. The Pterodon Riders get warded off by Pegasus Knights, Hippogriff Knights, because they were idle for too long. And the Saurian's gone. Next up on the Green Knight's docket, Mazdamundi. He already has 1,600 value. I can't believe it. The Dread Trebuchet build. Oh, and then the Mass D-Summon. Oh, now that's interesting. Okay. Using the Trebuchets to bait your opponent and then de-summoning them. Green Knight dumpstered Mazdamundi, bro. So wishing you had Arcane Unforging. 4,000 value. Green Knight is cooking, man. Absolutely no counters this game. And then I believe that's it, right? Lizardman just got taken to Pound Town by the Dread 8 Trebuchet build. And then the resummon. Oh my god, that's just BM at this point. Not actual BM, but the Trebuchet resummon. Wait, is he gonna lose? He's gonna lose on tickets. Oh my god, and then he loses on tickets despite all of that? Oh, that's disgusting. Oh my god, no. Oh my god. After all that, you lost to tickets? That was a disgusting game. Sick Green Knight value, though. What a match. What a match. All right, Killian, you mad lad. Next up is this one. Unknown. The battle of the memes. I can't believe it. I've never witnessed something so gross. I need my meds, 1 second. The tickets. The ticket is more powerful than the trebuchet. All right, what's this? Unknown's gone for a Thunder Barge build. Hey, I like it. Last time we were judging him for taking too many range units. This is much better. Now, Thunder Barge is still pretty bad versus Kislev because they have so many ranged. But we'll see. Gets a good Thunder Barge shot too. Oh, look at that. 700 value on that. Thunder Barge has a massive missile attack, by the way. Very hard to dodge because it's so fast. I don't know if that slows the Thunder Barge. But there he goes. Armored Cossars away. It's a little... Okay, a little spotty on the Thunder Barge micro. Okay, does that only hit... I don't know if that hits flying units. Affects units of grounded. Alright, so... For anyone who doesn't know, the spell doesn't affect flying units. Don't use it to slow down Thunder Barges. It's called Ice Sheet. It doesn't make sense that ice on the ground would slow down something that's flying. Regardless, he's still doing a good job peppering this. But Malachi's heals are paying up. Retreats it. Gets a little bit of value. Honestly, from a value standpoint, dwarves are doing good. He has the Goblobber. He's even got Slayers here. Bro, I love the changes, man. Unknown clutching it out. Gets a slow on the thing in the woods. Oh my god, actually making some sick plays. All you really got to do is not pull an 8 Treb move and capture some points. He slows again, bro. Read the tooltip. I know I say don't trust the tooltip, but like it's not slowing the thing. It's slowed because it's tired. Just stop wasting your magic, man. Absolute devastation. But overall, this build is good. The Dowie hold. Now this is a misplay though, right? So when Grimdelver comes over here, they're just gonna die to cavalry unless they have Slayer support. Bear Riders even show up to bully the infantry. But this is, you know how we talked about too much range units before? If 100% of your standing forces is ranged, that's a bad time. Unless your opponent misplays badly. Well, you know, despite that, they might actually still kill them. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, even with the 2 shots on the Warbear Riders, they still die? Yeah, that's bad. See, that's the problem with range units, right? They need to get like 6 volleys off, you know? They need to get at least like 3 volleys. If they just get a few and then they die, it's not too great. Although against Warbear Riders, I think that was technically still an uptrade. And the Longbeard Tide's kind of clutching it. Oh, he has Slayers here too? Okay, that's pretty high. Unknown cooking. Bless new players. There's so many hidden mechanics in this game. Kislev has decided to take the fight too. And you can see, all your units are in melee. It's a good thing you have melee units. Quarrelers are doing quite well, as they are armored. But there you go. A little bit of an AoE. I do really like the Slayers here, though. I like the Slayers a lot. You swarm in the point, you're getting it stolen, and you barely win on a 2-cap. That's really good. Okay, look at that. Unknown kind of clutching it. With the timings, he barely got this point in time. You can see, he's like 5 seconds shy. So as long as he holds a 2-cap, he's good. Which means realistically, if we see Slayer spam, he's gonna clutch it out. Goes for the artillery piece instead. Gonna help rout off units. Not the best, but also not the end of the world. I think Katerin, if you can kill her, that'd be sick. Oh my god, gets the Katerin? Alright, all you gotta do is not lose this point. Slayers! Oh my god, Unknown! What a god! There they go! Slayers on the point, capture weight's good. All you gotta do is bring the Thane, there he goes. Beautiful play. Beautiful! Oh my gosh. As far as I'm concerned, if we're talking core mechanics, Unknown's doing great. Gets the victory. Sick plays. Oh, I love that. Now, Thunderbarge is still not great against Kislev because it's expensive as butts. Would highly recommend swapping it out for like literally anything else. Trust me, you'll do better. Then again, if the people you're playing against are spamming spells on it that do literally nothing, maybe the Thunderbarge is a good play, if you think about it, actually. The amount of winds of magic it burned was actually kind of sick. So, can I even judge? Sick Goblobber play, by the way. This is a Warhammer 2 classic. Love to see that. And then, yeah, I think the only misplay was not summoning more Slayers towards the late game. But otherwise, pretty sick. I liked it. I thoroughly enjoyed that. This one's from Tingus Pingus. Distraction Thunderbarge. So Tingus Pingus, for this one, says, slight caveat that this was the Changer's Gambit tourney. An attack speed enjoyer had to random 2k funds in the starting and reinforcing army by removing spells and abilities and units starting from the right. But he's a better player than me anyways. Okay. So attack speed enjoyer had to randomize 2k funds. So obviously it's not going to be an optimal Dark Elf build. But let's just see how Tingus does this. Are his plays sick? We have a little assassin here. A little bit of dodging on the light mage. Assassin taking some shots. He's not too happy. No complaints overall. Great cannons are really good. Outriders versus the Scourge Runners. Now that's fun. A lot of people like chevroning their Outriders. I think it's a little risky because if they get caught, they don't pay for themselves. Makes them a very expensive unit, right? If you chevron them, they better get like over 1,000 value. So it's a little sus. I know it increases their damage per second, but for the price, we'll see how they do. In the meantime, some Scourge Runners are getting on in. Oh. 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 A little bit sus. Attack speed enjoyer. A little focused over here. Did they get netted? I think they got netted and then he forgot about them. Ooh, that's a rough one. That's pretty bad. Why are you moving your archers and not moving? He's like, well, I guess if attack speed enjoyer is ignoring them, I might as well too. And then he draws them into the fight. Oh my god. What's the thing that Sun Tzu said? If your opponent is throwing the game, just let them throw the game. Come on, man. Oh my gosh. Well, he does finally get a charge there. That's nice. No big complaints. Outriders getting caught by cavalry though. See, this is the problem, right? If you're gonna take expensive Outriders, they have to be babysat. So I think this is definitely a big misplay. I would totally just unchevron them and just take like a Pistolier. Or you're gonna have to dump a lot more micro on these guys, because getting them caught up is such a value loss. Overall, you're doing a good job defending your range units though. Range units are having a good time. Marcus chilling up front. Saves the Outriders with a little bit of cav. It's not the end of the world for the Empire. As long as they keep up trading, they'll be able to secure this point well enough in time to win. You just got to clean up, right? You just got to clean up. So you should be summoning in cavalry here to clean up all this infantry that's in your backfield. You summon a deck or a long rifle, which kind of makes things sketchy for you, right? Even more range units will kill the Dark Elf army faster, but it kind of introduces liabilities, right? It's like you're making risky plays for no reason. You have a massive value lead. If you just summon melee units, they are almost guaranteed to uptrade. You don't really need to trade harder. You're already 2,000 up. And you can see, had this been a cav unit, the Outriders would have lived. 800 value. But the chevrons make them a little too expensive. Now, they still got a decent amount of value, but not the best trade ever. The general lack of cavalry means that some Cold One Knights get in the backfield too. You have spears, though. They should be closing in and defending your long rifles. And you still have a lot of time. A lot of players will get sussed out when they fall behind on tickets. Most games end by just army wiping your opponent anyways. Like, attack speed and joy is basically army wiped right now. So you shouldn't be worrying about taking this left flank, right? Had all these guys instead been deployed here, think about how hard it would be for attack speed and joy to jump your range, right? What are these Cold One Knights gonna do against 5 spear units and your cavalry support backed by cannons? You have so many lines of fire that can go everywhere, but instead they're kind of unsupported, and it's just making the game a little closer than it needs to be. But let's see, we still have some knights here. You got your spears pushing in. I like to see it. Value trading still quite good, but another cav unit shows up. Overextension again. Why are you running so far? These Empire Knights did not deserve to die. Yes, it's great if you can kill off the chariots for free, right? It's great if you do that. But making the risky plays when you're ahead, you don't need to do that. And now Witch Elves are here. Wouldn't it have been great if you had Empire Knights rear charging these guys right now? Wouldn't it be great to have Empire Knights on these Dark Riders? Instead, they died. Cold and alone in the distance. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. This could have been an absolute devastation if your forces were more consolidated. Still, though, very winning for Empire. All they got to do is capture this point, and they'll have a long amount of time to grind out value well into the late game, right? Just got to deal with the Bleak Swords. Yeah, just get a cav summon. You surrounded their Lord. That's great. You just charge these guys. Secure the victory. Secure the victory. This push on the left side, although inefficient, did capture the point, so I guess that's good enough. But how do you secure the win? He's basically army wiped. Just keep him army wiped. Just take some good uptrades, right? So there goes the Lord. You only need one cav to chase her down. Let's get those Bleak Swords out of there. Okay, yeah, nice. Defending the long rifles. That's good enough. Gets the net. Beautiful. Yeah, this is what we want to see. Cavalry supported range units, and now attack speed and joy is in an awkward position. Still gets the catch. But the deeps is going well. All right. Left side is a little sus, though. And see, this is why splitting is rough, right? You could have captured this middle point and they wouldn't have gone overrun because you have your cavalry nearby. But they were too far. Now, attack speed and joy doesn't get the point. And you do secure the middle. That's pretty good. And all right, you drew him into your backfield. So you should be able to surround and pounce them and they'll die. Very nice. Now, I don't know why these guys are idling. It's not like a point that is mostly captured is still not captured. You don't have to worry about it. I know it can be scary, but you have so much time. You secure the victory by army wiping them. Doesn't matter if he takes the point. You can get to 1,499 tickets. That just means that you are up trading more. If you can't army wipe them and your opponent gets to that many tickets, there's your problem, right? But there's no rush. There's no rush. Just take good fights, right? Look at that. You got your knights together. They just run into the enemy knights. They trade. Very consistent, very safe attack speed and Jory taps out. Very nice. I think Tingus played this well. I think their initial positioning was good. Summoning on the flanks definitely could use a little bit of working, as it puts you in a really bad position. I think the chevrons on the outriders is a little sus. I definitely would not do that. I know it's a popular thing, but every time I see it, it's just kind of painful, right? Like, why not just take a second outrider or like a pistolier? They're totally just gonna, you know, like it takes one spell to punish them, or maybe just shooting them with the Scourge Runner chariots. Feels a little sus, but otherwise a solid game. Solid game indeed, with 20 minutes till the tournament. 5 minutes per game. Next up, it's Obese Chicken. At Obese Chicken, you're up now. So Obese Chicken sent this and said, not sure about my build, played the map pack mod only. Build looks like a kite build. I do enjoy some kite builds. What about zombies with full chevrons? No. Chevrons will increase the stats of the unit, but not the HP. So you might as well just get more units.
We have
like, honestly, the best stat is HP, as we've seen with the demons. But this is going pretty well. So it's a basic standard kite build. Handmaiden of the Everqueen's kind of interesting. So she has a reload skill increase, which is kind of cool, right? But like, instead of a Handmaiden, you can just take another Shadow Warrior, and then you get plus 25% more damage, or 33%. And the Handmaiden definitely is not giving that much of a damage boost, right? I guess she gives 15% increase, and she has a shot herself. But yeah, she's not getting nearly as much work done as this. And like, look at this guy. I think this one was buffed by the Handmaiden. Oh, it's also a Lithanar. Okay, so this is the burn all your ammunition build. Okay, that's pretty interesting. The problem with the burn your ammunition build is that you get diminishing returns, very similar to magic maxing, where most of the time when you kite, you're very efficient with your shots and you get a load of value. In this game, you want to make use of the buffs, right? You're like, hell yeah, I got quick silver shot, Horn of Isha, enchanted spyglass, and then what? And then you start dumping your ammo into a bunch of shielded orc boys. The value is wasted, right? You could just not go for this, get some cavalry, control space, flank, and then shoot at their unshielded flanks. But instead you fall into the temptation of something that does something, but not enough. It's not a terrible build though, I think it's fun. You know, you dump your ammo, but like, they haven't paid for themselves. That's the problem. Well, there's your problem. They haven't paid for themselves. Now, shooting a lot of arrows into the greenskins is still good. They go for the main fight, but can you win it? Was the damage enough to be worth the trouble? Let's see. You didn't really have much of a kite. Good spell cast over there. Kiting phase was a little rough, right? But it looks like, yeah, right? Once the main fight actually happened, you just didn't get the value on your skirmishers. It's It's about the quality, not the quantity, you know? It's about the quality of your shots. Now, it is still kind of close though, but yeah. It costs 2,000 gold to shoot this bow for 4 seconds. It really did, man. It's a fun build. Honestly, I would love to see the build, but on like Sisters of Avalorn. I think if you do the exact same thing, but Sisters of Avalorn, who have more damage potential than Skirmishers, and are just more happy to DACA it up 24/7, I think you legitimately have a pretty scary situation. But as it stands, a little too little for this to work. Now this is abuse. They say a few losses from the other day. First one, I feel I made the mistake of playing the side point instead of consolidating, but not sure. Or not sure what I would change in the second game. Maybe one less Demogryph Knight and add a Hawkland. Well, let's see. I only have time to cast one of their replays. Maybe we'll cast the other one later. But this one, they said that their mistake was playing for the side point, so we'll see. So this is a kite build through and through. You got the war wagons. They love just dumping their ammunition out. Doesn't matter exactly who they shoot, because they have so much ammunition that they'll do great. Noxbringer gets a volley off, but they're still pummeling those poor horsemen. And this feels great. This is an amazing position so far, right? You have your cannon killing the Noxbringer. Value is through the roof. So how does the throw happen? How does it happen? Because if you keep this up, he's dead, man. Demon Prince is getting massacred. Furies are dead. Who cares, man? You're up trading. So here's the thing about up trading. When you are this much in a lead, a Fury costing 650 gold, killing a Grand Cannon, is exquisite for you. You know why? Because your opponent doesn't have that much money left on the battlefield. And when they really start running out of units, it's over, man. You can't do anything if you don't have an army. So honestly, the Furies dying there is still good for you. Things are going great. Your war wagons are popping off. Demogryph Knights get a little caught by Forsaken, but not a lot of damage is done. Great cavalry charge. Look at that. Okay, yeah, Buna drops on the Altdorf Gryphites. A little painful. Do you have a caster? I'd love to see a caster heal these guys, but overall it's still going great. And there's the war wagon killing. No complaints. You're taking amazing fights. Look at that. You got the Boris on the Rotting Riders. You got the demi-charge flank on the Rotting Riders. Again, massacred. So how does this go wrong? This is beautiful. This is beautiful. No complaints. Okay, yeah, you catch these guys. You get caught by some bile trolls. That's fine. Now your war wagons are running out of ammo, so you should think about de-summoning them soon. Just one more volley and you're good. You do lose the Demi Knights, but you rout off the bile trolls. You kill off some Pestigores. Trading is still immaculate. Trading is bonkers good right now. Okay, so there goes the ammo. A little bit of a slowdown. You lose one war wagon. Should have de-summoned it, right? I don't know, you know, you shouldn't have been over here. You should be over here with your war wagons, because that way cavalry charges don't take them out. In theory, they're fast enough to always avoid a fight. So a little bit of a misplay there, but you're still massively in the lead. 4,000 gold lead. You still have your war wagons to de-summon. That'll get you an extra like 1,500 gold worth of value. You're pushing over here. You're just taking some fights against marauders. You can charge them with the wagons too. Why not? I do think the Demogryph Knights, I would personally not run Demogryph Knights. They're kind of a meme. Knights of the Black Rose are significantly better if you want elite cavalry as Empire, but they're decent enough because they got anti-large. But generally speaking, Knights of the Black Rose. So you get a burning head. Yeah, no caster. I'm the only caster here. No, there he is. Okay, yeah, Bright Wizard. So no healing, but burning head is good. Good loadout, no complaints. You're gonna get the middle point. This is still really good for you.
You have the foe.
This is really good. You even win on 2 points. You don't have to fight here. You can if you think you can uptrade. But you win on 2 points. Easy math. 500 tickets here. 900 here, right? So just double the missing tickets. And you're good. Looks like you're gonna lose this point, but you have time. There's no rush. There's no rush. If you felt worried about tickets at this point in the game, that could have been your misplay. I also think the war wagons have overstayed the welcome a little bit. You should have desummoned them, resummoned them, army wipe your opponent. It seemed like as soon as the war wagons ran out of ammunition, you kind of stopped uptrading. Burning head is nice though, but like your spears don't really uptrade, right? You need your cavalry charges. Gotta take some good cav fights. Now they should still be able to do that. Like I'm looking at this and I'm like, yeah, Empire is doing good. You have a great cannon here to trade off some marauder horsemen. You should still be able to win this. I think the great cannon is a little sus though. And your knights don't really have any support, but like in my head, you still win this point. Oh, you might lose this though, right? Oh God, the war wagons are being left in melee. Here's the thing, right? You should have still had enough of a value lead where even if the war wagons died, they got enough shooting to pay for themselves. So that's not exactly what lost you the game here. I think the rotting rider play was a little sus, but you kind of just stopped up trading. Your cavalry engagements were okay, but nothing immaculate. Killing off all these Nurglings is still good. But the cannon doesn't really do that much. I was hoping he was going to send another Fury on it, but he's not. And now you're bringing another war wagon. Okay, yeah, so order of operations, right? War wagons need like 5 minutes to pay for themselves, at least. You don't have 5 minutes. Even if you double cap them, you don't have the time. Cannons need like 8 minutes to pay for themselves. You definitely don't have 8 minutes, right? So this is basically dead gold. Imagine if you had cavalry here, right? If all that money was instead going into cavalry and you just start sending them down the hill, you capture this point in no time. You already almost captured this point, and that's without summoning in your dudes. You do that, you're totally fine. You have your infantry fighting the Nurgle infantry, but that's a down trade. You want them to be fighting and then your cavalry rear charge them, but you didn't have no cavalry. And now you capture this point, but now it's a little too slow, right? You have a war wagon instead of a cav unit. Imagine if this was an Empire Knight. Oh, and an outright a grenade launcher. No! No, this should have been here way earlier. Oh my God. It's very easy to shut down outright grenade launchers. You just send a unit on them. Imagine, just take a look at this. Oh my God. Imagine you had 2 Empire Knights. They clean up this. They capture the point 30 seconds sooner. Now he has 2 minutes to hold on this point. Look at this. He has a basically dead rotting rider, a skirmish cav, and like some dead infantry. Imagine, instead of this war wagon, Empire Knight charge here, Empire Knight charge here, Boris and Demogryph Knight show up. There's no way. Okay, maybe it gets a little close with these guys showing up. But you still have Boris, you still have Terror. Oh my goodness. Absolute brutality. I think you are on the cusp. Your early game was great. I love the kite. But then not desummoning the war wagons and not summoning in more cavalry is really rough. Cavalry are amazing at uptrading. 2 units of cavalry can kill a unit of infantry in 3 seconds if they sandwich them between the cavalry. But we saw a lot of cannon summons. The grenade launchers, they did okay, but then they got shut down. I would say if you just want the easy path though, if you just want to completely army wipe them, mag dump the war wagons, desummon them, resummon them, and mag dump them again. You have enough time when playing a game of domination. Oh, I don't have enough time to cast all the games. Whoopsies. But yeah, you have enough time when playing Game of Domination to mag dump a war wagon twice. So that should be your goal. If you do that, Nurgle's just gonna run out of units. You get so much money back from desummoning. 50% even if they're out of ammo, so yeah. Knights of Torgaval a meme. I'm pretty sure they're campaign exclusive. Yeah, you can't use them. But alright, last one before the tourney. Pontim's Claw, strong player. Hans von Haggard coming on in with a Warriors of Chaos build. Lots of guys here, but a little bit of a misplay. One question you should always ask yourself as a player is why? Why am I taking this fight? What do I have to gain? Well, I guess you do have 2 Forsaken. But your Hellstriders are getting caught up a little bit by the Dark Riders, right? If you lose this fight, things could go south very quickly. So you lost 1 Hellstrider, you lost another one. You kill off a Dark Rider and a Harpy. It's not the worst trade in the world, but now your Forsaken are getting countercharged. So like this engagement was a bust, right? Dark Elves got a value lead. Hellstrider summon-ins are nice though, but was it really worth, especially if these guys rally? It's not exactly the best play. This doesn't get you tickets. It doesn't really get you trading. It just kind of commits your forces. If you're gonna take a fight here, why not just go here, you know? Why not just, you know, move your army up? You have this, a Medusa, shooting you up like no one's business. Why? Why? What is the point of this? Draining its ammunition? No, it wants to shoot you. If draining its ammo was a good thing, your opponent would not be shooting you in the face right now. Now maybe he's being distracted by some flank engagements. Does get a capture point over here. The tussle continues though. I feel like these armored trolls could have been here millennia ago. Instead they're pulling back a little bit. These marauders, they could be doing anything. These marauders, okay, charging to the death. Honestly, the build is fine though. No judgment on the build. And the Hellstrider engagements were okay. I think micro-wise, you're doing good. But there's so many idle units. If your marauders are gonna sit here for so long, you might as well start with more cavalry, right? If you really want to take a mobility fight, just cut the marauders, you know? They're not doing anything for the first few minutes anyways. You might as well summon them in. I do like this troll reposition. They're good against Harkonnen executioners. There you go, making a bit of a play. These trolls though, why? What are you doing, man? Just move them, please. Please. Hey, he heard me. Ah, hell yeah. So the trolls, they make a play. They're gonna be moving on in. We still have this continuous mosh pit here from the Dark Elves. They are starting to down trade here. Dark Elves is definitely misplaying. Overstaying their welcome against Forsaken. But the Medusa's cooking it up hard. I think the Medusa is getting way too much value right now, while this is mostly even. But it turns out mostly even. Unfortunately, your infantry are all dead. I think your infantry did nothing this game. Your infantry, they sat on the point and died. They held this point for 3 minutes. Congratulations, all your infantry got you 180 tickets for nothing. Maybe a little longer. Maybe about 300 tickets. They held the point for 5 minutes. Doesn't matter if you get army wiped. I think we gotta figure out how to not get kited. And if that means taking more cavalry, so be it. This is a good fight though. So you brought in all your forces. And look at that, they're doing great. When the team is together, things go fine. Forsaken kind of idling though. So this is the thing, right? I think Pontim's Claw made a bit of a misplay here. I guess he really wants to capture this point. But here's the thing. This Forsaken, they should run. They should run here. And then you have about 1,300 gold doing nothing on a point. I will totally take 1,300 gold for free if my opponent gets 180 tickets every 3 minutes. That takes forever, right? This unit is useless to the Dark Elves if you just fully commit your forces here. And you're fast. These guys are slow, man. 31 speed. So if you just move over here, they're done for. Easy peasy lemon squeezy win. Hey, there we go. Attaboy. All right. All right. I gotta stop saying. Gotta stop treating my viewers like dogs. But there we go. That's a good play. Gets the trolls in. You know what? Not the worst. I do feel like this fight would have benefited way more from a troll. A troll will slightly win versus the executioners, but it will make you dominate in this fight. So let's see a little bit of that, right? You know, let's get a little bit of a main fight going on. Because look at this fight. You would crush this fight with a little bit more oomph, right? Imagine if a whole troll and a Forsaken is here. What are they gonna do? Trolls surround the Charybdis. You beat them up. They're supported with the leadership of the aspiring champions. Bark wolf this chat. But yeah, unfortunately. You see this? Executioners, they still fight pretty hard. And then the trolls die. So what are you doing here? What's the point of this fight? You could do so much better if you consolidate your forces, man. Your forces gotta stick together. Yes, maybe it's a mild play here, but all these fights are so close. If you just get a good fight going, you can dominate their main army, and then it's easy peasy lemon squeezy. And there's the triple cap. And this is the part where we become sad. Holy crap, that's a lot of signups. Okay. People signed up. Holy moly. Round one. I got more signups for this tournament than my earlier tournament. Oh god, all right. Today's the day. I'm locking in. If I can only win, I think Demons of Chaos get to like top 2, top 3. We're facing Pontim's Claw, all right. Demons of Chaos. All right, let's see. Anyways, yeah, moral of the story, consolidate your forces. Make sure your units are doing something. If your units aren't doing something, it means that they are a waste of money. It sounds so simple. This is why Sun Tzu's Art of War is so good. Because he's literally just telling you stuff that is so obvious, right? Like, one of the things is just like, yeah, if they're strong, if they're gonna beat you up, maybe don't fight them. You know? If they look like they weigh 300 pounds and are made out of muscle, how about no? And then we get to laugh and we're like, huh. People back in the day didn't know what they're doing. Log into Warhammer, send some trolls to their deaths, and you're like, man, I don't know what's going on here. How am I losing these games? Turns out, this whole time, Sun Tzu knew what I was talking about. Let's get Pontim's Claw in here. Let's do it. We got a player to add. And then we're good. Hella signups today, like insane signups. So we just gotta add this here player. Just gotta make sure they're checked in. And we're gonna crush it, okay? 7 wins. Plus 7 wins incoming. Okay, so we just add them. There we go. Alrighty. My opponent, they have banned Ragnarok Lair. How wondrous. And then we're good to go, right? He banned a Ragnarok Lair. Let's play Blood Grove. That's a fun one. All right, so that should be updated. This one we can finalize. A lot of adminning to do, but we're getting there. All right. Operation Tryhard City is activated. I got 3 losses, right? 1 win. So if I win the next one, I can still add +6 wins to Demons of Chaos if I only win today. No guarantee. There's a lot of players here. And Pontum's Claw has to be catching on to my build, right? Then again, it does seem pretty impossible for Dark Elves. I'm very interested to see what they decide to bring in. But as far as I'm concerned, this is pretty bad for Dark Elves. And by pretty bad, I mean like absolutely atrocious. I feel like we have a really good matchup here. But we'll see. He's been really liking the magic spam type of build, so maybe we'll see some of that. All right, let's see. I just judged a bunch of replays. We hard judged a bunch of players. The fun thing is I judge myself as much as I do other players when I make mistakes. At least I hope so. So if I just judge one of your replays and you're like, this guy, he thinks he's better than me, feel free to judge me on stream. My mistakes are saved on the internet forever. Let's see how this goes. So I took a variant of my build so that we don't get hard countered. Pontum's Claw has 8 units. So what does that tell me? That tells me the Mad Lad probably has a single entity death blob, or he's trying to full kite to punish me for not taking Furies. Either way, it should be pretty sus for him. We got the squad here. Tormentor Sword, Locust of Wrath. This is what we know, what we love. Dark Elf should stand almost no chance against us. Let's see. I should be able to secure this point super fast. Nice. The Cav Max. Now, the thing about Dark Elf Cav Max, I do think Cav Max is the best playstyle against Demons of Chaos. But I think the Dark Elf Cav Max is a little weak. Now, he could spam out some Dark Riders. But the big question is whether or not Pavane ruins his life. I can also sub in some infantry here to potentially force an engagement. But we must be careful. We don't want to get overwhelmed or anything. We don't want the Doom Bolt to kill our dude. Hits her. Misses. She's a speed demon. She's a speed demon. She's a speed demon, man. She's, oh, geez, that one hit. Okay, well, that one hurt a little bit. It's a lot of magic, though, for a 1,500 gold character. I don't mind too much. And we're about to get a Doomfire Warlock pick. So I think we'll be okay. Honestly, the blue spam is probably enough here, right? Alright, so he's using everything to try and bully this guy. An interesting choice. Already loses 1 unit. Gets a few spell casts. But here comes the main fight. I'm only down 1 blue in this main fight. So I don't think it's the end of the world. He's blobbing up rather mightily here. And he already burned his Soul Stealer, which I think is the big issue. Being down a Soul Stealer here is rough. And my cavalry are just very strong. Soul Blight is okay, but armor isn't really the limiting factor here. And now we're just seeing an absolute massacre, right? So unfortunately for my opponent, Furies have magic attacks, which make them very effective against Doomfire Warlocks. He goes in for a Corsair play, which is pretty smart. But this fight's just terrible for him. Ah, here he goes. The Doom Bolts, they've arrived! Run for your life, lady! Alright, she'll be okay. And we still have our point. That's disgusting. Yeah, definitely the bane of Dark Elves here is the fact that you just have so much of a cavalry advantage. It's one of the only matchups where Seekers do quite well too. Ouch. Okay. It's a good thing she's cheap. She costs 1,100. I'm honestly not that sad that she's dead. And it seems like my opponent realizes too. While she is a high priority target, she's just not that crazy. 5, 4, 8. And Fiends. Fiends, they're great. Very fast game. She's still Paveined one of the cavalry units to death. And yet Doomfire Warlocks are garbage. They're garbage, man. I did also take a better cav fight, but the biggest thing is Doomfire Warlocks are garbage. I think if they were an actual unit, that build would have been quite scary versus mine. But they're just so bad. They're just so bad, man. It's a fun build though. I like the experimentation. Like, nothing against the player here. I think he's just taking this unit too much. Mama Marath, she did pretty good though. She did okay. Got some solid Soul Stealers, but man, I can't believe they were buffed too. Oh god. Oh lord, they got buffed. Also, look at the Fiend value. That's, you see that? Heartseeker's my butt. Fiends are sick. 1,500 and still kicking. Heartseekers got 1,200 and we're dead. Fiends are the goats of this roster, man. You can never get me to not take Fiends. Although then again, the Seekers also kind of crushed it because it's Dark Elf. So maybe it's just a Dark Elf problem. Well played though. Honestly, I feel like Dark Rider Spain. Hear me out, but Dark Rider Spain. That's gotta be good, right? Is the gap so big because the alternative is bad or because Fiends are too good? I think Fiends are an S tier cavalry unit. And I think Seekers are like just an A tier cavalry unit. They're good, but they're very easily countered. And people will counter them. So you can't really run them. And they can still make use of Buna. They don't care, right? If they can fully deny you running Seekers by just having a bit of Buna, they're happy. But Fiends are S tier, so yeah. I don't think they're, I think they'd be OP on a lot of factions, but they're not like bonkers OP. They are killable. And like a 1300 gold cav unit should be pretty hard to kill. I think if you made them squishy, then like you just don't have cavalry anymore, right? Like look at Betonia. So this 1300 gold. Betonia can get Knights of the Lionhearted for 1200. I would say Fiends are probably still better than Knights of the Lionhearted. But like they're not like absurdly better. And the thing about Fiends is that they're kind of like the only cavalry unit that these factions can take. But I think if like, you know, if if you gave a faction Hellstriders and Fiends, it's over. It's totally over, okay? Oh, wait. Oh, there you go. That's why Slaanesh is OP. Makes a lot of sense, don't it? But, yeah. As far as Demons of Chaos is concerned, it's not a problem. As far as Slaanesh is concerned, it is a problem. Because the counter to Fiends is just surrounding them with loads of cav. Getting those charges off. Thunderbarge Doomstack. Dowie Air Force is so close to being extremely oppressive. If they had slightly higher DPS, people would be rioting about the Dowie Air Force. As it stands, when I play against a top level player, they do win. Like if I go dwarves into Norska, Norska wins. But it comes down to the wire. If they increase the tickets to like 1700, dwarves obliterate Norska. Technically, Fiends count as monstrous infantry. Yeah, but their speed screams cavalry. Monstrous, like, yeah, for sure. Are crushers monstrous infantry? They're cavalry, right? Yeah, monstrous cavalry, there you go. I feel like Fiends should be called monstrous cavalry, but they don't have a mount. So like, on a technicality standpoint, it doesn't make sense. But yeah, kind of funny. The best cavalry on the Demons of Chaos roster is not even in the cavalry section. Oh, what is this build? Flamers. Yeah, I'm just gonna try hard and hopefully we get 6 wins. Hopefully. I think Chaos Demons they're still at a 54% win rate. So I have to just win. No, they're at 55. Hell yeah. Okay, so we're back at 55%. Slaanesh and ogres are at 56. So we don't know how much they're gonna win, but we can definitely get Chaos Demons very close. I think top 3 is coming for Chaos Demons. I'm pretty sure top 3 is coming. If I get absurdly lucky and some people throw with Slaanesh and ogres, maybe. But there's a chance. Tomorrow for sure, unless I throw again. And take units that I'm completely unfamiliar with. Is there a functional difference between the terms? Now, this, the classification up here is just useless info. It doesn't really matter. The thing that matters is how the unit actually performs. But these classifications are just that. Just classifications. Pretty sure you need at least 2 tourneys to make it. So like I'm thinking today and tomorrow would be enough to get there. I think today it's impossible to get demons up there unless like a high level player is maining them and winning in this tournament. But it seems unlikely. Unless you think 2 more tourneys. I'm thinking if worst case scenario, Turn hosts a tournament over the weekend and then I play in one of those, and then we get it done off stream. As it stands right now, you need to go 12-0. Really? Over 2 tourneys? Let me do the math. $156 plus 12 plus 129. 297. 297 divided by 297. Let's see here. If I go 12-0, that would make them quite significantly above. That would make them 56.7%. Ogres right now are at what? 122 plus 95. 122 over 217. Yeah, ogres are 56.2. So I think we're probably fine. The Ogre Kingdoms wins today definitely made it a little harder. But I don't think it's 12 wins. Or maybe we didn't count today's wins. I don't know. We'll see. It's gonna be close. Best case scenario, we get some new players playing ogres. You're gonna host a Saturday tourney? Hell yeah. Yeah, I'll be keeping an eye out over the weekend. I think we'll probably play on Friday, and then the day after we like lock it in. Tomorrow is gonna be the last Demons of Chaos day, though. I think almost regardless of anything else, tomorrow is probably the last Demons of Chaos day. Just because I really want to play something else. The most Slaanesh thing? No, the most Zinchi thing is to have noobs play as Demons of Chaos. That's a big Zinch maneuver for sure. But yeah, it's gone to the point where there's been so many games played as Demons of Chaos. I'm getting fewer percentage points with each win. It does mean people can't screw up the Demons of Chaos win rate as much in the days to come, at least. So I guess that'll help a little bit. Man. Just let it end. Let it end. What are you looking at to see these win stats? I just want them to be showing up as the #1 on Total Tavern. So that means they need a slightly above 56% win rate, just above Ogre Kingdoms, and we're good. Right now they're in top 5. So we've surpassed Chaos Dwarves. Oh man, what a silly quest. This quest was absolutely silly. I had a fun time. I think it overstayed its welcome by like 2 days, but man, I'm so excited to be done. I have to see it through though, right? It's like a Warhammer campaign where you've already conquered like 2/3 of the map. And you're like, well, you know, I'm already there. I might as well get to paint the map. I haven't done that yet. Very similar situation for me. Next makes game in top 5. We've discussed it, especially with the new update coming out. We're probably going to be going back to variety faction content. As much as I love the idea of just constantly bringing up the lowest faction in the game, that would just become my entire life. And like, I have other things I want to do. Well, I have a lot of other things I want to do. Like anything but this. Like never again, please. And then we'll be good. But definitely after this, I cannot wait to play Wood Elves. And then I can like really get a feel for the difference between Demons of Chaos and Wood Elves. Because I'm pretty sure it's a one-sided slaughter. I'm pretty sure if I start playing Wood Elves, we're gonna do quite well in tournaments. Though I'm ready to be wrong, right? It will really get me a good sense of where Demons of Chaos stand. Play all the other factions until they're the lowest win rate again. Holy moly. You know, there's a certain win percentage where it doesn't become possible if no one else plays Demons of Chaos. Like, let's say I get Demons of Chaos to a 90% win rate. You could never actually beat that with all the other factions if no one plays Demons of Chaos, right? So as long as no one plays Demons of Chaos and loses, like, they would have to lose. Let me see. Yeah, they'd have to lose like almost 30 games as Demons of Chaos before they drop below the halfway mark in terms of win rate. So it would actually, we might lock it in. There's like no one else that plays Demons. There's a lot of people that tell me how to play Demons despite there being basically no one playing them, but it doesn't seem like they're active right now, so that's actually good. Yeah, maths. It's not statistically, but it's mathematically impossible for Demons of Chaos to become the lowest by my play alone. The only way that they would get lower is if someone else suffers through them, and no one's gonna do that. Glorious. 3 more games, by the way, until we get into the next round. Very happy to see so many signups. As far as I'm concerned, the scene is doing well if there's a lot of tournament signups. So you're forgetting I play Demons? You don't play Demons of Chaos enough, Trizik. You can lock them in. You can't outpace the intensity. Unless you're very active. I'm pretty sure I play the most games out of anyone. I think I have in Total Tavern this season, I think I have the most games out of literally everyone. We're no lifing it. Gotta commit. What are the highlights of the Demons of Chaos roster? The highlights are Bloodletters are pretty cool, but they're about as strong as Great Swords, as Obese Chicken tested. Plague Bearers will trade up into almost any other melee unit, but they suck in so many other ways from being slow and just shot to death that they end up being sus. But if you actually fight them in melee, they're pretty sick. I also love Fiends. We already know that. Fiends are sick. Being able to summon Changebringers to just delete units is hilarious against factions that lose the air game. Blues are a really nice standard unit. And then and the Noxbringer is good. Fleshhounds are situationally good. Same with these RORs. And then you can't forget Furies. Rainbow Furies are great. I like the Corn Furies and the Slaanesh Furies the most. I would go Tzeentch because they have barrier, but Corn Furies have spell resist, so you can't even Flock of Doom them. Oh, we got Lore Master of Sotek here. What's up? I see Antitheses flagellating himself live in public again today. Dude, I went 1 in 3 in the earlier tournament. I went 1 in 3 because someone told me that Heart Seekers were a lot better than I was valuing them at, and normal Seekers too. And then I ran them instead of Fiends, and then I threw on top of that, and it was terrible. But we're making it up today by hosting another tournament. I rage hosted. We actually got a lot of signups. Yo, do you still want to become a top tier Lizardman player, by the way? If that's something that still interests you, Sotek, I'm still happy to give you free advice. I think it would be so sick to see you just crushing tournaments as Lizardman. We don't even have a Lizardman main. The slot is open, man. You can crush it. Salamanders are actually meta now. It's crazy. What's your favorite unit on the roster? Fiends. after the Seekers incident and Tisty has stopped listening to his peanut gallery. It's actually true. At least I can say I've tested out basically everything on the roster. The only thing I haven't tested is Soul Grinders of Slaanesh and Corn. But even you guys know those are kind of garbage. Yeah, I got the Sotek training stream. Drowning in some work stuff. I know the feeling, man. I know the feeling. Being a YouTuber and having to decide between no-lifing it or actually doing your job. It's rough. I guess that's what people with jobs have to contend with. So maybe not just us. Totally understandable though. And that new update. Yo, Sotek, can you believe it? The update's finally gonna arrive. You think they're gonna delay it? You think we're gonna get another like CA like at the end of October? I think October 31st, right? They're gonna make another post and be like, you know, it's just not really meeting our standards anymore. But here's a video about the future of Warhammer 3. 99% sure it's this month. Dang. You know, Sotek, you're like the only person that has been in the scene since Warhammer 1 and is still very positive about everything. You're great. It took me about, I'd say, yeah, it took me about 5 years. 5 years to become disenfranchised. So you have 2 players still fighting. Let me message them. Empire for hire. Let me know when done. But yeah. At this point, I'm way too sussed out by CA, man. There's too many times I thought they would start putting out DLCs on a more regular pace, but... Nah. We'll see, though. We'll see. I think it is very likely that it comes out this month, though. I'm excited. Spent 20 plus years being a Games Workshop fan. Creative Assembly is nothing compared to them. Oof. Alright, yeah. Yeah, you win. You win. Oh, man. That's true, though. That's so true. Bro. Oh, my gosh. They would have announced it. I feel like an announcement has to be soon. Technically, they already announced it, but... Oh my god, though. Sotek. Sotek truly knows pain. You think I self-flagellate? Early November? They delay it by like, what, 1 week? I think end of October, right? They love pushing it towards the end of the month. And it seems like lately CA's been getting the struggle. So I feel like, yeah, I feel like that's where it's at. It'd be really weird, though, to just delay it by 1 week. Like, even when there's, like, a really bad bug on launch, they typically hotfix it nowadays. So I feel like it comes out end of October. There's a terrible bug. It gets fixed early November, and then we're good. In the end, multiplayer scene is actually still doing pretty good. The fact that we got like 20 signups today is crazy. Oh yeah, dude, there's something going on at CA. Cause like we've talked with them, they're great people. They're great people, but there's definitely like something just really messing them up. Whether it's bureaucracy. Or like the code being like 1,000,000 years old. And then bugs just getting harder and harder to fix. I don't know, man. I think they made a Reddit post about the Lizardmen idol situation. Like Lizardmen and Tomb King AI just isn't working right now. I think they said that it's like harder on Reddit. They said it's harder to fix than one might expect. Otherwise they would have already released a fix for it. A lot of pain going on. Fighting demons IRL, yeah. Anyways, we'll see. I just can't wait for Charix to get new high elf units. Charix can already win tournaments with like a 100% win rate when he plays high elves. What's the man gonna do with Lothar and Skycutters? Even if they don't get changed, they'll still be great. Advancing the Swiss. All right, people. We're only winning today. We're only winning. Try Hard City is activated. We're up against Pizu. Yo, yo. I'm Demons of Chaos. Let's get this going. And then after this tournament, I'm going to eat food. Because I'm going to starve to death otherwise. You win 100% win rate if you try hard full sweat. I think if me and Charix are tryharding full sweat, I think Charix wins more often than not, but not at a 100% win rate. My Discord messages aren't sending. Okay, there they go. He's high elves. Hell yeah. Bans Decrepit more. Let's play Cursed Oasis. Alright. High elves. Do we have an anti-high elf build? High elves are kind of sus. I think the fiends are good here. I think the fiends are good. The flesh hounds are only okay. The issue is there's a non-zero chance he tries to kite me. So I will need some sort of anti-kite. And it can't be an Exalted Flamer because Techless. Techless is kind of a problem. But this build feels... This build feels all right. What else do I want here? Spellcaster-wise, what do I want? You know, if it's elves, this magic lineup could be really clutch. Just gotta play it a little carefully, but I kind of like where this is going. I do still think elves are gonna be a little bit of a menace to face. Unfortunately, I don't really have the armor to do too much. Actually, yeah, I'm running out of units that I want to summon. I still have 5,400 gold to spend. And I don't really like flesh hounds here. Oh yeah, I forgot my furies. Obviously, Tempest is going to be a mild issue. But if you take the Coronate Furies, they'll be okay. And a Tempest on a single Fury is not the end of the world. There is potential to see maybe like some Eltharion business. So yeah, we'll try this. I'm a little sussed out by high elves. Hey, Cultist of Corn, thank you for the raid. Praying for a cheeky balance patch for the DLC. CA never do that. They always release the balance patch with the DLC. Get them soul grinders. I saw that coming. I did actually take the Zinch soul grinder though. Eltharion is a likely enough threat. Like the odds of him running Eltharion Kite is just likely enough where a Zinch soul grinder could get a lot of work done. But yeah, thank you very much for the raid. Raiders from the Cultists, what's up? Is healing on Demons of Chaos not worth it? So the problem is, I would love to heal my fiends, but Demons of Chaos, they're always taking super aggressive fights. It's always just like one big fight. They're not really like a kite faction. There's also the issue that the healing is on lords that are not very good. Like a Herald of Nurgle just doesn't really bring that much to the table. You can take the big green demon prince, but even he's kind of sketchy. And then there's the other thing where we just kind of need this magic now. A L'Oreal. All right. So I'm dealing with a bird build. Tzeentch Soul Grinder can probably bully a L'Oreal decently. Don't have blue fire. Took the pink fire for the spears instead. Surely he doesn't land on this. By having the Soul Grinder here to potentially countercharge, I should be okay. He's going for it though. So he really wants the Lord Snipe. Can we disengage? Tempest certainly hurts. I'll give him that. I will have that Tzeentch Soul Grinder in here soon though. We also gotta shut down the skirmish cav real quick. Ah, he has War Lions. Oof. All right, risky play of the day. But I'm gonna take that Soul Grinder and we're gonna try and kill a L'Oreal. I think if we manage to kill her, we have a pretty decent chance. It's gonna be a little sus. Life could clearly be better for us. But I think this is all I really got. And there he goes. Beelining for my lord. I don't like that. Can we kill a L'Oreal? Can we kill Larry? Oh, she's really gonna escape from that? Broski. Alright, so she does have another heal. Tzeentch Soul Grinder is doing okay though. She's certainly taking a lot of heat, but I'm definitely missing the fact that I have no mass here. No mass is gonna be a bit of a problem. And my Soul Grinder is kind of miles away. Now this commit over here is really good for me. Seeker Surrounds are still very good against single entities. And with sheer quantity of units, we might still be able to get some work done. Look at this Frostheart Phoenix. Having a bit of a rough time. A L'Oreal's getting a little bullied. If I can get a surround here on her, it was so golden. This is the one time the Seekers might actually clutch it out. We'll see. Tzeentch Soul Grinder is relatively tanky. But I can see he's obviously trying to make a play for a... He's going for another big heal, right? But if we can bait him out of the heal, we're good. So let's go here. Let's keep that guy safe. Yeah. So we're just gonna get him out of the heal. It's okay. Get the fiends at the ready. We're gonna just full disengage. Because for the full duration of the heal, he kind of has to stay in the bubble, right? Looks like he manages it though. A little sus. Nurgle Soul Grinder is a beast though. So if we can just get the Tzeentch Soul Grinder out of there. Maybe. We got the fiends on the far side. His infantry shouldn't be able to fare too well here, at least. And then, of course, we tear out the Reavers. L'Oreal's looking a little worse for wear, too. And then maybe we just get a little Lord Snipe. Tzeentch Soulgrinder's gonna have to run for its life, but here we go. We're gonna be able to catch these guys. I totally forgot about my Seekers. That's a big misplay. But L'Oreal is probably dead. Now, she will be resummoned, though, right? And we have a triple cap situation to deal with. So it ain't exactly the easiest thing in the world. Fiends are kind of getting bullied over here. Like, yeah, the value trading is a little bit back. I think, okay, there we go. So L'Oreal just died. I guess that's pretty good. And we can get some magics over here. If I can chase down the two birds, I think we may be able to pull back a victory. Having the Tzeentch Soulgrinder here is amazing. Having the Lord Loss penalty is even better. We're gonna, yeah, bolt that thing. I almost wish I hadn't killed the L'Oreal, because now it means that he's going to just resummon her. But if I can bully these birds enough, it's totally worth it. And you can see how badly they do versus surrounds, right? Just completely surrounded, getting bullied into oblivion. It's a pretty comfortable time. We'll get our first capture point. Noxburg can start blasting the infantry. And as long as my Lord lives, I think we don't have too much of an issue. Seaguard are kind of getting in there. But he's summoning in more skirmishers, which really doesn't help him. There's another fiend. So, yeah, he's really suffering. Without the support of a L'Oreal, these single entities are just not cooking at all, man. They're getting absolutely deleted. Oh, there's a Silverin. Oh, they have spell resist. Not the end of the world. Let's just finish capturing this point at least. But killing off those guys will definitely do us a lot of favors. I'm gonna save my net. Actually, we're gonna net the skirmishers. There we go. And just blast them with the mega spell. I don't want them to like kill my Lord somehow. That would be the worst. So we're just gonna do that. This Phoenix heals, but it don't matter. We got the Seeker surround on him. You can tell he's saving up for a L'Oreal, but it ain't gonna be enough. Leadership is very much suffering now. And then it's all about getting the points. So that's definitely the L'Oreal resummon. More skirmishers. Okay. Now that's surprising. Considering we have a basically full health Noxbringer, I feel like the skirmishers is a terrible idea. Yeah, I'm aware Chaos Demons, they don't do that well versus skirms, but that's a little sus. Just a little sus. Bird down. Other bird almost down. And if we get the fiends, we'll be good. Definitely quite a scrap this match. This one was a little bit of a scrap. But I think my single entity micro was just a little bit more on point. Getting that kill on a L'Oreal and forcing them to overextend into Seekers did very well for me. But a spooky one indeed. So let's keep that Frostheart Phoenix down. Noxbringer don't care about this fight. And we just gotta make sure he doesn't capture no points. Getting more fiends will absolutely assure that. Still doesn't have a Lord. Beautiful. And I even have loads of magic if need be. Very, very nice. Feels so good using fiends again. Feels so good to use fiends again. That'll be a pretty good spell cast. Loses 250 gold right off the bat. And then there's the Fiend push. They'll do great. All the bards are dead. Huzzah! I thought I was gonna lose. Honestly, after the early game, I thought we were so boned. But going for that Alarielle pick saved me so hard, man. I thought we were mega dead. I thought it was over times a million. Let's not get comfy though. He's trying to snipe my lord with his archers. Let's just get another spell cast over there. Get the fiends in. He'll be fine. 1,600 HP is massive. And then he's summoning some Reavers over on this point. So we park in the trees. I'll make it pretty hard for him to steal that. No point getting worried about this. We'll capture it well before we have an issue here. I do need capture weight, so it's probably going to be Seekers that go here. Yeah, we're probably going to need some Seekers there. Otherwise, he might actually outweigh me here. It's just 2 Reavers, though. That's a pretty chill prospect to deal with. Man, dude, the Noxbringer clutch, though. Noxbringer. Actually didn't do that much, huh? Who would have guessed? There's a D-summon. I still don't know how to de-summon routing units. I think you have to click the button like right before they route, and then it gets there. But obviously my opponent's gonna try to scrap it out here. But the fact that he's just summoning units as he gets the money for them means that he's really not gonna have that much here, right? I am out of magic, however. But it is definitely out of the question to resummon Alarielle. That's just because she has no capture weight. So it's definitely not going to go well if she gets brought back. Fiends are doing great. And we just have to hold for like 5 minutes. Thankfully, High Elves are not exactly a comeback faction. They're not like spamming Hellstriders. They don't really have like an S tier unit that they're constantly resummoning. So I think we have the slight advantage, at least on those terms. Of course, we still have to up trade, but having a little bit of terror here definitely gets a lot of work done. Good surround over here. Is he gonna get that Lord snipe? We'll see. Mildly doubtful though. Oh, he's going for it though. But that's just a down trade as long as I catch it. And thankfully we did. The Lord is gonna live. And the pain train continues. Demons of Chaos forever. Oh boy. And now I just save up money to summon Furies wherever they're needed, but he sees the writing on the wall. That's gonna be another win for my boys. Thank goodness. Oh my gosh. Bit of a scrap. I'm not gonna lie. Bit of a scrap. Zerivik got 3,600 value though. The Fiends were god tier. The Seekers were god tier. Man, those cav surrounds. Birds didn't stand a chance. Spicy. Very spicy game indeed. Whew, alright. Chaos Demons versus High Elves. And we win. Try hard City strikes again. Oh. They always seem to escape. High Elf flying units. Yeah, they're pretty slim. I think acceleration for Eagles is really nice or something. Dang, 3,200. This Seeker, though, really clutched it. The Seeker surround on the bird. Can't believe the Lord survived. Yep. You should always try to get your Lord as low as possible without them dying. Because then otherwise it means you're not being aggressive enough with them, right? HP is a resource. The problem is I play a little too close to the line and I get screwed, but... yeah. GG, well played. All right, that should up the Demons of Chaos win rate. Let's refresh the page. That's 2 wins. Chaos Demons are number 4. They're number 4. They are confirmed better than the vampire accounts. No one can dispute. Oh, it's so close. It's so close. Oh my god. We're actually getting there. There are only 3 more factions to get better than. Yo, dragons have the worst hitboxes. Dragons got like negative acceleration, man, dude. They do have some cool attack animations though, Maximilianer. But yeah, I agree. Dragons are like asking to get murdered 24/7. And they got buffed too. I think they got more mass and HP. Wyverns are worse, trust me. Yo, nobody even talks about wyverns, man. We know they're terrible. They haven't even made it to the conversation. Man, imagine if greenskins could actually have flying units. What a game changer. Then again, you know, there wasn't Azag meta for a small time. So there was actually a meta where a wyvern rider was being played. Take that, meaty dangler. I can't even remember the last time I saw a wyvern. Yeah, I think the last time I saw Azag was like 4 years ago. Almost half a decade. All the Warhammer 1 and 2 monsters curtailed by their mid animations, bro. Hydras. Hydras are a Warhammer 2 faction. I think unless you're late Warhammer 2, if you're early Warhammer 2, Warhammer 1, single entity, its life is terrible. Late Warhammer 2, you start seeing some pretty cool animations. The thing is though, Manticores have always had amazing animations. So maybe it's just an RNG thing. Because Manticores are pretty sick. The downside is they rampage, but like other than that, you know how hard it is to shoot a Manticore to death? It's like leaping around everywhere. 7 more wins to go. Oh my gosh. So we're barely not going to make it today. Tomorrow is the day. Wasn't Dread Saurian in that period? Well, like Dread Saurian doesn't even need animations. It has some basic animations, but it has like so much mass that it just deletes cavalry. Even though it doesn't actually move that far. I guess it does have one animation where it kind of like moves forwards a good amount. But yeah. Savage Orc War Boss on a Wyvern is almost okay. Yeah. I know the feeling. Warhammer meta is entirely decided by things that are well beyond almost okay. I guess that's all metas. Three hours ago, I thought we were going into next week. Yeah, now we're pulling it back. Hydras are honorary Warhammer 1 monster. Do they even have animations? I don't think they move at all. It's kind of sad. Dread Saurian was trash before it got contact damage. Yeah. Them giving big monsters contact damage elevates the Dread Saurian and the Frostworm immensely. The fact that animation charging can make you do damage to cavalry is a pretty crazy game changer for a lot of units. Except the Vargulf. The Vargulf, I don't think it has a charge animation. I think it has its one attack animation where it leaps forwards. But I don't even know if that does contact damage. Do vampire accounts have any single entities with good animations? You would know, Maximilianer. Dude, the Vargulf can charge from across the map, and he will stop before charging and give him a little slap. Very easy to catch those poor guys, though they are fast. And the animation is cool. They actually move like bats. It's sick. Dragons. Kind of, but not really. Dragons have like a 33% chance to get their leap attack, which is amazing. And like a 66% chance to get their little like tail swipe or like bite behind them animation, that it just sucks because they don't move. So arrows will target them perfectly. Black coach. Black coach with the literally no animations. It just goes faster when it's charging. Also, yeah, the selling point of counts is more so the endless waves of the apocalypse. And they do actually do that pretty well. Although Demons of Chaos just beat the vampire counts. So I'm just saying. Maybe they do suck. Vampire counts confirmed worse than Chaos Demons. In a perfect world, all the animations would be tuned to keep monsters relatively mobile in combat. Yeah, it'd be so much work to rework it. I think the whole physics system of the game kind of screws single entities a lot of the time, unless they have absurd mass or beautiful animations. Like the stone horn is crazy. Demons of Chaos always beat vampire counts? Yeah. I'm sure you could beat me just because I'm not experienced, but give it like 3 games and it becomes a one-sided slaughter. Or let me guess. Wait, no, it's really obvious. It's really obvious. If you want to beat vampire counts, Exalted Great Unclean One of Unkillability, Pestilent Decay, Fleshy Abundance. You now have 1 capture point. You now have full air dominance. You're now abusing the full air dominance. And then the vampire counts cry. Yeah, I'm sure this is like Maximillionaire's list of most hated units right here. Like, this is the kill the Maximillionaire special, I think. You don't even need the Changebringers. The Angels of Decay are already such a menace. And then you can take Furies if you really want. Just take the Coronate Furies. If you have Crypt Horrors, you can run blues, you can run pinks. Who cares, man? Everything's great. This just feel good all the way around. Yeah, just watching you play against Nurgle, and then also watching you play against Tzeentch, it's like, oh yeah, these two factions that dumpster vampire counts have married each other. Or if you want to be slightly less effective but still effective, you still have Keeper of Secrets. Like, all the demon factions do great. Exalted Bloodletters with 7 capture weight. Oh my, it's the top 10. It's the top 10 of like all the things that make the demon factions good against vampire counts, but smushed into one faction. Oh my god, hellish. Absolutely hellish. Take Furuncle just to flex on him? I wouldn't. Maximillionaire is good enough where he can make up for my minor misplays and not playing the matchup fully optimally. It's a little sus. It's a little sus. Double Goose incoming? Dude, Double Goose. Have you seen Maximillionaire run a Double Goose dragon build? It's hilarious. You know why? They dive this guy, he heals himself, play Angels of Decay, kill them all. If they land, they get shot. If they go into melee, they just die. Because the stats are absurd. Double Goose gets so dumpstered by all of this. It's sad, man. Don't bring up Double Goose to Maximillionaire. He's tried it, just. Are demons actually the worst faction? They were the worst at a 43% win rate on Total Tavern. It's disputable as to whether it's disputed as to whether or not they're actually the worst. But as far as the statistics go, they were bottom tier. Generally speaking, people will say Skaven is worse. And I think the gist of it is that Demons of Chaos are a really strong skew faction, kind of like Dwarves. It's kind of funny. Dwarves beat everything that Demons of Chaos lose to, and Demons of Chaos beat everything that Dwarves lose to. They're polar opposites. One faction is a bunch of slow, chunky infantry. The other faction is a bunch of unarmored, fast cavalry. Combined, they would be unstoppable. But, yeah. In general, I think people that main factions to tech against Demons of Chaos. It kind of makes them sus. But in the end, everyone hates Skaven. Rightfully so. Yeah, Demons of Chaos have 4 to 5 super favored builds into vampire counts. Yeah. Isn't the double goose meta build versus Zinch? I feel like it would still suffer, right? Can't you just blue fire spam him? Oh, you like double goose? All right. I guess it is your only out, and if you micro well enough, it can go well. But yeah, Skaven are... I think Skaven... In fact, Skaven right now, they have a 45% win rate. They're second worst, only Tomb Kings. No one really knows why Tomb Kings is so low, by the way. But Skaven are at the very bottom right now. Nurgle too. Nurgle's pretty bad. Nurgle's a faction if you want to suffer. They have a couple really strong matchups, but that's it. Bottom 5 is probably Cathay, Nurgle, Khorne, Skaven, and maybe Dwarves. So it depends on what you actually define as bottom tier. Everyone has their own definition. I like to say a faction is bottom tier if you can't take it as a generalist faction. Because I think you need it to be a generalist faction that is slightly advantaged to everything. Because if you're really good in a few matchups, you're never going to actually play those matchups. Unless the other player is ready for you and they're going to counter build. So, like, Dwarves get dumpstered by Skaven, right? But no one's like, wow, Skaven are so good because they can beat Dwarves, right? No one plays that. It is an impossibility to see. So... Skaven has, so any faction that has a bunch of bad matchups, I rank pretty lowly. Pretty low. There's other factions that are bad because they're just bad against many factions at the high level, so like Khorne. But then you also have to dig into high level versus low level. Because I think Khorne is super OP against newer players, but they only get worse as the skill level goes up. The better you get, the more Khorne becomes an absolute joke. To the point where when you get to the grand finals, you basically have no one playing Khorne, but SFTs, you see them all the time. So Khorne's a weird one there. Grand Cathay has a bunch of bad matchups. Nurgle 2. Dwarves are weird, but I think they have enough bad Dwarves are weird where they have enough good matchups where they're actually starting to see a bit of play just for counterpicks. So I feel like Dwarves might be higher. Who else is here? Lizardmen, Zeech, Warriors of Chaos, Empire, Greenskins. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Greenskins would be worse than Khorne. Personally. But, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there's a few in the bottom. I think bottom 5 is harder to decide than bottom 3. Like bottom 3 is very clearly Skaven, Nurgle, and probably Grand Cathay, right? I think those are the factions that feel bad to play. You know what? I think that's how we should decide it, right? So you get a player to play a faction, and then you ask them, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad did that feel? How bad did it feel in your soul? And I think those 3 factions would definitely go there. Although a lot of people are picking up Grand Cathay more often now. So Grand Cathay is a little bit more questionable. I'm fighting Daceberg for the 3rd time today. Daceberg's fighting exclusively me forever. This time I'm not going to hold back though. We're going to get a sick army. Your first bane. Would you describe your soul as withering away, having just played Cathay? Yeah, I feel like, honestly, I think Cathay has enough where it feels like it's not withering away. But the moment you lose a game because you can't capture points, that's when you really feel it. You're like, geez, man, just get the points. Bans Brave Alley. Creeping Swamp. Let's play Flood. Whoa, he's playing Slaanesh. We got a little bit of Slaanesh here. It's not greenskins. Last time I played this, we did pretty well, so I feel like I have exactly the build I need. You know what's funny? If I beat Daceberg here, it lowers the Slaanesh win rate. If I can lower the Slaanesh win rate to a 55%, it means I only have to beat the Ogre Kingdoms. Eh? You think greenskins is better than corn? I think corn will feel worse than greenskins because people actively kite you 24/7, and they don't do that against greenskins. At least as greenskins, it feels like you get a fight, even if they are unfavored in the fight. Corn is just like, are you ready to get shot for the next 20 minutes? And then you either win, but you feel bad because all you were doing was getting shot at, or you lose and it feels even worse. I don't think there's any other way around. Or you play a new player that goes a normal build and you just rush them. You think people picking up Cathay do it because they like Cathay, not because it's good? Yeah. People like the idea of a strong Cathay. And they're a faction that generally trades up. So you feel the potential is there. You're like, oh, I can uptrade. All I gotta do is capture the points. It gives you hope, unlike a lot of other factions. Oh, sorry. Nugget Knight. I didn't see your messages. You want to know a faction that is good for multiplayer? Honestly, even Skaven, if you pick a faction and you stick with it, you can get any faction in the game to the semifinals with raw skill alone and faction knowledge. It will be harder with Skaven, and it depends on how many bad matchups you want to play. But it's been done many times. If you just want to win, though, Khorne is definitely the simplest faction to play as a new player, because the only thing you have to do is make sure that your melee units get in melee, and you will beat most players. Take 3 Wrathmongers, then take a bunch of Khorne Gores and you'll be fine. Any mods you need? Nope. You can play on ladder modless, but there's no matchmaking. Or you can sign up to a tournament. If you head over to my Discord, you can find your way there. Or DM me on Discord. Tournament scene is going well. We hosted 2 tournaments today. Both of them had like 20 players. Even the one I hosted last minute. That will generally get you better matchmaking, but stronger players. Doesn't mean there aren't new players in tournaments though. And because it's Swiss tournaments, if you lose 2 games, you play against other people who lost 2 games. So usually you go up against people of the same skill after your first 2 games. It's nice. But I would recommend starting with ladder, which you don't need mods for. You just go into the game, go into multiplayer, and queue up. And I'm telling you, play Khorne. Take 3 Wrathmongers, you'll feel great. Triple Wrathmonger is amazing. Yeah, I feel like greenskins, greenskins are like, they have all the tools they need. The tools just aren't refined enough to be like a top tier faction. Like, they have pretty good cavalry, they have pretty good infantry, pretty good skirmishers, pretty good single entities. It's a faction of a bunch of pretty goods. The only reason they're not ultra top tier is because you have factions that'll spam really good stuff. Like Chaos Wars versus Greenskins, they're gonna take insanely good trains. Slaanesh, insanely good cavalry. So you're always going to get outclassed by whatever the faction's main strength is. But you have all the tools at your disposal. So in theory, I would say Greenskins are a really nice faction for feeling like you'll always have a chance against anyone. I'm pretty sure I can say that, right? Greenskins are pretty well-rounded. Empire is the order version of Greenskins, where they have basically all the tools they need. Except they have some things that are pretty strong, like the War Wagons. War Wagons are S tier for sure. Aptem, you tried getting into multiplayer but failed to find an opponent after 20 minutes of waiting. Is the amount of players so low? So it depends on when you're queuing. You would usually want to queue into multiplayer during the European time zone when they finish work. That's when most players are around. The ladder doesn't have a lot of players. It's mostly in the tournament scene, I would say. But Total War ladder is like, you know, gotta wait for the French or the British to finish their jobs, come home, queue up. And that's usually not the best time zone. Is Demons of Chaos a version of the Empire? Demons of Chaos don't have all the tools you need. They just have a lot of units with too much overlap. I think, yeah, there's so many units that overlap too hard. Blues and pinks are way too similar. Bloodletters and demonettes are way too similar. Seekers and Heartseekers are too similar. Yeah. Yeah, Greenskins too, they have a really nice standard build where you just take Rugloods, 2 archers, and then a bunch of spear infantry. That's the Meaty Dangler's special. If you do that, you'll be set for most situations as the Greenskins. Now this is my build versus Slaanesh. We have some slow units, we have some fast units. And a lot of blues and pinks. The idea here is simple. They bring something big, you spam blue fire on them. They don't bring something big, you're gonna win the frontline fight. Slaanesh is notoriously bad at winning infantry engagements. So I'm sitting pretty comfortable here. Mirror Guard, Marauders, yeah, Plague Bearers and Bloodletters absolutely crush that. If he brings Demonettes, we're gonna hit him with the pink fire. So I would say my dear opponent here will likely have a bad time. I'll just fight out here, away from Nakari. There is a Pavane of Slaanesh and a lot of killing power. But nothing that I'm too worried about. The skirmishers are really gonna get shut down too by all my pinks and such. And while my opponent does capture the points really early, I don't think they'll be able to actually re-secure them. As soon as I get posted up and ready to go. So there they go. Can get a little bit of a blue volley here. A very meek blue volley. It's okay though. We just gotta keep pulling back so that the skirms don't do a lot of damage. Thing about Slaanesh players, they tend to take a lot of skirmishers here. You kind of need them for other builds. But against this kind of demonic Mantide build, no chance. Not a chance. So that's a lot of damage. You know what's more damage? Blue fire! The car is fast, but it's homing. And that's already a pretty nice amount of value right off the bat. Screamers over there can get into position. Okay, and we're seeing some demonettes. In theory, demonettes are not very good, as we're specifically choosing not to run demonettes. So this should be quite good for me. There's that little AoE. Gets a tiny bit of damage, nothing too crazy. As long as we keep these horsemen modest, I'm quite happy. Nakari's just getting bullied too. That's 1/3 down on the Nakari. Because we're using a Tzeentch hero, we get the Tzeentch abilities. So that part's pretty funny. Big engagement has begun. But Nakari, as you can see, Nakari simply cannot participate. Much as they may want to. The fight is a little... just a little rough there. Bloodletters will absolutely dumpster on that front. You have the Sky Rays getting ready for another ability cast. Target acquired. Nakari has been spotted. Fire! And that should do pretty well. Nakari is now mostly dead, which means it will only take a couple blues and pinks to potentially kill him. There's the rampage though. So we definitely have a little bit to worry about. Ooh, that's a good one. I just hit all my own units. Okay, slightly could have been aimed better, but it's okay. Here's the problem. Nakari costs 3,000 gold, and if they're just hiding in the woods all game, it means my opponent really is not getting a lot of value. Nakari finally comes out to play, which means it is time to get that focus fire going. Another blue fire. The blue fire, it is endless. The plague bearers are invincible. And Nakari is very swiftly becoming a non-existent threat. Gotta love to see it. It's pretty crazy that Demons of Chaos can actually tussle versus Slaanesh, by the way. But it seems like it's actually a fairly good matchup for the Demons. You love to see it. Ever since I started running this build, I haven't had a single issue against Slaanesh. It's been great. Rear charge here should be pretty good too. I just gotta clean up all the guys that are inside my formation, and then I should be fairly comfy. Nakari, I am once again sending a blue fire onto your face. Then we'll send in... oh, wait. He wants to kill this guy, Ray, so Nakari heals. So I'll just quickly deny that option. The backline defense has gone amazingly. Is that another Pavane? It is, but my guy's just going to aggro on these guys, not Nakari. So I shouldn't have to worry too much. And then with a little bit of infantry spam, I think we're good. There's the rampage. It helps a lot that I played this matchup a ton too. And I don't think a Slaaneshi armor check wins this either. Can I cycle my infantry here? That'd be pretty cool. Also, we got some blues. Man, poor Nakari, man. 99 value. Nakari costs 3,000 gold. With all these abilities, Nakari is so expensive. And to get less value than a peasant mob, that is quite disgusting. Yeah, good fight here, though. Dang, Hellstride has got wrecked by the Demonettes. You love to see it.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Here comes Nakari. Can Nakari do anything? The big question of the day. You cower in fear at the sight of my mixed demon army.
One of your units has
Did a
been
good job
destroyed.
killing off my Furies, though. That's kind of my B. I kind of forgot about him. Dang, the car's just going for it. One last Hail Mary. Almost doubles their value right as they charge in. But an overcast blue fire is a little too sus. Nakari dies with 200 gold value.
You have killed an enemy, Lord.
Disgusting.
I knew it. Unending
Disgusting.
glory
It feels good to be tryharding again. That's our third win. It's very cool that Demons of Chaos. It's really cool seeing that they actually do well versus top tier factions. They do badly versus bad factions. I might bring them as a counter pick if someone goes like Vampire Counts and Slaanesh or something. In a pick ban format. Jeez, poor Nakari. They did better than most of the infantry. That's good, I guess. Horsemen get hard countered here. I think this is a very natural Slaanesh build to take against demons, but it gets super hard countered by this. We still haven't really tested how a like max armor rush build does. Might be able to tank out my blues. But for now, I'm sitting pretty comfortable. Shrieking Skyrays actually do really well here too. Love to see it. Soul Grinder feels a little excessive though. I might change that. Demonettes can pass armor checks. That's true. I do have 2 Demonettes and Bloodletter. Slaanesh doesn't really have anti-infantry anymore. If like Hell Scourges gave you anti-infantry, that'd be a different issue. But they don't. Chaos Demons sitting at a comfortable 55% win rate. We're still trying to catch up to Norska, but I feel like we'll almost be at the bottom end of 50% win rate. It feels very close. I think like 2 more wins and then we get there. Man, it's so close. Total noob here. Can I get a quick overview as to why demons are so bad when they're a combined of 4 really strong factions? So there's one thing where they don't really get the best units from all those factions. And there's the other thing where they get the same unit type from all those factions. So factions that have a diverse amount of infantry, for example, let's say Khorne. Khorne has one type of infantry for every job. They got chaff, they got halberds, anti-infantry, armor check with shields, armor check with halberds, fast, high DPS infantry. They got no armored infantry. They got demons, they got mortals. Whole smorgasbord of infantry to choose from. Demons of Chaos. They got 3 flavors of the same type of infantry. They're all low damage, high DPS, vulnerable to shooting. Their elite infantry fall under the same category. Vulnerable to shooting, low armor, high DPS. And then they have the slower variant that is still vulnerable, but otherwise it's basically the same unit, right? You bring these guys to have some DPS. They don't really have chaff because Nurglings are that bad. And the blues overlap with the pinks. So they really only have the Tzeentch shooting. Everything else is just the other demons. They do have some cool tech pieces, but a lot of them are too weak to really be a major threat. Only difference is maybe the Changebringers and the Noxbringer. But like, look at this, right? It's just different flavors of flamethrower. Why did they have... The Demons of Chaos have 4 flamethrower units that can get a lot of value if you can protect them. Technically, they would really only need 1 of these units, and they already kind of get the job done. And the best of them is the Changebringers, so the other ones don't really see play. You have a whole smorgasbord of monsters. So look at all these monsters, right? All of them are decently sped up monsters, right? Decent speed and fighty. You know, they're there to fight and they're there to counterpunch other monsters. They don't really do well versus infantry. So naturally what people do is they take the best one out of the bunch and they'll run that. That's the Noxbringer, because it also has a shooting attack and it has good stats. But there's so much overlap that, like, yeah, it's just gonna be the Noxbringer. That's the only monster you want. So the Demons of Chaos roster, generally they only have like 10 units that are just the best in each category. Mobility, they have all the same type of cavalry, so you just take the best one, Fiends. And then they have Furies, which is nice, but not enough. I guess like the Furies, you know. You either take the Khorne or Slaanesh Furies. This one has AP. This is good in every other situation. Also, the Lords are kind of overpriced. Be'lakor is so expensive. So Archaon. Archaon is the gold standard of strong Lords right now. Where he's a very strong spellcaster. So any other, and he costs 2,200. So any other very strong spellcaster should be comparable to him. Be'lakor is slightly more powerful as a fighter, but with his abilities, he costs 2,800. So you lose about 600 gold worth of value for running something like a Be'lakor. I love the hover over Furuncle. Oh, that was accidental. Where is he? Oh yeah, right here. The strongest single entity. Are Beasts of Nurgle any good? Nope. Tried them out. They're not too great. There was a bit of a meme a while ago where people were taking 4 of them. But unfortunately, they don't actually do anything. Beasts of Nurgle are really good at being there. They exist. Now you can make them exist on top of archers, but even then, they don't even kill the archers. They're not a bruiser unit, which is a problem. Usually with these types of guys, you want to be able to just like jump archers, and you have to deal with them or they'll deal damage. But they're also kind of squishy to high DPS. So against a Lord charge like Alberic, they'll just pop in like 2 seconds. Honestly, I think if you give them 10,000 HP, they could be really annoying as a unit that you just chuck in. And it's like, man, it's just not even worth killing, man. They take too long to kill. That would be a great spot for the Beast of Nurgle. And just make it deal no damage, you know? Make it deal no damage, but it just lives. That would be fun. You ever take Angels on Demons of Chaos? Not really, because usually there's not many opportunities to make them work. They're a very expensive unit on a very expensive faction. And usually they need a lot more support to get value, but there's a few factions that don't do well against them. They have 10k HP with a heal cap regen. It's like Be'lakor can get 10,000 value with all his melee attacks. You know, if nothing attacks Be'lakor, if he can just get his full regeneration, Be'lakor has tens of thousands of HP. Rip. Also, if Beasts of Nurgle were shorter, that would be sick. If they were the same height as like a state troop and they couldn't get shot to death, that would actually make them pretty spicy. Because then they would heal cap. Slime Trail is okay. Yeah, Slime Trail is it's a -5. and minus speed, 35-meter aura. It doesn't really compare to the soporific musk that you can just get everywhere. But it's okay. It's not enough, though, to really buff a unit. The gold standard of buffs. So this is it. People will pay 400 gold for a buff that gives +8 leadership, +5 melee attack, and ITP. 55-meter range. People will pay 400 gold for this unit. Which means that the Beasts of Nurgle buff at best is probably worth like 150 gold, I'd say. Slime Trail does not compare to ITP and leadership boosting on peasants. Not even close, right? And it's a melee attack boost. Also, the range is 55 meters, which makes a very big difference from 35. But yeah, Grill Relique is a beast of buffing. Which is why usually when you see a lord like this. So like, look at this, right? So now we know if a Grill Relique is worth about 400 gold, how much is this ability worth? According to CA, it's worth 200 gold, right? But I think if CA made the Grill Relique cost 200 gold less, and it gave this debuff instead, people would not run it. So yeah, that's what you should be looking for. It's really nice having these few units to compare against. You think Braid of Border Low is too strong? What's Braid of Border Low? Is that on Rapunzel? Oh, this one. Yeah, so this one's pretty good. 200 gold, bonus versus large 12. I think Braid of Border Low is fine. I think Alberic's a bit too strong. I think Alberic is becoming a little bit too meta over Lewin. It's going to be very hard to make them balanced because they're so similar. I don't think Braid of Border Low is the big problem, though. Because before, people were running Lewin most of the time, not Alberic. It definitely makes light cavalry crush it in cav fights. But like, that's kind of the point, right? That's like, that's the only thing that makes Alberic interesting. So I don't think we should nerf it. Otherwise, it's just going to become Lewin exclusively, right? In terms of a game that is worth playing, I think a nerf here would be ill-advised. I think we just make Alberic a little bit more expensive. And in that way, you see Lewin if you need a tanky guy, and Alberic if you need a killy guy. And it's not like Bretonia's like a steel chair faction. Bretonia is definitely A+ tier for how many good matchups they have. And the fact that they don't have too many bad matchups. What I would personally love to see is just make Rapunzel a little bit better. I think Rapunzel's buff should be +20, +20, 55 meters, but only to infantry. I'm going to suggest it right now. I'm going to suggest it right now. But to make Rapunzel have a spot in the meta, can we make this +20, +20, but only to infantry? Right now, Alberic's buff is just better. Yeah, I would love to see like foot squires that just become chosen. It's not even like they get 50-50 stats, right? They become 48-46. Which is ludicrous until you realize that you're just stuck with infantry and Rapance and like an infantry blob. And you can still get shot to death. And spells still annihilate Bretonnian infantry. I think it would be pretty crazy on... okay, on men-at-arms with 60 melee defense. But you can still just kill Rapance, right? And she can't be everywhere. But like, just make her a glorified Guerrilla Elite. All right, my suggestion is in, but anyways, I feel like it'd be interesting. I love the idea of Bretonnia being really strong around their holy relics and really weak outside of it. And it gives her a unique role. And the thing is, infantry builds are not really that oppressive. There's very few matchups right now where people are like, dang, the strong infantry is too much. The only exception was with Khorne, and that's only because Wrathmongers were way too fast before. So Wrathmongers used to have like what? It was like 47 speed or something crazy. So they were like really fast. You couldn't avoid them. If you can't avoid a foot squire, that's on you. Especially a foot squire that has to hang around Rapance. I'm judging. Round 4. 3 more games and we're up against Martin. Revenge. I'm Demons of Chaos. Your first band. He's Beastman. Ooh. But yeah, my rule of thumb, an infantry unit can be infinitely strong, but if it's slow enough, nobody cares. Even Wrathmongers nowadays, they only really decrease their speed, and they're not that much of a menace anymore. They're still a little bit of a menace, but not nearly as much as they used to be. And I think that's a sign. That's a sign that we can afford to make infantry really strong, and it'll be okay. Yeah, no, Wrathmongers have crazy stats. The only reason they're weak now is because everyone kites Khorne. Anyone who has to fight Khorne loses, and like quite badly too. But yeah, like come on. I think outside of Wrathmongers when they were fast, I really don't think there's anything else, right? Has there ever even been an elite infantry that people have feared? Well, like Black Orcs in Warhammer 1 maybe? I don't know. No, Magic was too strong. Yeah. I'm trying to go through. I guess Depth Guard were really strong before Coast came out. And then they got nerfed, I think, as they actually launched. So maybe a little bit there. Still mad about how much better Alberic's buff is over Gorobad's. Yeah. Alberic's buff is strong, but I feel like it's a gold standard of buffs. There's not a lot of really strong aura buffs in this game. And I really don't think there's ever really been a bunch of strong aura buffs that are meta, like super meta, you know? I think Alberic's is the one that really slightly gets there. And I feel like we should have more. I feel like we should have more, because if we make them all weak, then we'll just stop seeing aura buffs, right? People will opt for just main tiding or what have you. People feared the ROR for Tzeentch for a while. Like a little bit. I feel like that made a pretty small splash. It's true though. You know, the Slaughter Guard. Oh my gosh, the poor Slaughter Guard. Gorbad is the greatest orc war boss in history, and he has a 30. Yeah, it should be a 100 meter buff, right? Gorbad should have like a 100 meter buff. That makes like all the units faster. Faster and more fighty. Because Gorbad like riles them up, and being faster helps you do tactics, which is his thing. That's his shtick. Oh man, so much flavor. Lost to the winds of campaign. What about the Cathay Master of Alchemy? Oh yeah, the Tzeentch barrier insta-regenning. That was the worst. Permanently netted borderline invincible infantry versus 1 archer unit. So archers, the only target that is actually not worth shooting at is the like chosen shields. We're talking like 120 armor, silver shields. That's the only time I'd be like, okay, yeah, maybe you shouldn't be shooting at this unit. If it's a halberd, it's worth it. But yeah, borderline invincible infantry against an archer. Archer will run out of ammunition. You kind of see this with Norgrimling's Iron Breakers. But this is talking about the hardest of hard counters. And if you shoot them from the flanks, Norgrimlings actually lose to Peasant Bowmen. Really goes to show how rough infantry can be in this game. I feel like CA should really give some infantry like gold shields. Like, actually, if we're talking like historically, right? Shields blocked more than 50% of fire, right? Like, there's been times in history where like a Viking wall can just sit there and tank arrows infinitely, right? So why can't like these mythical units, right? Chosen, clad head to toe in armor. They got the giant, bulkiest shields made of thick metal. And like a normal arrow is gonna take them out. Come on. But in general, though, game design wise, I think CA generally tries to stay away from these like ultra hard counters. And I'm willing to agree with that. You know, if we had to put up who's a better game designer, me or the game designers, probably them. Shield wall formations have been modded into every game so far, but they never pick it up. Yeah, I think it's because it's too hard of a counter. So like CA really don't like resistances in multiplayer anyways, going above like 50%. Even 50% is like extreme for CA. So when they're like I think the water elementals, right? So here's the thing. CA is like the water elemental. It's magical. It's made of water. You better have magic damage. And then it's going to have like 20% physical resist. Right? I would be really surprised if CA gave it like a 70% physical resist. Even though you're shooting literal arrows at water. Alright? I'm pretty sure they're never going to get close to like a 70%. And that's by design. They don't want hard counters. They never want a situation where you have to bring a specific tool for a job, only that it gets less effective. 25% max, yeah. 25% is spicy. Yeah, the Frostworm has a 25% missile resist. Ethereal nerf flashbacks, bro. Rip Ethereals. They got double nerfed. Because healing became percentile. But anyways, it's more of a personal preference thing for me. And I think it makes enough sense. But anyways, Beastman. So Noxbringer is very good versus Beastman. And Final Transmutation makes it so they can't go double Minotaur. Because usually the only thing that Beastmen can do against demons is to mosh pit. Go for a very tight formation. Try not to lose the mobility gain. Now, Martinus could go for a little bit of a more mobile build. But Skirmishers lose to the Noxbringer. And Fleshhounds are pretty good here. I can also spam blues if he goes too hard on the cavalry. So in general, I feel pretty good. But we'll see. What crazy beastman build are we going to see? 13 units is really low. Chaos spawn. Wild Brace, Mantle of Gorok and Devolve. And now, first things first, this guy's eating Final Transmutation to the face. Second thing is second, I gotta be super careful about the fights I take, because it's very likely that Centaurs are gonna give me a hard time. We can't really afford to let the Centaurs cook me here. But this at least should be a fairly decent start. I think when I get the opportunity, I'll just overcast Transmutation on this guy. Zongor shields are going to help them out a lot. But I can't slowly wear them down. We'll have to be wary of the Gorble. But what do we got here? What's in this army? So there's a couple archers, I guess. I learned that the archers really don't like the Shrieking Skyray attack. It can do a lot of damage to them. Like so. One of the few times that the Shrieking Skyrays are actually good. And a follow-up Noxbringer shot. That's just gonna get him killed. So pretty easily I can just escort these guys off the battlefield. Gonna get another Noxbringer shot over here. We want them off because if they rally, they still have very high damage potential. Not exactly something that we want to deal with. Still intrigued by the severe lack of cavalry. Really thought there'd be more. But as it stands, we're doing a pretty good job. So I'm going to use Furies to help chase units off. If I can route these archers and escort them, that means that I'm already at a 1,000 value lead. Already at a 1,000 gold value lead, which is pretty huge for us. And we're just gonna take it slow. We're gonna make it happen. That's a pretty good spell cast. So they are now out of the picture. And now my opponent is really feeling the pressure, right? So you can see he started to just advance. And that means that we can take a fight on our side of the map. Really goes to show how powerful the Noxbringer is. That'll be another nice shot. And this is just straight suffering. This is straight suffering. Gets a couple Centaurs over there. Not a problem. We'll just disengage. The units are likely to rout anyways. So I think we're sitting fairly comfortable here. I still have more Shrieking Skyray shots too. And I have all the time in the world, man. We have all the time in the world to sit back, relax, and go for a essentially Demons of Chaos kite build. Let's get a little bit of a volley there. Some of the archers did rally. I guess it's a very minor misplay on my end. But I still feel like we are in a very strong position. There's a few archers here that we can definitely bully with the Noxbringer. You also notice that I'm positioning so that either he's in a bad spot for the Sky Rays or he's in a bad spot against the Noxbringer. Almost no matter where you're positioned, it's not exactly a very pretty position to be in, right? There's a couple of chaos spawner in. He's really hemorrhaging his range, though. I'd be a little worried if I was my opponent. Furies can get the work done there. That's a free spawn picking, more or less. And then if he goes for a big Centaur dive, I should be relatively okay. Straight suffering, though, is looking good. Popcorn Nurglings will be very nice here against his Centaurs, because as soon as they land a hit, they're just gonna take a bunch of damage reflect. So you know they don't really like that. Here comes the final transmutation too. He's gonna have to escape with his lord or suffer the consequences. This will be a pretty good doggy charge too. And now I can use the Noxbringer as a terror piece. That'll be very nice for him. A couple Centaurs that we can catch out also. A little bit more magic over here, why not? And realistically speaking, I only really need a little bit more magic to get another final transmutation. So sitting pretty comfortably. Just gonna pull back. Then at some point I should start thinking about taking this main fight. I think if I final transmutation his lord one more time though, we're probably in a good enough position. A lot of his cavalry's kind of out of position here. And I'm going to try and time this main fight with me killing off his lord with one more final transmutation. So you know what? Let's actually go for a little bit of a sketchy play. But I want to stop his lord in his tracks because look at this. That is a final transmutation and a half. Hitting all of his guys, all of his single entities, and all of his mobility. And it should also kill his lord. That's mega value. If his lord doesn't rout from that, I don't know what will.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Definitely a very strong play over there. And then we drop this down over here. His lord actually did live. Mildly spooky. But if I can win this main engagement, I think we'll be okay. He's about to get a leadership loss, right? I'm kind of counting on the leadership loss though for this to work. Because without it, his forces will actually grind pretty decently in a melee. The spawn especially, we've learned, are a little problematic, but his lord is super dead now. We just kind of hard kited him into oblivion. All I gotta do realistically now is just make sure that we capture the point in a decent amount of time, and then I think we're pretty good. Shrieking Skyrays actually live. That's absurd. Very nice AoE on those Ungors. Jeez. This game is really not going my opponent's way. Although the middle field is still going well. We're gonna drop another final transmutation here to say goodbye to that Gorbel. There we go. Let's get that Lord Loss penalty. Nice. All right, all I really gotta do now is just secure some points. Jeez, final transmutation. What a spell.
One of your units has been destroyed.
What a spell. fell. Oh my god.
I knew
He
it.
dips.
Unending glory is yours.
Bro, the bait. The bait and switch. I'm like, I'm gonna land by flying units. Boom. Into the ground with you. Absolute brutality. Very nice to see. The finalist of final transmutations. What's the value at? 2,800. What a comeback from last tourney. Oh my gosh, last tourney. Holy Ungor value lost. Ungor raiders are pretty easy to route. They're kind of like peasant bowmen, but less range. Oh, 31. Oh my god. Okay, so this was a massacre. Oh, he had some minotaurs, I guess. Noxbringer was having the time of his life. Lord was having the time of his life. That was brutal. And the Sky Rays clutching it with that ability. They have 5 casts of it. You use all of them, they'll pay for themselves. Takes a long time, but it's an interesting demon kite. Almost like Seekers didn't cost you 3 losses. Bro. Oh, the Seekers. Yeah, this is a solid kite build. And final transmutation is undodgeable. So your Lord is gonna die. He's just, there's no stopping it. The only thing you can do is not put him in a blob. Which he did. Sick. So that makes us undefeated in today's tournament so far. If we refresh the win percentage chart, Chaos Demons are still below Norska, Slaanesh, and Ogres. Despite winning against Slaanesh, we were unable to bring down the win rate much. What's better, Shrieking Sky Rays or Empress Crowman? Crowman. Dude, I would die for Crowman, man. Holy crap. Crowman is the deletion. The fact that they can actually fight, unlike the Sky Rays. You laugh until you meet the Treb Max. I'm ready for it, Killian. I've been training this whole time. Getting ready for the Treb Maxen. Alright, so now we wait. If I can win this tournament, that'd be pretty sick. Crowmen are strong. Cathay must definitely be a strong faction. If you made it so Cathay could bring 8 Jade Lancers, they would already be significantly stronger. Like if there was a Jade Lancer with the sword and board instead of lances, immediately, it'd be so much better. They run out of units to summon in the late game. Most other factions can fill the whole reinforcing with mobility. Not Cathay. Not Cathay. They're not bad though. And they're also a pretty tricky faction to pick apart. Even at my level, we lose to Cathay pretty regularly just by taking a bad engagement. Demons of Chaos at 55.2% win rate. Ogre Kingdoms is 56.36. Looks like a long way to go. Still gotta farm that 1%. I'm almost at a 56% win rate though. It's just, there's not enough people losing as Ogres in Slaanesh. What does it take? What does it take? I need somebody to lose as Ogres in Slaanesh. Norska we're about to surpass. Yeah, that's true. Skyrays have anti-large and 5 ability casts. Definitely better. Wait, can you aim the Lamprey's Bite? I just had a crazy thought. I can't believe I haven't tested this yet. For how long I've been playing Demons of Chaos. Can you aim this ability? Because if you can, that actually makes them significantly better. I've been like purposefully trying to position them so that it actually hits. Don't tell me. Don't tell me you can actually aim it. That would be kind of dumb. Oh, freaking hell. No, what? You can aim it. Wow. Oh my god, you can aim everything in this game, but vortexes. Okay, well that would have saved me a lot of value. Like, out of all the tech pieces, it took me 7 days to learn that you can aim this thing. Oh, freaking! Ah, I hate seeing it. I know you can aim every other spell in the game, but it just, it shows as an explosion ability. Ah, nobody told me. Bruh. Biggest plot twist in this month. That I would be at #1 right now. Demons of Chaos would be at #1 if I just knew. Holy crap, that's like actually really good against some factions. Like, you can just use that against any low HP infantry with like 120 models. Oh man. Oh my gosh, and it's instant cast. Didn't you make your name on that exact trick with Firestorm? Yeah, but they nerfed it. So they made it where it doesn't work anymore in Warhammer 3. They removed it. Apparently they didn't remove it with this guy. Nobody tells CA. This is the one thing I'm not going to report to CA. Caraftier, if you want to get your vengeance, you can report it, but... Oh my god. What a... Jeez. I can't believe it. My life is a lie. How many hours do I have in Warhammer 3? 3,200. Oh my god, no way. It's just no way. I can't believe it. It's such a weird ability too. I think that's the only, like, I think no other units really have abilities like that, right? Time to go with the bug report. I'm still mad at you for reporting Zhao. It's okay, see, it doesn't fix bugs anyways. You're telling me they're gonna fix Zhao before they fix the army tracker? No, they might. I could see that. Just to spite me. The meaty dangler? Or you mean, how didn't you know? Why didn't you tell me? You've been watching me use this unit for like a week. Man, this game's crazy. That's the best thing about Warhammer. It's like an exploration game where you learn new mechanics. We're still exploring. Meanwhile, neither of them are going to be fixed this year. There's people that are skeptical will get a DLC this year. You know, I'm ready for anything. Oh yeah, corn units are really expensive, but they are worth it. If they can get in a fight, corn units pay for themselves. That's the rule of thumb. It's fine, you can have this one. I did report to them the Anturin, the Herald of Tzeentch, Locus of Conjuration. Yo, I would have so much final transmutation power. But in the end, an Exalted Lord of Change, Greater Arcane Conduit final transmutation is kind of good enough. We got the GAC. We got the final transmutation. It's a surprisingly strong spell for something that hasn't really been changed in ages. Got full scar value in a Khorne mirror match? Hell yeah. Maybe they forgot to type the ability as a wind spell instead of explosion. Maybe. It's a very strange spell. If they called it a wind spell though and gave it the little wind spell indicator, it would still feel really weird because of how short it is. It's more like a puff of air. Then again, that firewall for Cathay is a wind spell and it also doesn't move very far. Dude gave you his secret sauce and you illegalized it. Yeah, I didn't realize. But like to play with it more would actually be exploiting a bug. And anyways, Final Transmutation vanilla is good enough. I don't think knowing that would have made you top 1 for Demons of Chaos. It's true. There were a lot of hurdles. Many hurdles. I think ever since I started taking Bloodletters more, it felt safer. And then having the Speed Demon build was a nice opener to really make people a little worried about what build they'll be facing when they play me. So it kind of shifted the meta for people taking boxes, which is what this stuff does well against. They're making excuses now? That's true. It's true. I'm only human, man. I'm only human. I represent many qualities of humanity. Confidence, overconfidence. Which factions do you think need more DLC so that they get more tools to use? So I think the faction that needs tools instead of buffing to their tools. I think Ogre Kingdoms are actually in a unique place and can kind of deal with most things. Chaos Dwarves have, yeah, they have things kind of settled. I would say Bretonia. I think if Foot Squires get strong enough, Bretonia gets a little bit more of an infantry identity. But like, I really feel like they could have a little something else. I don't know what, because like it's not like they're supposed to have more missile infantry. But like, yeah, I feel like Bretonia, I don't know. They don't have too many counters. Maybe not Bretonia actually. Kislev would be better if Zargard and Armored Cossar Great Weapons were stronger. Vampire Coast has the tools. Many of them are just weak. Okay, let's refresh this bracket. I think we have I think we have tiebreakers now. Yeah, we have tiebreakers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Nice. We don't have to play a tiebreaker. Woo. Tiebreakers. Blood Penguin. Left is top bracket. Blood Penguin versus at Charlie. That's Obese Chicken. Obese Chicken made it tiebreakers. Martin versus at Abdel. Mr. Razak at Scrambled Egg Special versus Kaiser Wilhelm. I'll cast this one. Spec slot, please. All right. Nice. Avoiding the tiebreaker is good because tiebreaker games don't count towards the total tavern stats. So that'll actually help our win rate by a decent amount. All Skaven Lord should have Doom Rockets. You know, that's been suggested enough where I'm actually starting to feel like they should make it a thing. Surely we need more Lizard Legendary Lords. I feel like, yo, they actually do fall into really cool niches. They just kind of suck. Warriors of Chaos. Oh yeah, Demons of Chaos. That's true. That's true. Legitimately, Demons of Chaos need a DLC. Not the Monogod factions. All right, Demons of Chaos. Give them. Okay, actually, technically, if Nurglings were good and Soul Grinders were good, Demons of Chaos would actually have different tools. Okay, you know what? Actually, maybe not Demons of Chaos. No, no, no. They don't need a DLC. They just need buffs, like, across the board. Dwarves used to have a really huge blind spot, but Doomseekers really helped that out. I guess Norska. Norska, but they're getting a DLC. Dark Elves really just need Corsairs to be buffed. If they make it where Black Arc Corsairs handbows are good against light armor, I think Dark Elves will be fine. And then buff Doomfire Warlocks, jeez. I don't know, a lot of the factions have the tools. They just need to buff up their stuff. Am I missing something? Yeah, Demons of Chaos should have its own UI, kind of like the Changeling, where you can just like build a bear, your lord. Man, what's the least developed faction? Oh, yeah, Khorne. Khorne needs more units. I think right now they have all the flavors of melee infantry. But that's about it. Yeah, I think Khorne, I knew it was one of the Warhammer 3 factions. Yeah, they kind of suck. Okay, there we go. We got into the lobby. But yeah, I think they need like more ways to rampage units into melee, and then they'll be in an okay place. And like a little bit more anti-kite, of course, because you're not gonna use a skull cannon as anti-kite. That's just not really its job, right? If it is, then it just becomes an always take. So I think Khorne actually needs like different units. I would also say Slaanesh, but they're also getting a DLC. Tzeentch is actually fairly complete. They just need their cavalry to be a bit stronger, and I think they're there. And then Nurgle. Oh yeah, and Nurgle. Yeah, Khorne and Nurgle. All right, I got it. Khorne and Nurgle need DLCs the most desperately. Nurgle doesn't have a unit that can beat Kite, and Khorne doesn't have a unit that can beat Kite. As it stands, they both have axe throwers as their skirmish infantry, and that's just not enough, man. I feel like Nurgle needs like a lord or hero that gives missile resist. I feel like that would be good enough. Just like some sort of way to have a localized missile resist. And then that way range, or just make their like army passive give a little bit of missile resist instead of more HP. Give Khorne the Noxbringer. Yeah, Khorne with the Noxbringer would actually be quite close. They don't have a lot of ground to air though, right? So like Khorne can't really beat Changebringers. Unless you make Valkia a goddess of the skies. But like, that doesn't make sense. We saw her trailer. So I would say probably... What would Khorne need though? I don't know. Give him like Marauder Javelins maybe? It's kind of weird. I don't like that. Nurgle though, they definitely need. They need a lot. Nurgle has to deal with... They needed some way of catching stuff. And their cavalry isn't going to cut it. But like, what's like a thematic thing for Nurgle? I don't know, man. Like, they have shielded infantry, they have AP infantry. Pestigores are kind of fast. They still get shot to death. And if they make Nurgle too strong, they're just always gonna march forward, so. I think they need... Does Nurgle in lore have a fast unit that can catch cavalry? Do they have anything in lore or tabletop that can do that? I'm sad that we're missing the Blood Penguin game. He's so fun to watch. Yeah, I kind of picked the middle of the road game so that it's more likely that we get a closer match. Just give Nurgle a slow. It's pretty funny. The only way Nurgle can slow other units is by slowing other units. It's pretty rough. It would be really sick if they made the Great Unclean Ones have a single target slow, like the Rune of Slowness. Rune of Slowness kind of mostly solves the issue for dwarves. And I feel like a Rune of Slowness-esque ability on Great Unclean Ones not only gives them an opportunity to do something, but also makes it so that Nurgle can catch skirmishers that get ahead of themselves. And then the Great Unclean One is just a really sick zoning tool. For some reason, though, they just don't. Nurgle has a lot of poison, but not a lot of slow. Anyways, into the game we go. Arkin the Black, it's been ages. Holy crap, I'm sick and tired of COD Tap. I'm so happy to see this guy. 110 armor, 5,700 HP. Except this time, the new age of Arkin the Black. He's coming in with a purple sun. No more spirit leech shenanigans on this guy. A new meta has arrived, apparently. Alright, that's pretty spicy. I think an Arkin the Black with purple sun is crazy as a meta shift. I think, I don't know if Scrambled Egg is experimenting or what, but I love it. For the Norskins, pretty standard. Shaman Sorcerer, Burning Head. Doesn't have the lore passive. Alright. That's 100 gold for 20% effectiveness on Burning Head. Given that you can get 1,000 damage with Burning Head, it's kind of weird that we don't see that passive. But maybe he was trying to finagle the money and it worked out better this way. For the rest of his build, might have some cool tools. Skinwolf Werekin, pretty vanilla. Actually, entirely vanilla. He has nothing special on him. No armor buff, no missile resist. So Norska's going for a pretty chill build. Beast of Tashnar. They're rolling forwards. Fimir have taken point. When are we going to see a purple sun, though? So these are Marauder champions, by the way. That's why we don't see a lot of them. So in theory, Arkin the Black should dumpster these guys. We're going to try and not miss. We're going to try to not miss the purple sun cast. Because I personally would really love to see how much work it can get done. I'm also interested to see if there'll be some chariots brought in. Ice Wolf chariots are pretty spooky against Tomb Kings. But with a maximum of 2, it's not like you can really spam them. Yeah, Lore, Fire, and Boats. Yeah, we got the glitchy bush here. Also, double tomb for Insight. So these guys are anti-large armor piercing characters. They're perfect for sniping something like the Werekin, who would otherwise be a threat to Arkin the Black. Surprised he has champions with the Screaming Skull catapults. Yeah. Also, speaking of, a triple Screaming Skull catapult. All right. Now, this is a unit where its accuracy is actually a plus. because they're so inaccurate you can't dodge it. So if these champions get in range, it's going to be a little sus. Both players are playing pretty safe though, right? No value has been traded. Not a single shot. Not a single ammunition has been spent. Vigor basically at max. No one's doing anything. Capture weight is evened out by the double Tomb Prince. Werkin runs. Tail between his legs. Will he commit? With the Fimir nearby, it's kind of sus. Ho! Still gets the hit off, but misses. The other one bails. Oh my gosh, you really leaving your brother? Oh my gosh, jeez. And the trading is done. Tomb Prince down, quarter HP. Werkin regenerating. A nice value play for the Norskins. Surely this will decide the game. Oh. And the Screaming Skulls are here. Ho! Got lucky there. Dodging will help a little bit. Oh my gosh. That's terrifying. War Shrine Mammoth is here. It's doing its best. Oh, each volley's so sketchy. Okay, a little bit of damage there. He's using his hero squad to bully the Fimir. I'm surprised the Werkin's not coming on in. A little bit of a lapse in micro. Gets a couple Fimir dead. Oh, but the jank. Oh my gosh, he might jank it. He might jank it. Arc in the black. He's getting stuck on a Fimir. He turns. Doesn't matter. Werkin's on his butt. Arc in the black. Oh my gosh, these Fimir are really baiting out some hits. But he finally squeezes through. He knocks down the Fimir in the way and just butters himself up and gets through. 1/3 HP down though. Pretty bad. I would say this is slightly bad trading for scrambled eggs. If it wasn't for the Screaming Skulls just dumpstering a free Marauder champion, this would definitely be nice for Norska. That was very janky though. It looked like the game was frozen for a second, but no, they were just trying to get into position. Now Marauder champions have a pretty dense formation, so if they get hit it hurts, but most of the time they'll be seeing misses. Looks like Norska's just sitting comfy. They don't care that they're getting shot at. A risky play indeed, because once the Tomb Kings have an advantage, they could keep the catapults, they can desummon them, and just make a giant push to secure the point. Sitting on a double cap generally doesn't get you that much value, right? So think about it. By having this point, the damage you're taking, right? You're only getting 60 tickets per minute that you're getting shot. Do you really want to lose a Marauder champion for 60 tickets? The answer is no, right? You lose 10 Marauder champions, that's only 600 tickets. The game's gonna be over. So this is definitely a very good uptrade for the Tomb Kings. Because Norska's just playing a passive game. They're not even pushing into this backfield. And honestly, the Tomb King's force is kind of massive. Now, like, the trading early on was kind of sus, but I don't know how I feel about this. Also, yeah, Arc in the Black. 2,000 mass. It's a decent amount. I think 2 Fimir will still stop them up. Yeah, 1,500. And wow, Tomb King's getting a little antsy. So they do want to capture the point, probably to make sure that they don't have to triple cap by the end of it. It will eventually get to that point, and Norska can keep piling on this point, so it kind of makes sense that they want to advance. The damage is pretty rough though. Catapults have already killed 1,000 gold worth of champions, maybe even slightly more. Oh my gosh. You should hide the Marauder champions in the back. That's true. Why are they here? Why are they tanking these shots? Yeah, if they were like, you know, I guess if you're a champion, right, you got too much bravado to pull back, right? First champion to retreat gets called a loser, so I think it makes a little bit of sense. This ain't pretty though. What's the correct move here? He could have pulled back and tried holding the point, or he could have just made a rush build. In theory, the Screaming Skull catapults are so expensive that if you rush them down, the main Tomb King's army, they don't benefit enough from a fighting in their half of the field to pull back and get a victory. But you need a pretty strong rush for that. And after the shots have already fired for a while, you kind of lose that advantage. The other alternative is maybe you wait. Also, wolves got caught, and Purple Sun missed. But the other alternative is you just build up a massive army and then you just take a fight. And the small chip damage that went your way doesn't matter as much because the army sizes are much larger, you know? The scar stays the same, but your army grows. Those are kind of your only two options. And Norska decided to just kind of wait, take the chip damage, and hope that the losses to the Marauder champions is not enough to make them lose this fight. Catapults are actually friendly firing quite a bit right now. Don't really like to see that, but the Marauder champions are looking a little messed up. Ushapti are pretty brutal, though the Skin Wolves are actually doing quite well. In fact, the Ushapti are doing surprisingly bad. 2 of them already almost down. Marauder champions route, though, that hurts the Skin Wolf leadership. We may see a big route there. Purple Sun off cooldown, I was just about to mention. And let's see that damage. Berserkers go half HP down. I love that it cuts the audio when the spell gets cast, by the way. Favorite part about this game. 75% damage almost. I guess that's like 60% off the Marauder Berserkers. That's more than enough to get them routed. There you go. Maybe not more than enough, but they're definitely out now, which should cause a cascade to these Skin Wolves. Norska not looking too pretty. Best case scenario, the right flank does a little better. But the fact that the point's getting captured now is a bad sign. And this full collapse here is pretty bad. We could see Tomb Kings capture this far point too. Only a Norskin Ice Wolf over there. And you can see how good the Marauder champions are. Normally, they hold forever. But against the catapults, it ain't too good. Mammoth War Shrine is here. It's getting damage in. But skeletons are not exactly an expensive unit. So it'll take a while for this guy to pay for himself. And by the time he does, I'm kind of worried that Norsk is going to have nothing left.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Just some adminning. But yeah, it looks like Tomb Kings crushed this. Looks like the Tomb Kings are absolutely dominating. I see basically nothing left for Norska. Unless this Mammoth absolutely pops off. If this Mammoth is given infinity damage and it just one-shots the Tomb Princes, I think Norska still loses because capture weight. Ark in the Black is chilling. He actually hasn't gotten that much damage from Purple Sun. I honestly feel like Spirit Leech would have been better versus Wolfric, especially if he's going for a longer game. But it's cool to see. And hey, look at that. Okay, that's actually pretty good. On the Ice Wolves, they don't get knocked down, so they take the full brunt of that. Hey, there we go. 1500 now. Nice. Okay, good to see. Yeah, it ain't going too bad. Norska going for maybe a back cap. I don't think they'll actually steal this. Even if Scrambled Eggs only pays attention to this, he's probably going to capture this point soon. Burning Head drops. Overcast though. And poor Mammoth. It's an infantry clearing tool. It gives a lot of physical resist. But like, it just doesn't matter, right? If you don't really have any units to support it, it's not really a solo carry. It has 1,000 value. It's only slightly over half its value. Single target DPS spells are so boring. It's true. I think Purple Sun is way more interesting. I think Spirit Leech is probably the most boring spell type for sure. adminning. We're good. Mammoth is still chilling. Wolfric still chilling. Has Wolfric done anything this game? I know he cast some boats, but yeah. AoE does not really do much versus the Tomb Kings unless it's like Burning Head. And you need some pretty chunky Burning Heads too. I would say this is a bad matchup for Norska though, because they don't really have the chops to rush down the Tomb Kings. Before they would spam Ice Wolf chariots, but yeah, it's just a little sus. You can try to backline dive them with like Skin Wolves, but the odds of them getting routed off is way too high. You really don't want to get your Skin Wolves routed off. And what, are you gonna bring Fimir all the way around? Then there's Ushopti. It's very rough. Now I'm gonna be playing against Betonia next. Oh god. After this one, it's Betonia. If I can somehow beat Blood Penguin's Betonia, we're okay. I think I'm a little worried though. Ark and the Black's chilling. This game's pretty over. We got a triple cap now. Norska have a massive value deficit, but the bigger thing is it just tabled. I think they have one Berserker in the fight and the caster. Did he get value? Man, none of the AoE tools are getting value. Just too much chaff. No Tomb Guard. I think this Norscan army was very much predicting some Tomb Guard. Everything here tells me they thought they would be facing elite infantry. And what they got was chaff and Ushopti, which kind of makes elite infantry, but is much more resistant to spell casting. This one's even still alive. Look at him go. The mighty crumbling effect. It does about the same damage as a Mortis engine, which is pretty slow considering the unit has no leadership. They're chilling. They send some Skin Wolves, another Purple Sun cast, but oh, Ark and the Black, get back in there, knocks them back into the Purple Sun. Still whiffs though. But yeah, I don't think any of these champions did anything. Oh my gosh. 120 value. Whoops-a-daisies. That's not a lot of value. War Shrine is dead, and that's gonna be GG. Now, can I beat Betonia? Blood Penguin's a good player, and he's playing Betonia, which is a very bad matchup for us. Screaming Skulls did fine. They did pay for themselves. Quite slowly, though. All things considered. Champions were garbage. Oh my gosh, they did not do well. Definitely, I would say, yeah, face tanking Screaming Skull catapults for 7 minutes. Not worth the tickets. Though it was an interesting strategy. I honestly felt like maybe he might have pushed back the Tomb Kings, but there's just so many, and champions don't really do a lot of damage. Okay, now Betonia. I would say we probably die here. If I win, it's a miracle. Last I checked, Pegasus Knights do kind of die to Furies, so I guess that's sort of cool. Fiends are kind of hype. He could go for like an archer build though. Shrieking Sky Rays can actually bully his archers decently if he doesn't go for like a ton of yeomen. I'm honestly not a huge fan though. I think we're gonna die. He banned Celestial Lake. Let's play Chateau. I'm gonna opt for a big map here and just hope that I have the micro. if I can just get enough micro action here, right? Then maybe there's a chance. And then maybe we can kill the Pegasus Knights. Pegasus Knights are definitely the big menace here. And unfortunately, Flesh Hounds are completely non-viable. At least you're not going to get overconfident. So it's basically an auto win. That does increase my odds, yes. Don't say that too much, though. Let's see. I think I just have to severely outplay my opponent, though. Based on what I'm looking at here, there really aren't that many options aside from just outplaying them. So the tools that I bring to the job are going to be outplaying tools. Very risky tools, but potentially a means to get some work done. Alright, do I have anything versus infantry? I guess I have this. I guess. Do I have anything else? Oh boy. I'm just gonna trust my guns. Oh, this ain't good. All right, fingers crossed. Alberic, yeah, Alberic is definitely the worst part about all this. Alberic's gonna kill everything. I don't know, maybe we like rampage him to his death or something. He lands too aggressively. You never know. There's always like some weird play. The great thing about cav fights is that your opponent can throw. That's a one saving grace. The cool ghost skelly hand. Tomb Kings have 2 spells that have cool ghost skelly hands. Okay, the Green Knight though is not a problem because we punched through his physical resist. So he's just kind of a normal knight. And his armor piercing doesn't matter. Exalted Plague Berries. Dude, I would love to Plague Berry spam, but I don't really know how to do that versus Betonia. Hail Mary, Blue Scribes. I don't think there's a single spell that would save me. I think even against demons, he trades evenly versus Garbrand and Akari. The thing is, Alberic doesn't have a lot of mass, so you can kind of pin him in a weird position. Then you beat him up. I also don't have that many large units, kind of. We're really just hoping it takes too much infantry on a big map. Whew. Yeah, no, Screamers are large, sadly. So that's not going to save us. I think we just got to lock in. I got to not get overzealous. So I've gone for my mobility build. I have a ton of Seekers in reserve. And I have a Skull Cannon. Skull Cannon is to punish him for having too much range. And we're basically just going to pseudo-kite him for the entire game. So I'm not going to take an engagement until I absolutely have to. Also, yeah, Screamers are large. which means they suck. If they were infantry size, that would be not bad. I did take the Shrieking Sky Rays so we can bully some archers in case he goes full Mantide. Plague Bearer Max. I think Plague Bearer maxing is a possible solution to Petonia. But I think Blood Penguin's cavalry micro would eventually get them all killed. It would be an interesting Hail Mary versus a lesser player, but I really don't think I can do it here. Excuse me. Yeah, we've unlocked the aim ability. This is my reserves. I have a Blood Shrine, which kind of feels weird, but maybe it makes my fiends do enough damage. Melkoth is good. And okay, he went Mantide. So in theory, watch him have 8 trebuchets. In theory, we summon in the Hellforge. We summon in the Shrieking Sky Rays first, because they take a longer time to use all their abilities, and this thing takes to use its ammunition. Then we summon in the Hellforge Bellows. And then we kill 19 whole units of peasants. He has a lot of units, yeah. It's the Mantide, which I personally feel like Demons of Chaos is not very great against. But this is a big map. I feel like Mantide is the least suited on this map. Yeoman max. Yeah, we'll have to see. This means fewer possibilities for Melkoth to do well. But let's just see. So he does have some mounted yeoman archers, they're cheap, so it makes sense when you have 19 units. And the goal here is to maybe surprise him, right? So if he stays too far away from his infantry corps, I can absolutely catch his yeoman. It's just gonna position here. Then we're gonna do the classic, you know, just, oh no, oh no, you're gonna shoot me to death. Not like this. Not like this. Get 'em, boys. Get 'em, boys.
You have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
The poison too, mind you. Can I get the Fey Enchantress? Dang, no Fey Enchantress pick. Okay, that's a decent start though. That definitely gets us places. And now we can aim with the Shrieking Sky Rays. So we've already brutalized a good number of yeomen. That's solid, right? Shrieking Sky Rays. Boom! Get aimed! Get aimed on! Oh my gosh. Something I thought would be an impossibility before is now possible.
You have the foe's victory point.
Mad Lad really doesn't have a lot of cavalry either. That's pretty good for us. And we will have our Hellforge Bellow soon. So overall, we kind of took a decent fight. For a little bit of fury damage, we got a little bit of deeps on them. Sky Rays have taken a little bit of heat. But time-wise, it ain't the end of the world. I also have another speed amp to maybe catch these yeomen. We now have the bellows. And if he doesn't pull away to his infantry line here, in 5 seconds we can blitz him again. That would be pretty funny if we can pull it off. Flee. Flee. Making them run. There we go. Then we got the counter punch of the fiends. We have his cavalry mostly caught up here. And then we debuff his knights to just kill him. Knights of the Lionhearted ain't got no shot against this. Boom, baby. Is that the Dwellers? It is. It's been ages since I've seen Dwellers below. All right. Overall, though, I think we're making good plays. He killed a unit of mounted yeomen. Oh, he commented me. Okay, thankfully he didn't do that much damage, actually. He did actually get a pretty sick comet, though. Terrifying. But the deaths were greatly exaggerated. Good job, Hellcan. You shot a hill. Good job. All right, let's get over here. That comet play definitely pulls things back a little bit for him. But we have the Shrieking Sky Rays. That's another, yeah, a little bit of damage over there. We have stolen ourselves a capture point. We definitely got the fear in him, right? Is he really gonna commit this guy? He is. What a mad lad. Oh my god. The Paladin. Trying to get a little heroic there, aren't you? Yeah, I don't even need an enfeebling for him. He's dead. Paladin getting dumpstered. That's a good sign. Definitely got to pull back the Sky Rays, but that's a very nice play. So I imagine he's going to get some magics in here. So I should get ready to dodge right away. But a Paladin pick is solid. The value trading could be slightly better, though. I'm not gonna lie. It could be slightly better, right? The problem is the cannon's a little slow. The map is not exactly the best map for the cannon either. So we'll have to see. I'm already losing a unit of Furies too. It can get a little bit of ammo recharge here at least. But time is certainly of the essence, right? Can get this cannon to shoot, maybe. Fiends can definitely keep popping off. Cannon is, yeah, it's just gonna sit back and recharge its ammo on some chaffy Bretonnians. Shrieking Sky Rays should be able to bully the archers over there at least. So overall, it ain't too bad. Time is a little of the essence, but I think we're making some good picks here. His Paladin is just trying to get murdered too. Should be able to get a Fury counter charge here. Some Knights should go down. I can chase these guys off. There we go. So the Paladin. The Paladin is no more. We're just gonna keep bullying all these guys over here. He hasn't been casting a lot of magic, which is honestly a little scary for me. I feel like it would have made more sense to see some magic, but I guess he's just playing it safe. Paladin's gone though, and I should be able to catch out this unit of cavalry here if we can manage a speed boost. Although they're kind of out of position, I feel like we could totally do it. Oh. Some more cavalry getting caught on the far side. The fighting. We're tussling, man. The tussle continues. Artillery piece should do okay there. There's the boost to our speed on the far side. So it's a speed boost and a charge bonus boost. So that'll definitely do us well. And there we go. There's another cav pick. So honestly, not too bad. These guys are disengaging, so I'm not going to cast a spell on them. It's just not really that worth. This thing I'll probably turn Fire at Will on, though. And then we'll pull back. That's just mounted yeomen. They will die. There's a net. So that's actually going to hurt the cavalry pretty bad. We're certainly making some plays. Will it be enough? I think I actually got to start, like, routing stuff. We got to start actually, like, pushing onto this point. Do this. Yes. Shrieking Sky Rays, my beloved. Okay, that actually worked pretty well for us. Routing off them Bretonnian peasants. We're going to overcast Melkos here, because the Pegasus Knights have arrived, so they are a pretty annoying threat here. If countercharged, though, they tend to do pretty badly. So I think that's going to be the big play. They have just straight up landed, which means I should be able to melee attack boost with my lord here. And as long as he doesn't drop like a devastating comet, maybe we'll have a chance. His archers are definitely getting shut down. And the Fey Enchantress is actually a little exposed. I would not fancy her position too much right now. We're going to debuff her. And then we're hopefully going to get a pick here. A Fey Enchantress kill would definitely turn the tide in our favor. Value trading could be slightly better. But it looks like things are still going decent. A couple Knights of the Realm are in there. Not a huge issue, though. We definitely still have time in this battle, too, to just grind it out. There's a little bit of a cav charge there, but he's really starting to suffer. Another Shrieking Skyray hit should do pretty well. And then, boom, we're going to stop their charge in their tracks. There's a lot of routes. Can we get a good Hell Cannon shot? I'm really starting to lose units here. We're really starting to run out of units, right? Pretty good shot, though, from the cannon. Can you get another good shot? Come on, this entire game hinges on this up trade going well. I'm doing my darndest to try and kill the Fey Enchantress. But she just won't die, man. She just won't die. Do I even have capture weight? I don't. Ugh. It's a good Knight's Errant pick, but the Fey Enchantress surviving here I think might do us in. We could probably kill off most of the infantry here. But I think we're barely getting... I think we're barely losing this one. Plus he's starting to capture that flank point. Well, I guess I am slowly getting this. Can we get a couple guys there? Oh, I'm out of magic too. God dang it. It was actually going not that bad. But yeah, Bretonnia is just a menace to go up against, right? There's just so much cheap cavalry that trade well into yours. I think my Hellforge Bellows did okay. But without a Fey Enchantress snipe, I think we were pretty screwed almost no matter what. Dang. He almost doesn't have a lot of units left, though. I only needed to uptrade on a few fronts. And we probably would have been in an okay position. But as soon as he realized that he just had to camp the mounted yeomen on his infantry, it was done for. This is just a bad matchup, though. It's an acceptable loss. Demons of Chaos will need another day, sadly. And the hill, man. Yeah, the hill really not a good map for the Bellower. I might as well have just taken, like, more infantry or something. Dang. GG, well played. I feel like we had a lot of really good plays, too. Like, I was catching his skirmishers a decent amount. They still mostly live, though. The other option would have been to just take a very early fight and try to rout everything. But then I'd have to punch my way through the battle pilgrims. So I think we were pretty doomed either way. Battle pilgrims, yeah. As soon as you get any amount of strong infantry to support. As soon as you do that, it's pretty doomed. Dang. Yeah, it looked like we almost had it for a minute. The Pegasus Knights we punished super hard. Hi. But yeah. I like the sky rays on the peasant bowman. So this one didn't get a lot of value. This one shot for ages though. I don't really have anything to get into the back line. And then I don't think the Seekers were super great. I think, okay, we'll edit a few things. I think if I am facing a Mantide, it makes sense to just take the Noxbringer. In fact, against Betonia, I think you just go for this. This way you have the Noxbringer. You still have a speed boost to keep them modest. I think Melkoth's is good, Enfeebling Foe is good. But then you need like some pretty hefty clear, right? So like, what are you supposed to do to clear the infantry? I don't know if like, so technically I think against a build with not enough archers, you can bring bloodletters in to force him to have to charge you. And then that way you can get some sick counter charges. Each unit of infantry in theory can occupy a unit of cavalry. But you have to be so careful with the bloodletters that they don't get murdered. Yeah, running the Fey Enchantress there. I'm sure she got a lot of value. Yeah, if I were to change it, could take an Exalted Flamer. The problem is that darn infantry line. I wish Exalted Flamers could kill infantry faster, but they just really don't. They do an okay amount of damage. And I guess it's not the worst to punish him for having too many archers. The other option is to go for pinks. And just try and shoot him with pinks. But then he can just march forwards and take a fight. I kind of need faster guys. So I think we're going to go for this with our Demons of Chaos versus Betonia. In the end though, it's a matchup I will try to avoid for the foreseeable future. That means we are 4-1. Overall, we did increase in the Demons of Chaos wins, but it was not enough. They're still in 4th. And ogres are 57 now? Come on. People gotta start losing with ogres, man. Yeah, Exalted Flamer is not that good at clearing infantry. It's better than the Bellows, though. I think the Bellows was a big misplay this game, or last game. The Flamers are a hard maybe, because he would just have the Yeoman. That hill, though, man. The hill really screwed up my direct line of fire units. I didn't expect it to be so rough. But yeah, I think he made some micro misplays, but they in the end didn't amount to very much. He still escaped with many of his units. And then for me, my build, I think, needed some optimization. Few optimizations and we get there. I am very interested to see how Flamers do though. Because maybe they have enough poke power, as long as you don't die to the archers. And the Shrieking Sky Rays kind of deal with that ever so slightly. But yeah, the Bellows, they felt so bad. I think Bellows, I'm just never gonna run again. Malkoth's. Malkoth is pretty slow trading, yeah, because he has a lot. He has a lot of healing. What would be the magic to run other than Malkoth? So I could go Tzeentch. So you can go Tzeentch magic and pink fire the archers to death. That's pretty high value. I think it wouldn't be the end of the world to just, you know, spam pink fire. You are stuck with the flying lord though that Alberic just wants to feast on. So you're almost always going to be running from Alberic all game. Unless you go for the super cheapo flying lord. But yeah, Malkoth's against healing factions is a little rough. Wouldn't Exalted Bloodletter still be weak to all the arrow fire? Yeah, Exalted Bloodletter doesn't want to get shot. You can't really control the air game unless you fully kill the ground game. So tomorrow is the day. Well, let's see. Ogres just got to 57%. Today I only got Chaos Demons from 55% to 55%. So it's still a little ways to go. Yeah, it's like Slaanesh versus Betonia. Oh man, ogres. Why do ogres keep winning, bro? If tomorrow's not the day, then over the weekend we definitely get there. Tomorrow is probably gonna be the last day I stream Demons of Chaos. Ogre Kingdoms were 55% for his hot second. But it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. I think his opponent might be a while. So I'm just gonna workshop. I might never play this matchup again, but I might as well workshop it. I think you yeah, I think you do go for just an ultra cheap. Oh, he's not even that fast, bro. He's gonna get murdered by Alberic. There's nothing that can outspeed Alberic. Unless like there's some like weird jank. I'll let him play keep away. Because that wasn't even an optimal Betonia build. It wasn't even optimal Betonia play. Like props to Blood Penguin. He's still a really good player. But like I face builds that feel way harder to deal with. I guess maybe that build's better versus other Demons of Chaos builds. Herald of Tzeentch is decently fast at least. So if you have to run from Alberic, it's not the end of the world. And then you just spam pink fire on the infantry into infinity. Or you bring Final Transmutation. Final Transmutation hasn't failed me before. Fey Enchantress has magic resist though. But against Alberic, it's actually pretty good. So I could see a Discus Lord, Final Transmutation, Noxbringer Kite to bully the archers. I think Shrieking Sky Rays are a given in that situation, and then one Bloodletter. The one Bloodletter is pretty cool because they can kind of force the infantry to have to do something. You either get territory or they fight you. You're kind of happy either way, as long as the archers aren't punishing you too hard. Seekers feel kind of janky. Someone said the Hellforge Bellows does well against Royal Pegasus Knights. Shouldn't have believed them. Although I never actually got to test it out. He didn't have that many Pegasus Knights. But yeah. Seems like an okay build. I think it mostly gets there. The weirdest thing about this build is relying on the flamers to do well. I don't know if you can count on them. But I just don't think there's a lot else you can do in this build. I left the army blocker up, my bad. Demons of Chaos versus Betonia. I think this is the best I can think of. Shrieking Sky Rays and Noxbringer, you kill off all the archers, and then you just take a janky fight, I guess. Ugh. Not the prettiest solution, but it's the best we can do. What a menace faction, Betonia. Betonia is very good nowadays. Anyways, I'm gonna get some water. I've been talking all day, I'm dehydrated. I feel like final transmutation on Alberic, even if he doesn't blob so hard, I still think it's a pretty good play. Because then he kind of has to do something, right? You can't just leave Alberic out of the fight forever. The K said they don't even enjoy this. I'm committed though, it's too late. I'm gonna play tomorrow. I'm gonna play one last Demons of Chaos tomorrow, or I just wait for the weekend. Maybe we just call it a day today, man. We'll see. We'll see what I'm down for. If I do play a non-Demons of Chaos faction tomorrow, what should it be? As long as no one plays Demons of Chaos for a while, the goal is still achievable. I should just play Ogre Kingdoms. Let's go super hard on Ogre Kingdoms, increase their win rate ludicrously. Greenskins, Betonia, because it beat you. Yo, Betonia was my longest grind before, man. Warriors of Chaos, eh. I want a powerhouse faction. I want a faction that I'm not going to lose with. I would kind of be down to play Wood Elves. Lizardmen, eh. Technically, we could cheese it and say we got them to tied with #1 because they were at 55% with all the other factions, but that feels like such a cop-out, man. I will get them one way or another, but tomorrow might not be a Demons of Chaos stream. Especially after the double tournament today. Ogres would be pretty fun. Play Ogres and tank the win rate. Yeah, I'm not going to play Ogres, Norska, or Slaanesh. Otherwise, I'll make Demons of Chaos win rate winning a little too hard. You haven't seen me on Beastmen? I'm not a huge fan of Beastmen. They kind of feel like a watered down Slaanesh. Chaos Dwarves. I see a lot of people playing Chaos Dwarves. I want a kite though. I'm just going to play Wood Elves. Or Empire. Wood Elves or Empire are both very strong. I think classic War Wagon kiting into the horizon would be pretty jokes. Buying ogres right now to pump their win rate. Go for it, Maxi. Do it. The Chaos Demons can't be stopped. They defeated 24 other factions. 23 other factions. Ogre Kingdoms ain't gonna stop them. Then again, Ogre Kingdoms have a very low number of games played. So like they're just gonna explode in win rate if any good player plays them. Skaven. High Elves. I was thinking maybe High Elves. Just become Charics. The only reason I don't want to do it is because we just be copying Charics. But High Elf Kite is very strong. Wood Elf Kite is also really strong though. Like, yeah, I feel like Wood Elf Kite could just annihilate. Vampire Coast. I really wanted to play some Vampire Coast. I'm seeing people run dogs more often. People take 4 dogs at the start and then they resummon 4 dogs. Nothing makes me want to play Coast more than that. Just become Falcon 2.0 and win. If only. For now though, I think the most fun thing would be Waywatcher Kite. I think just a sick run, like 2-3 Way Watchers, get a bunch of spears, shoot them up, and then take a big engagement. That's where it's at, man. Force them to rush you down. I haven't seen a lot of people kite lately anyways. If you won't play Greenskins, at least play Coast. They're on the docket. I think Vampire Coast is definitely on the docket. Greenskins less so. They have less that really interest me. But yeah, Waywatcher Kite. Do you like Tomb Kings? The worst, the bottom tier faction. I think Tomb Kings are interesting, but they don't have the kite. We're kiting. Yeah, I think we're gonna Waywatcher Kite. The only thing that kind of does well into it is spamming a ton of infantry, like chaff. In which case the Waywatchers can't really chunk through all of them. But there's a lot of ways to solve that. You can still wear them down and then rush in with infantry, or use cavalry or what have you. Should I do dirt through Waywatcher Kite? That way they can't dive me. You never give them a chance. Greenskins. There's a lot of factions, man. I know I played Wood Elves a lot though, but I feel like Greenskins, they're just another, you know, they're just another infantry faction in my eyes. So like in my head, Greenskins play kind of the same as Empire, although Here We Go shenanigans would definitely be cool. I feel like Cav maxing with Here We Go would be really jokes, and you just rush them down with a million Greenskins. Maybe even just Goblin spam, who knows. You spam Goblins as your infantry to just stall them up, and then you let the Boar Tide run them over. Definitely, you know, maybe they are on the docket. Nice relaxing Skaven day. You thought Beastmen were OP? Yeah, Eternal Guard having AP is weird. I guess their spears are technically halberds. Maybe it's just the design of the spear. Like the difference between a spear and a halberd is not that much, right? But yeah, we're gonna have fun with a variety pack of factions. It'll be great. And then maybe we do some campaign. And then I think we'll get Chaos. I think anytime I'm not streaming, I'll play Chaos Demons. I can full sweat lord it up. Superior elven skill. Only the wood elves are superior. All the other elves are inferior. Chaos Dwarf Cav Max. How slow are bull centaurs? They better be 70 speed at least. Yeah, Craftier. High elves and dark elves are inferior. Even the Glade Riders are supposed to be AP? Dude, 550 gold cav with AP. Are the Wild Riders supposed to be AP? Wood elves, man. Someone hold them back. Wood elves, best elves. AP might make Glade Riders playable. Really, a lot of people run Glade Riders. Although I think right now the current thing is Wild Riders. That's what most people are doing. But Glade Riders, they see play. You'd like to see me spend a week running people over as an orc horde? I think we'll spend a day. Maybe it'll be Monday, maybe Tuesday, we'll see. Oh my gosh, Longma Riders. All the cav without AP. See, the problem is, if you give everything AP, then what's the point of armor, right? It also doesn't really make sense that like a cav charge should have armor piercing versus like a dwarf in full armor. None of it makes sense. But yeah, in theory, armor adds mass. Then you have like barded horses, though. Anyways, nothing really makes sense. If this game stuck too close to reality, it would also kind of be a little boring. Guando variants. Yo, Guando Cathay units would be hype. Oh yeah, that's true. Greenskins have AP cavalry for 650. That's true. It's also really good cavalry. Factions should start equipping their units with meat cleavers, just like the Greenskins. Screw the lances, man. You don't need lances. Yo, mace cavalry. Didn't they have mace cavalry historically? Your lance can't get stuck in them. You just bonk them up, right? In which way would it being closer to reality make it boring? Because I'm pretty sure in reality some unit types kind of dominate. So like realistically, right? Like if you make it where cavalry just become anti-everything, like in real life cavalry's kind of OP. They can rout units just by charging, you know? So like, yeah, like you wouldn't even send your cavalry into melee that much. That's kind of the problem. There's a lot of battles where cavalry just, you know, unless you're getting into like late medieval, you don't really charge cavalry straight into infantry. So like that gets really weird. And then like you have some units are just like too good. Like, you know, English longbowmen are kind of OP, right? So like realistically speaking, if you just get a bunch of archers, you probably Like, let's be real here. It's just going to become Napoleon Total War, right? Which is still interesting, but I think it's more boring than what we have right now. Realistically speaking, though, all the handgun units should be way stronger. They should be able to rout the enemy way more easily. And they should cause like terror when they shoot. And then you're just gonna get Napoleon Total War. The technology in Warhammer, realistically speaking, it should have devolved or evolved into Napoleonic tactics, because that's kind of where the technology's at, right? They have machine guns. So then, like, really, it should be like World War I. Like, this should be like trench warfare. And I don't think anyone wants to play trench warfare simulator. Yet cannons. Cannons become OP. Greenskins should just suck, right? Like, unless it's just unreasonably tanky. But like, yeah. Just the whole pacing of it would kind of be botched. Not that it can't be fun, but definitely it gets a little sus. Three Kingdoms multiplayer is just cav spam because of their insane charges. Yeah, I noticed that. The cavalry's super strong there. Yeah, actually, yeah, no, yeah, dwarves have attack helicopters. Jeez. But yeah, it's kind of funny though. Historically, leadership would be way lower than in the Total War games. You know, casualties in Total War, you go up to like 90% casualties, and you can still, and the battle goes on, right? I don't know how many battles IRL have had 90% casualties on the reg, right? Like, it's just pretty normal to see. Like, literally, Skaven slaves have more leadership than like a historical elite armored infantry unit. World War I with magic. Honestly, it's a cool concept. But trench warfare is kind of slow going. Skaven weapon teams would own everything. Actually, yeah, they do have they actually have chemical warfare. Skaven are like World War II, man. Skaven are World War II tech. Most of the Warhammer universe is like 1800s. It's very unfair. And the Skaven have numbers. And they're really good at enlisting their units. If you actually think about it, right? Realistically speaking, Skaven, even with all the backstabbing, maybe the backstabbing actually is that bad. But Skaven should have taken over the entire world, right? Like, it's not that hard to just give. Oh, you know why the Skaven don't give their slaves handguns? Because they would rebel. That's true. I guess Skaven is a very dystopian society. So, yeah, I guess that's kind of rough. Technically, though, the Skaven should have so many guys that even Skaven slave slingers would probably be strong enough to take over the world. Slingers historically were quite scary. You think 30% casualties would be considered a crushing rout in ancient warfare? Sounds about right. Regardless, yeah, it's going to be way higher, or way fewer casualties than in Warhammer Total War. But, yeah. Like, imagine like a historical battle where, like, you're just constantly outnumbered by Skaven, and they have World War II technology. This is like a Roman legion versus a very dystopian World War II country, where they have machine guns. There's insane hierarchy stuff going on, but they have machine guns. And they can also unburrow from anywhere. I don't know about you, but I think literally being able to spawn camp artillery in World War II, I think that would have been a pretty good advantage. I think actually Skaven would win, right? Skaven in Warhammer lore, I think they would win against like any World War II alliance. Am I missing anything? I guess there's tanks. It depends on the range of the artillery too, right? Like, is a warp lightning cannon just gonna get shelled to death? Thankful has a friendly fire rate of 16k. Skaven definitely though. Modern military, Skaven get dumpstered. Modern warfare, the technology far surpasses anything that magic can do. Like, you think warp lightning is good, man. I think warp lightning is good. Think about getting hit from like 5,000 kilometers away. Skaven general just chilling there. He's having a good time. You know, he's punishing his slaves, whatever. Just gets hits by a shell from a boat off the coast that he can't even see. And this isn't even that modern, right? I'm not even getting into the crazy drone stuff going on. This is still like 20 years ago. We could do the boat shell sniping thing. Yeah, like 20, 30 years ago. I think World War II is an apt comparison. World War II / 1800s. I think 1800s would lose versus most Warhammer factions. Skaven canonically are the strongest faction. See, that's the problem though, right? Beekeeper. I've heard that before. The way Sotek describes it though. He says every faction is canonically the strongest faction, depending on which book you're reading. Or I think another thing that people say about Warhammer a lot is that factions are both the strongest and the weakest at the same time, depending on what the story calls for. It's not the most consistent thing. Because it's like, yeah, the greenskins they literally get stronger by fighting. So that's kind of, you'd think they would have taken over the world by now, given that they like fighting. Skaven are like everywhere. Dwarves have their insane technology and armor. Okay, Empire kind of sucks. I think the Empire kind of sucks. Chaos, though, is terrifying. Norska kind of sucks, though, right? No one's like, Norska, the greatest threat to the world. Lizardmen, though, they actually can blow up the world. More or less with Croak and Mazdamundi. Yeah, all the lore is just Skaven describing themselves as more epic than they actually are. There's actually not that many Skaven. Were you a fan of Warhammer before Total War Warhammer? Absolutely. I was playing Warhammer Tabletop when I was like 12 or something. I was a small lad. Also, hella man-tied. Hey, it's Lewin. He's bringing anything but Alberic. Okay. I guess the steam tanks, yeah. Okay, a steam tank is actually pretty close to World War II tech. But the gun is a little weaker, right? Because the gun's just shooting a cannonball. World War II ammunition is probably stronger than steam tank. But the fact that it's a working tank means that they're already better than World War I. Oh yeah, and Chaos Dwarves. Chaos Dwarves have death trains that are all terrain. I don't know what to do about that. That's kind of freaky. But yeah, lore-wise, Empire only has like, what, 7 steam tanks? That's pretty jokes. 7 steam tanks ain't nothing when it comes to an actual war. So they're less of a... unless they start mass producing them, they're not going to catch up. Anyways, Damsel of Beasts. King Louis. Sword of Corone, very standard kit. He has his healing. And then we have Martin's Beastmen. Ah, there we go. He switched the spell. Isn't that funny? 10 out of 10 people that take Mantle of Gorok go back to Traderkin. I knew it. Brutal. Man, that's sad. That's so sad. You hate to see it. You know, maybe it's matchup specific though, you know? Maybe the spell doesn't suck. Chaos Dwarves have actual howitzers. But yeah, anyways. He does still have the devolve. It is a slow for 4, and it does debuff decently well. A cheap slow is definitely worth running, especially if you feel like there's going to be a lot of cav fights. Butchers of Kalkengard, there's your Source of Terror. Minotaur Great Weapons. Goodbye Cavalry. But it's 8 units of 20. So each Pestigore has to go through a peasant, a spearman at arms, and then jump the archers before they're dead. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of terrified for the poor beastmen here. There's a lot of Bretonnians. Outside of the tank, Empire is basically in pike and shot era. Yeah. But anyways, the battle begins. Great Bray Shaman. He advances. And then he idles. He thinks of the next move to make. Witnessing the tide of Bretonnians advancing on his position. He feels fear for the first time in his life. That's a lot of guys. He's running. And then he dips. Wait, where'd the general go? Pulling it back. Beastmen, though. Never one to opt out of an ambush. Many trees. Perhaps it's a feint. Lewin, though, confidently moves his forces across to stand on some patches of dirt until they can declare victory. Gets on to that point. And now the beastmen have a predicament. So you can just try to fight this. There aren't actually that many archers, and there's also not a lot of cavalry. Though cav summons come very quickly. They can save the archers pretty effectively. So we'll see how it goes. With them men at arms. Very cheap, but with the grill relic, the stats are quite solid. And the problem is beastmen don't have burning head. Yeah, Lewin's pretty cool. Traderkin ain't gonna do anything against him. Traderkin would have been much better versus Alberic. But it looks like the beastmen are just chilling. There's no movement. He's not trying to make a play here. I think he's just trying to build up and to go for a big push. In the meantime, Treb barely misses one of the butchers. A direct hit could potentially kill them. So into the trees they go to. You want to see this Bretonnian army versus a full Gobbo army? Gobbo army gets dumpstered. Yeah, Bretonnia can spam a lot of infantry, but this is all like the cheapest infantry ever. It's a lot less scary than you think. If you have high enough DPS, these guys are out really hard. The problem is that most of these units are more anti-cav. Excuse me. Instead of anti-infantry. So they'll actually hold for quite some time. Just a wall of man. Yeah, I think Bretonnia is probably in an advantageous situation right now. Very few beastmen units. Another Bastigor. Okay. So we got some Pastigors, but the best have arrived. The stats are slightly higher. They do have ITP. But the biggest difference, they have armor and leadership. Betonia is definitely very prone to mass routing. So these guys are, they're not expendable, right? Yeah, they're not exactly properly expendable, so it's a little sus. Should you have taken 4 bloodletters? Really depends. You still have to kill cavalry with bloodletters. That's the biggest issue. Gotta kill the archers and the cav. Killing the infantry is the easy part. Very passive play though. Bretonians only have 5 more units to summon, however. So very likely, I think what's gonna happen, I think these are probably Grail Knights with how few there are, but I think Beastmen are just going to summon all of their units. And they're gonna make it hard for Betonia to resummon. I think that's the plan. Grail Reliques working overtime, yeah. It really does max out the value that the Grail Reliques can provide, though. Icon of Devotion. They're buffing themselves. Point is being held. The Trebuchet has 60 gold worth of value. The stalling strat continues. We'll see, though. Is this the play? Is the Petonian Mantide the play? One thing Beastman could do is it could just totally overwhelm one side. But with how many units there are, that's looking like it's a little sus. And now there are battle pilgrims here. It's just more infantry. There's really very little cavalry. And I guess that's by design. He doesn't need as much cavalry. He only needs a few to summon in to save his units. But that's about it. You know what I think Beastmen are going to do, though? They're going to wait until they've summoned all their units. They're going to capture this point when they push in. And then the fight will take so long that the Beastmen will win on a double cap. I think that's exactly what Martin is actually planning. As bad as it may seem for Beastmen, realistically, all they got to do is capture this point before they get into a triple cap situation. Bonus points if they steal this. And the capture weight ain't too bad either. This army kind of has to be off the point so that they can spread out properly. It's a decent flock of doom, though. And here we go. The Beastmen Tide is coming in hot. Now, this flank is pretty well secured by halberds. I feel like he honestly could have just hard pushed here instead of trying to flank, because then he would have actually captured. But if the Bestigors and the Pestigors do kill these guys off, the archers are quite exposed. On the right-hand side, Butchers of Kalkengard are moving on in. The archers are getting into position to fire, though. So Beastman has to make a play, or the archers are going to get massive value. Chariot's a smart maneuver. In a world where there aren't that many cavalry units, they'll have a field day. And Lewin can only be in so many places at the same time. Traitor Kin on the Grail Relique. I don't know who the traitor is, but it's going to do a little bit of damage. Honestly, not that much, though. Takes a bit of damage on its Great Gray Shaman. I don't like that. Bestigors are doing okay versus the peasant mobs, though. But honestly, Beastmen just don't really have a lot to do against the Mantide. Like, I think Beastmen are just particularly weak against this playstyle. Sons of Goros getting charged too by Knights of the Realm. That's very unfortunate. And a halberd catch. Big misplay from Martin. And taking so much damage on his lord. A little sus. He does capture the point, though. So here's the idea. He wants to get the points. He already has most of his units summoned in. So he doesn't really have to worry about that. And if he doesn't get army wiped too quickly, it's a pretty good position for him. Infantry fight's going okay. I bet he's really wishing he had more anti-infantry, but look at that collapse. Huge, devastating right hook from the Beastmen, getting right into the middle of the Bretonnian formation. Cavalry has shown up, but they haven't really done that much, right? They're supporting as best as they can, but they're not really getting many kills. Staying very defensive. We do see one Razor Gore herd getting routed off. But if the Beastmen get another capture, the Bretonnian army may just lose on points. The value trading too is getting really bad. I would expect it to spike up slightly since they're playing on the defensive. But, jeez. What a mass rout. Boy, do they look menacing, but man, do they not actually do very much. Bretonnian infantry are collapsing super hard because of the Butchers of Kalkengard. And then Korok's Man Rippers are here to deal with whatever cavalry there is. But there is a little pocket of Bretonnia that's still holding out strong. They're doing very well over here. And the Beastmen tied. They don't have that many units, right? This is basically it. Just the guys that are in the cookie jar. And the fewer units there are, the easier it is for Lewin to pop off. Because wherever Lewin is, the Beastmen will rout. So one Pestigor already starting to get knocked down. Pestigor over here, though, kind of crushing it. Are they 7 capture weight? No. I feel like Beastmen really should have captured this. An extra 200 tickets here would have been so huge. Of course, with Lewin nearby, that's not exactly an easy ask. But look at him now. He's killing off a Minotaur. The value trading spikes for the Bretonnians as expected. I'm a little worried for the Beastmen. I think if they capture this and then maybe hunker down on the last point, it'll go well. But it seems like the mainline fight wasn't nearly as good as one would have hoped for. Traderkin's gonna do okay. Let's look at mini final transmutation. Another flock of doom drops too. Gonna do less damage to the Minotaurs, but we'll see how it goes. Beastmen bring in some skirmishers, so they take the point. But look at this. Bretonnians don't care. The cavalry reinforcements are giving them a very hard time. So Beastmen stay on the double cap. They're gonna need to maintain a double cap for like 3 more minutes if they want to actually win this via tickets. If they get army wiped in the next 3 minutes, it's completely over. Those yeah, Lewin's just full HP. Where's the Lord at? He's chilling. Okay. Point is held. And the Bretonnians now have to push forwards, but it's looking like Lewin's just such a beast. Archers are back. Offline, but for a mere moment. They have returned to battle. And this is looking very uncomfortable now. Lewin. He's cleaning up. There are Korok's Man Rippers here. Butchers of Kalkengard. We see both RORs. Very elite units. They're going to try and hold the center. I don't think a random beat up spearman is going to capture this point anytime soon. So they're basically just being ignored. But I'm a little worried for these Centaur throwing axes. Their stats are actually quite bad. Compare them to Knights of the Realm. Way worse, right? So they just can't fight that. Forced to disengage. There's not a lot of line holders here, right? It's really just the 2 units, but the Beastmen have held for a decent amount of time yet. We're still looking at a good few minute hold to pull it back, but the Bretonnian resurgence is starting to fall apart. We're not seeing a lot of summons for Bretonnia right now, right? Beastmen still have their Lord. He gets a flock of doom on a couple of the cavalry units. But the main tide being really held up by the Korok's Man Rippers. Are we going to see the Minotaurs? Minotaurs are staying safe, regenerating their HP, ready to throw their lives away for this capture point. And now Plague Penguin is stuck summoning in infantry. Oh, that's going to be bad. These guys are going to take a while to get on this point. By the time they get here and actually capture, they might not be able to do it fast enough. It's gonna take a while, man. Korok's main rippers are still chilling. Back point is definitely secured. And it seems like this big Bretonian push is just kind of falling apart. Unless these archers really pop off, which they might. Lewin's just dumpster in the butchers of Kalkengard. That's why they were holding back before. Forced to disengage once again. Will we see some capture weight? Some cavalry does get brought in. One of the downsides of having so few cavalry reinforcements is that. But look at that massive charge. Oh my gosh. Men-at-Arm polearms getting overextended. A little bit hasty, I must say, trying to get onto that point. There's the buffs and the debuffs from Lewin. I think this is it. If the Korok's man rippers get routed off, that's really bad, because they're really the only thing that's holding the line against the infinite Bretonian tide. Beastmen lose if they're only on 1.2. They kind of need a second point if they're gonna come back here. Maybe these units could have been capturing. Kind of sad to see that they weren't, but most of the focus is here, of course. Cavalry is now off the point, but there's still not enough capture weight. Are we gonna see some archers on the point just to hunker down? They have pretty bad capture weight. They are expendable. This is pretty rough. But is it enough? Do the Beastmen win this? Some more Pestigors have arrived. Double Pestigor, actually. You're gonna need 5 units of infantry for Bretonia to out-capture weight the Pestigors. And it seems like he barely doesn't have it. He actually needs to bring the archers in, but they're getting charged now. And yeah, I think the Beastmen actually win it. The Butchers of Kalkengard clutching it out. Haven't routed all game, despite being very low on HP. They've been terror routing Bretonians like no one's business. And yes, the infantry might be a little scary to push through, but in an actual fight, they do not hold up in the slightest. Knights of the Realm have arrived, but still no capture weight. Beastmen far past the point of no return. I think they've done it. The main tide has been defeated. Pretty tactical game. A little slow place, slowly played, but very well managed by both players. Oh my gosh, that's Trader Kin. No, okay, that's a Flock of Doom. Okay, still not gonna save him though. Beastmen win, and they captured the back point. Look at that. Very nice, very smart play. Really exploiting the fact that Bretonian can't really resummon anything fast. Like, I'm pretty sure Blood Penguin did not want to summon in a bunch of spears at that later phase of the game. But he has so much infantry. Like, he only has 4 Knights of the Realm. So Beastmen kind of just dealt with them, and then their infantry did the rest. I will say the hero of this game was definitely this guy. Korok's main rippers, man. 1900 value on an infantry unit. They clobbered everything. Held the line for ages. Special mention to the Butchers of Kalkengard. 2000 value. It really goes to show why you sometimes need elite units. Brave Shaman stayed alive too. And then, yeah. They just kind of ran them down. Battle Pilgrims were not enough. So congratulations to Martin. Very well played. Congrats at Martin. Well played. Good to see a Beastmen win. Showing that Beastmen do still have teeth. Despite kind of being one of the weaker Rush factions. At least when you ask a lot of people, they usually say Norsk is better. They still won today. Very nice. Love to see it. And also love to see a win against super crazy Mantide. It shows that it's not just going to be a Mantide meta forever. Very nice. Well, GG. Pestigor had 325 kills. Yeah. Pretty spice. Anyways, it's been a long stream day today. I am going to rest now. Tomorrow is just going to be a short stream. We're just gonna do a quickie. We're gonna play Wood Elves. We're gonna enjoy the kite as much as we can. And hopefully all goes well. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and then next week we'll have some sick campaign streams perhaps. Whoops. Anyways, thank you very much for the support. Thank you very much for watching. And I'll see you guys then. Bye bye.